Hello, how you guys doing? What's going on? When I tell you this video that I'm going to show you guys, it gives me chills because this video that I'm going to show you guys, it proves that she knew the industry wanted her gone. She knew something big was coming. And those people that's close to her, they know a lot more. Why they're not talking, I'm not sure. Only conclusion I can come with, either they're scared or they have been compromised by the love of money. We have to talk all about this. I'm so glad that you guys are here with me on this journey because, baby, when I tell you, it is a scary journey. Knowing that the righteous people are being taken out of here just for speaking the truth, just for justice. That's all she was doing. Angie Stone did not hurt anybody. Angie Stone didn't want no harm to go to anybody, but because she wanted to tell her truth. And she told her truth, but she didn't tell all her truth because there was a lot of secrets that she kept and she didn't get a chance to speak on, and they took her out of here. I want us to watch this video. I'm going to stop and go because it's going to be some stuff in this video. It's going to make me feel some type of way, and I can't help but to express how I feel. Now, before I continue on, can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, please press that 3 so I know that you guys can hear me, because you guys know how they do. You guys know I'll be talking on here and all of a sudden the sound go out. So please let me know what's going on out here. I would love for you guys to join us on the panel if you can. I put the link at the top of the chat so you guys can come up anytime and say how you feel. And I know a lot of people are asking me about Angie Stone's daughter. Have you seen the videos that's making its round about Angie Stone's daughter? Press 2 if you have, press 5 if you have yet to see that. Let me just give you a glimpse. And I'm not trying to shame anybody, but Diamond, you got in church and you got on a funeral and you said you was going to make your mother proud. And I was so happy to hear those words from you. I really was. And then to turn around days later to see you on live Facebook drinking. Okay, and drinking in front of kids. See, when I was growing up, and I don't know about y'all, but the grown-ups did not drink in front of the kids. The kids went into the kids' room. You understand? The kids ate and eat at the kids' table. They was not mixing and mingling with the grown-ups. They wasn't watching grown-ups cuss. They wasn't in grown-ups conversation, and they was not watching grown-ups drink shots. Okay? But honey, she was drinking shots. People were worried. They was concerned. They felt like it was a cry out for help. And I believe it is. I believe it is. And I just let you know the dark energy that took her mom out of here. And I believe it was no accidents. And Angie Stone, when I play this video, you're going to see for yourself. She knew they was coming for her. She knew that's how they try to cover it up. They try to make it seem like an accident. You got to understand, these people, they are notorious for doing what they're doing. It goes bloodline. This has always been. Okay, it's in their bloodline to do this stuff and cover it up. When we go to government, when we go to history books, all that stuff, a lot of it is a cover up. It's a lot of lies. It's a lot of stuff that's added into history, and it's a lot of stuff that's taken out of history. Okay, and honey, you just have to keep your eye on alert, so they can cover stuff up easily and make it seem like an accident. And Angie Stone daughter, her condition, they will easily just give her some more alcohol. All they gotta do is say, "Come on, baby, have a good time, hey," because that's all it look like she want to do is just party and bullshit. Okay, I thought she said she was gonna make her mama proud, but honey, we got to keep our eye on Diamond. She is screaming for help, so I hope Tyler Perry Okay. Like he said, but a lot of people seem like they got on that funeral. They said a lot of stuff, but I don't think they're going to back it up. But let me play this video. Let's get the likes up. If you guys really support this channel, you guys really support me like I love y'all. I need you guys to make sure you like this video. Make sure you have subscribed here at the Messy Sweet Spot. Okay. Okay. And I'm so happy for you guys to be with me on this journey to finding truth, to finding understanding. You know, she was in the fight. She was on a mission. Okay. And that's what we are. We are on a mission and we need executionists. Do you understand? I don't need no support. I need somebody that's going to go in and get the job done. I don't want to hear speculation. I don't want you to ask me a whole bunch of questions. I don't want you to make me think. Just drop the names and tell me what's going on. It's enough of the secrets. It's enough of, well, if you go to a plane B and then you wait 5 minutes and then you look around twice and then you see up at the sky, you're going to see the letter. And that letter, that's the name. I ain't built for that. Just tell me what's going on. Okay. So let's play this thing. I got Magic up here. Hey, Magic, let me bring Magic in before I put this video up. Magic, how you doing, baby?
Hi, Gigi. I am back, and I can't. You keep killing me with these looks. I can't take it. Can't nobody do it like you. I know that. I know that's right.
I love me some Magic, baby. I love me some Magic. How are you? Did you see
I
that
am doing
video?
well.
That's good. Did you see that video of Angie Stone's daughter going around taking shots?
Yes, and I think she really needs to be careful with that because that's the easiest way that they can get you, girly. All they gotta do is just doo-doo-doo, and it don't take much. It could be something that is odorless. It could be something that they could blow. They have this thing that they have out in Brazil. They have different things that they could use, and they use them. You can't detect it, you can't smell it, it's odorless, and you can't even taste it. But she should not be wanting to party now and get intoxicated because she's actually a heir to her mother's fortune. So if you think about that, she's an heir to her mother's fortune. So who's ever behind the scenes that can get exposed, they could send people in these spaces and places where she's at, especially if we're able to see her and she's on social media. All they got to do is run that IP address, and they could run that location and get to her faster than you and I could even blink. We don't want a part two. If I was her, I would be laying low and letting the laws of whoever's doing whatever behind the scenes, let them do that. But this is not the time to be drinking, smoking, partying, or putting yourself in a vulnerable position where you could get a dirt nap too. I don't mean to go back in time, but let's talk about, we saw Whitney and what happened with her daughter. It is very possible.
What we fear. We fear that. That is in my mind all the time. And Diamond, you got to know, we care. We give a damn about you, and that's why we're speaking. All these other people, they don't care about your safety. We know what's real out here, Diamond, and you take this as a game, or you don't believe. And that's the biggest trick of the Satan, making you feel like he ain't coming for you. He ain't real. You don't got nothing to worry about. You can just relax and just wild out. That is how they're going to come and get you. Okay. And it's just sad. And I fear about Michael. You know, he's big, unhealthy. All they got to do is put something in that goddamn fried chicken and his ass is out. Do you understand? And then
well, if they can get to people that's eating Popeyes and have them going at each other because they put a chemical in it, and now they fighting at somebody skipping a line for a chicken sandwich at Popeyes. Anything is possible. That they could put something in the chicken, they could put something in the burger, they could put something in French fries, even dip something in the oil. Her kids need to be on lockdown. They don't need to be out now.
Child, they don't even have to do it. All they got to do is put in that damn hot sauce. Y'all know y'all love hot sauce. that Polynesian sauce, you know that be busting, okay? That's all we gotta do. And you know his ass is dipping, okay? I don't mean to laugh, but you know it's the damn truth. And we just want them to keep their eyes on the prize because they are coming after them. And you absolutely right about Whitney Houston. And we see they took not only Whitney Houston's daughter, but Nick. Nick is dead, y'all. I didn't
They
even
got him too. I forgot. You're right. They got him too. They used him and then they got him. They used him and then they got him.
yes. And Nick wasn't even really fighting for the truth, I don't think. But he knew too much. And at the end of the day, they don't want to leave any loose ends there.
Nope.
They clip it. He's a casualty. Who cares about Nick? And that is
Mm-hmm.
what they're going to say about Michael and Diamond. Who cares? We all seen her in the video drinking. So if they have alcohol poisoning, it just believe people gonna believe it. Well, shit, she was a drunk. She did have a hard night of life. She's steadily fighting her mama. Okay, Michael, he from eating or some shit like that. Well, look at his ass. So they're gonna do stuff and it's gonna seem believable. That is how
Exactly. Especially if you don't want to get TMZ moment when something can happen and then they're taking pictures of her toothless at a bar because there's nothing supposedly up here. You understand what I mean?
Of her getting on live. I don't understand that. I don't. What was it? Was she just want more cash apps? What was it?
I believe in her mind, she's trying to show people that she's grieving, but that's not grieving. That's ghetto grieving at its finest, but that's not grieving on a psychological level when we know that this is a serious situation. It's a serious case.
Why does she feel, sorry to cut you off, but why does she feel like she has to prove something to us?
Because she's looking for sympathy and she's looking to probably, most likely, it appears, to get more money.
Maybe more cash apps because
yes.
Investigators coming over here and they said, hey, we want to send Diamond cash apps. So you guys remember that? Press 4 if you guys remember an investigator. He came and he says, well, you guys going to send Diamond some cash apps? Send cash apps. Send cash apps. And if you ask Diamond, what are you going to do with the cash app? Is it going to go for Angie? She's going to tell you, mind your effing business. Okay. Yeah. Nasty spirit about it. And what kind of off me was, why didn't you say anything about Michael cash app? Isn't he her child as well? Why was the push for just Diamond but not Michael? He was not included. So I knew something was off with that. You should have said cash app for the kids, Diamond cash app and Michael cash app, but it was just Diamond. That's odd to me.
You're right. You're absolutely right, because he's excluded. And if this is for the parent, if this is for the kids, the offspring, he should have been included in that sentence. You're absolutely right, Gigi. I didn't notice that. I didn't peek that, but you're right.
Charles, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
You guys are saying that you think she's crying out for help. She's crying out for help or anything. I think that she's crying out for more so attention than help. I think it's more so attention than help.
What's the difference?
So we have to understand. We have to understand that her relationship with her mom was not on good terms at the particular time. Okay, we have to understand that first and foremost.
Can you explain that to us? Because did you guys know that when she passed, that she was not in good standing with her daughter? Press 1 if you knew it. Press 5 if you did not know it. And I'm still going to play that video, so don't forget. But go ahead, Charles. Can you explain to us?
So we have to understand that. We have to understand that she wasn't on good terms at that particular time with her mom. In understanding that, you'll understand that what she's going through right now is basically guilt trip. She's basically going through a guilt trip right now. And she's looking for people to basically feel sorry for her, especially knowing that her and her mom's relationship was not on good terms. Most people that go through things like that, um, they look for sympathy more than empathy. They look for sympathy more than empathy from individuals. So I feel right now, her going on there, going on the internet and posting videos of her drinking and everything, she's more so looking for sympathy than anything. Than anything. And we have to understand at her age, we have to understand that that generation that she's in, that's their way of getting attention. That's their way of getting attention. I'm not saying that she's not hurt. I'm not saying she's not bothered. I'm not saying that. I've done too many funerals, been to many funerals, counseled too many families, that has had death. So I'm not saying she's not hurting. But what I am saying is that the guilt of it and the attention of it exceeds the I'm reaching out for help. It exceeds that. So I think it's more so attention that she wants more so than anything. I mean, because there's no damn way. There is absolutely no damn way. Mom, dad, child, whatever, die a tragic death, and in which I know there's foul play. I don't care what age you are. I don't care what age you are. The last thing you're going to be thinking about is getting on the internet and letting people see you in the condition that you're in. That's the last thing that's going to be on your mind. That is the last thing that's going to be on your mind. Getting on the internet and showing yourself to people that don't even know you. Now, I'm speaking as a psychologist right now. That's the last thing that is on your mind, that you're going to get on there and you're going to want people to see you in the condition that you're in. Because what that does is it adds more wood to the fire that's already burning. And you have more people going to speak out negatively about it than they are going to speak out in a positive manner about it. So we have to understand that there. I know the natural eye would look at it as she's calling out for help. Because that's what we would want her to do. We would want her to be on there to scream out for help. She's crying out for help and everything. But this is natural. What we're looking at through the videos and everything is her natural born behavior. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at her natural born behavior. Because we have to understand, after every death, either of a loved one or someone close, a friend or something like that, some people, they just have that ritual of getting together and drinking, getting high and everything afterwards. That's a ritual. Okay? We know that. You get together after a funeral, you go to the repast and everything, you eat a little dinner and everything. Somebody got a party going on somewhere.
I hear you, Charles. I want to step in because you made some points and I want to answer 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And I don't want to forget. God darn it. All right. So, okay, you just said it's a ritual that people drink. Do y'all hear something in the background or is it just me? I hear something in the background.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, what about now?
Let me keep talking. Okay, yeah, I still hear a little bit feedback. I sure do. Okay, maybe mute for a second. But okay, so you talk about the ritual, people drink and they party and all that, when they have a death in the family. I don't care about no ritual. You know how your mom was. She was very graceful. She was a Christian representation. She had standards and morals and values, and you have to represent for your mom. She's looking down, watching. She wouldn't want her drinking shots back to back. Was she doing all that stuff when your mom was around? No, I mean, how many times have Angie got on her about decorum and about raising her standards and getting her life right? And you said at the funeral you was gonna fight for her and you was gonna make your mama proud. And I listened to you because I was so proud of you, girl. I was so proud. I said, you know what? Somebody didn't talk to her. But then to see you bust a Yui and then come back with this, I said she needs some help. I know Charles said she wants attention. You know, I still see it as help. If you out there twerking, 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 I'm gonna say your ass needs some help. You need some help. Okay, maybe you need a father figure. I don't know, you know, but if you need help, it's the she need a hug. She needs somebody to grab her hand and teach her the way. She don't have no guidance. Hell, she didn't want to listen to her mama when she was here. And I don't know if she have a mother figure. I don't know if she has anybody in the church. Because you know, a lot of times when you go to church, you have figures in the church that can help lead you in the right direction. You have mentors.
Exactly.
So I don't know if she has that. Maybe she want to look into that to try to help not only her, but to help everything. Because once you get your center together, man, you see life in a whole different way. And I'm going to talk about you, Joanna. You hit me up telling me how do I not know that? I'll be honest with you, Joanna. I don't know a lot of stuff. I don't know a lot of stuff, Joanna. Okay, I've never said I know it all. I ask questions and I'm trying to figure things out, but I don't know everything, Joanna. I did not know when Angie Stone died that her and her daughter was at odds because they was trying to tell me everything was fine. That was a long time ago because I was one of the first ones that brought it up. I couldn't believe that her daughter would bust her in the mouth and fight her own mama. I've never heard no shit like that. And not only you fight your own mama, you didn't keep it behind closed doors, and you know she's an entertainer. The reason why you got a roof over your head because she's out here hustling and buffing in this entertainment industry. She's in the public eye. Everything she does is going to get talked about, is going to get scrutinized. And for you to bring that ass to social media and take pictures of your own self and put her out there and tell me she's a beast and she's a monster. Look what my mama did to me.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't nice, y'all. Y'all think y'all know her ass. Y'all don't. Y'all don't know her. I was appalled. So I said, no, I don't know something about that daughter, but y'all said, no, don't do that because they had a good relationship. They was on good terms. And then Charles tell me today they was on our terms. So Joanna, hell no, I did not know. And it's okay for me not to know, Joanna. You're not going to make me feel bad for not knowing shit. If I don't know, just inform me. It's just as simple as that. We're supposed to be working as a damn community. You know, you want to shame me because I did not know they was on bad terms.
Well, we have to understand. We have to understand that the way our young people and our young adults are now are not the same way we were when we were young adults. They weren't brought up, and I know Angie tried to bring them up with the respect of the Lord and tried to bring them up to respect their parents and elders and everything, to the best of her ability. But we still have to understand that this generation now, that generation that her daughter's in, that Diamond is in and everything, regardless of how you bring them up or try to bring them up, the greatest influence is not at home. The greatest influence is their friends and out there in the world. And you got to make a decision. Our children could be angels in front of us and everything, but once they get from around us and everything, I've seen it for so many years. I've even seen it with my children. Once they get from around you and everything, then the real them comes out. The real them comes out. So
I was one of those kids. But Diamond, going back to talk about Diamond and Angie, Diamond didn't hide. She wasn't presenting. Diamond was not performative in front of her mom. I was. I was, you would think I'm an angel. Okay. But Diamond wasn't. She bust her mama. She cussed out her mama in front of the kids. She was not that. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that is fitting for Diamond and Angie. Charles, do you think that scenario that you're painting? Now that scenario, it matches me, but I don't think it's fitting for. Do you really think Diamond was performative and acting all sweet and innocent and good in front of Angie? If that's the case, they would have had a better relationship, I think.
no, they would not. If Angie knew the Diamond that is Diamond.
Who
They would they would clash. They would clash. Their spirits would clash. So you have to understand that their spirits would clash. You know, what we're seeing right now on the videos, the Diamond decided to post and, you know, put her business out there whatsoever. That's who we're seeing. That we're seeing Diamond. We're seeing Diamond. We're not seeing a fabricated version of Diamond or anything. We're actually seeing Diamond. Now, this is her drinking and hanging out with friends and all of that stuff and maybe getting high, drunk, whatever it might be. You know, it's nothing new to her. It's nothing new. And we're acting like it's new to her when no, that's not new behavior. That's just new behavior into which people that don't know her are starting to see.
Got it. I never thought that was new behavior for her. I felt like she was going to turn herself around and make her mama proud, like she said at the funeral. And I know
How in the world can she make her mother proud of her and her mother has passed on? She can't. Her mother has said, see, this is one thing that I always tell families when I have to perform a funeral or do anything concerning that. Go to the hospital, pray over by. I tell them once the person has passed on, their legacy, not their children's legacy, but that individual that has passed on, their legacy is what lives forever. It's not the deceased. It's not the one that passes on. So my mom and dad, if they, and God bless them, you know, my mom is almost 90. My dad is 80. He just turned 85. And bless their hearts, but they pass away. I can't live for them and leave a good name in their behalf in my life. They have their own legacy. I understand what you're saying, but they have their own legacy in which they have left behind. So her saying, and so you have to understand, her saying she's going to make her mom proud and everything, all she could do in order to make herself look good is be, quote unquote, the ideal woman. It has, at this point, it has absolutely nothing to do with Angie now. It has absolutely nothing to do with Angie Stone right now.
I understand what you're saying, doctor. I feel like when she said, I'm going to make you proud of me, mom, meaning
those are just words. Those are just words.
I understand that, but those are her words. It means something to her because she said it.
It meant something to her as far as everybody else hearing it because it sounds good. It literally sounds good. Am I correct? See, I'm going to get a little rough here in a minute. It sounds good to the audience that's hearing it. So why not say that? Because that's what the audience would expect for someone in her position to say. So she's feeding the crowd. She's feeding the crowd. Bam, there it is. She's feeding the crowd what she knows the crowd wants to hear.
I was taking her as she being honest, but you're saying that she was being performative. I thought she was just saying that she wanted to get herself together. All the principles that her mom was trying to shape her to be.
Can I say something?
And maybe, just maybe. Let me just say this. Just maybe it's too soon to speculate on her behavior. Maybe it's too soon right now to speculate on her behavior because she's mourning right now. And different people mourn different ways. So maybe it's too soon. Now, maybe 3 months from now, maybe I'm just throwing that out there. It could be longer. Maybe 3 months from now, 6 months from now, we revisit and see where Diamond is. And if she's still out there getting high, drinking and performing on the internet and drinking and dancing in front of little children and everything, you know, and doing all of this, then maybe we can say, okay. But no, we can revisit this with her. We can revisit it because it's really soon. It's really soon. So right now, her mind might be racing everywhere right about now.
yeah, she needs some help. But I don't think people care about her drinking, doing whatever she's doing. But when you put it out in public, it becomes our business now. People are going to comment when you put stuff in public. You don't have to put. You could just put it in a friends group. People got. Don't y'all got friends group? Where y'all just put videos and pictures amongst y'all friends and family. But she put it out here so people can see. To me, it raises a red flag. But go ahead, Magic.
She did say, and I was listening very carefully when she was saying the eulogy, she did say that in her eyes, like basically that her mom was her sister. She didn't even really address her as a mom. She says, I'm gonna miss you. Like we were like sisters. So that's probably where a lot of the disrespect came from. I don't know
Bingo.
if Angie was on
Bingo.
the road a lot when she was young, but it appears like a lot of these children from these stars, they're never really around their parents that much. And that's what she said. Like she viewed her mom as a sister. So she didn't view her as a mother.
Key point. That's a beautiful key point because a lot of the children now do view their parents as their friend, their best friend. You're my best friend. You're my sister. We're close just like we were sisters. And they do that. And to me, that's a disrespect and a dishonor to the parent.
All right. So I want to play a snippet of this video. Then I'm going to bring up Storm and Puzzle. I see you guys. I'm glad that you guys are here. And I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Okay. I'm going to silence myself to play this.
They would do just about anything to destroy and control. The devil is the master of confusion. And if you can clearly look at this secret that I'm revealing, it was clear that I wasn't supposed to find out. And over 25 years has passed. And I found out. That's how long it took me to find out that there was a whole process and brigade of letters and let's calculate this move so that she will never, ever rise above. I mean, to the day, I have not received not one platinum or gold record that I had written for those projects because along with all of that came, we don't need her to have anything to prove that she did anything.
Another piece of the puzzle just dropped, and this time, leaked federal documents have revealed chilling details about Angie Stone's crash. According to the leaks, the driver carrying Angie and her band members may have been paid off to make the entire crash look like an accident. But there's more. According to word on the street, the 18-wheeler truck driver who allegedly hit Angie Stone as she sat by the roadside has vanished into thin air. Everything is screaming, sus. But get this, fans never fell for this setup in the first place. Now, the big question is, will this be the final piece of evidence that exposes the truth about UMG and the people who allegedly wanted Angie Stone gone? Or, like we've seen too many times before, will this information be swept under the rug?
Mainly is to show you that I will not go down without a fight. I'm going to continue to roll. I didn't go to the Grammys, not because I couldn't go and not because I wasn't invited. I didn't go because the industry is set up in such a way that the elite, if you know what I mean, the elite get front row seats.
So, as y'all already know, it's been weeks since Angie Stone tragically passed after reportedly being involved in a car crash. Just a few days ago, she was laid to rest. But not everyone is ready to let the mysterious circumstances surrounding her demise slide, especially now that new evidence is emerging, suggesting foul play. Fans have been giving the feds some serious side-eye after learning that the 18-wheeler truck driver who hit Angie Stone's van abruptly disappeared, quit his job, and went missing just days after the crash. This should be enough to get a full-blown investigation launched into the demise of Angie, but it seems nothing is being done about it. Now, for fans all over the world who have been following this closely, a lot of things just aren't adding up. At first, word on the street was that Angie Stone passed inside the van while returning from a show in Alabama. According to the news that made headlines at the time, the van was reportedly hit by an 18-wheeler truck, causing it to flip 3 times. But here's where things get even more suspicious. According to police reports that made their way to the public, people are now learning that all of that was cap, and that just like the other passengers, Angie had actually survived the crash. However, something mysterious happened afterward that has left us all stunned. Now, just a few days ago, a woman named Courtney came forward with a shocking account. She claimed that she and her 16-year-old daughter were driving by when they stumbled upon the accident scene. According to her, she got out of her car to see what had happened, and when she did, she saw that all the passengers, including Angie Stone, were still alive. Courtney said she immediately stepped in to help and even assisted Angie to sit by the roadside so she could gather herself before the police arrived. But here's where things take a bizarre turn. According to Courtney, just as she was making her way back across the road to her daughter, an 18-wheeler truck suddenly appeared and out of everyone there, struck only Angie Stone. Even more strangely, Courtney claimed that despite being near the accident, she only suffered minor injuries after getting grazed by the truck, and her daughter was able to drive her to the hospital after calling her husband.
I looked up, and there was an 18-wheeler there to cross the median into the other, into oncoming traffic, and I knew that's what hit me and ran over.
Now, aside from how suspicious this whole story already sounds, fans quickly pointed out that Courtney was lying. Because seriously, how on earth is it possible to be brushed aside by an 18-wheeler and walk away with no injuries? Let's be for real, if an 18-wheeler even grazes you, you're lucky to be alive. But to claim you were hit and only ended up with a few minor injuries? Yeah, something wasn't adding up. But here's where things get even more suspicious. After Courtney posted her video revealing all these details, she suddenly took it down. When people started asking her why, she claimed that Angie's family asked her to remove it. But before anyone could fully process that, Courtney vanished into thin air, just like the 18-wheeler truck driver. This has led a lot of people to question whether she was threatened by higher-ups to stay silent, or if she was just a paid crisis actor. And here's another thing that's off. There were no reports of Courtney actually going to a hospital like she claimed, making the entire story even more questionable. Also, fans found it pretty weird that Courtney never went to the police to make any official report, but rather came online to dish out the tea. It was already bad enough that Courtney took down her video, but what made things even more suspicious was her deleting her entire account. But if you think that's where this messy situation ends, hold tight, because a leaked text message from one of the 18-wheeler truck driver's co-workers just made things even crazier. In the message, the co-worker revealed, "Howdy, I used to work at the same company as the fella who ran into the Sprinter van that hit Ms. Stone while she was being tended to on the side of the road. She was thrown a few yards due to impact. I don't think he is gonna return to work, honestly. This thing has tormented him, and he's not responding to the company's texts or phone calls. My wife reached out to his wife to offer support after we learned he turned in the rig and left. My former boss says his explanation was that he came upon the wreck too fast to make an adjustment to dodge it. As I look at all the details I have at my disposal, something just doesn't sound right about this. I'm surprised he hadn't been drinking, because there is an extensive history of that. Well, sis, I'm not acting as if I'm Perry Mason with the wherewithal to solve a case. Just thought I'd reach out this way because I sent an email to NCCTUFTV, but I didn't get a response." Now, if this doesn't scream suspicious, I don't know what does. With this leaked message, it's clear that Angie Stone was still alive when the crash initially happened. However, there's no doubt that this entire accident was a setup because to the industry, Angie was worth more dead than alive. UMG didn't want to pay her what she was owed, so they took her out instead. And here's the scariest part. It seems no one around Angie truly had her best interests at heart before she died. Not her legal team, not her co-workers, not even her family or her promoters, as they all wanted to make it seem like she was too difficult to work with.
All I can say is a lot of the promoters, people that would book me, all of a sudden they don't want to book me because I'm problematic because of possibly the damage that was sent.
Hold on. Did y'all hear what just happened? She said the promoters didn't want to book her, and they was putting out this false rumor that she was difficult to work with. Press 2 if you heard that. Now, who does that remind you of? Didn't that happen to Monique? Press 7 if that's happened to Monique. I told y'all Angie and Monique, they was in the same situation. And Tyler has been one of the ones that go around putting bad rumors on people to get you blocked or banned or canceled so you can't work, so you can't eat. I just had to say that. I'm sorry. Let's go.
To destroy me, they wanted to make sure that the energy was disconnected, that the soul was disconnected, that the tie that binded us was destroyed.
Now, a lot of people have been wondering why Angie's family hurriedly buried Angie instead of fighting for justice and calling out the people who had clearly targeted her. And as if that move wasn't fast enough, if everything Courtney said in her video was true, then why did Angie's family allegedly force her to take it down? What were they trying to hide? From what Angie herself had told us, the industry had been cheating her for decades. She had been working like an elephant, but eating like an ant, and the receipts were all there. For one, Angie was on record saying that her record label stole $50 million from her. But that's not all. About 40 of her songs were also taken without credit or compensation by the same people. And here's where it gets even crazier. Before Angie Stone passed, she openly called out several big names in the industry for stealing her music without giving her any credit. What made it even more disappointing was that these were artists she had once respected. She specifically mentioned Mary J. Blige and Bruno Mars, alleging that Bruno Mars and Mark Ronson's 2014 hit Uptown Funk borrowed elements from Funk You Up, a 1979 track by The Sequence, the pioneering female hip-hop group Angie was a part of. Angie repeatedly voiced her concerns about the similarities between the two songs and pushed for acknowledgement and compensation. She pointed out that while Bruno Mars may have been too young to remember Funk You Up, artists still have a responsibility to respect the origins of their influences. She also revealed that she had never received any payment after Bruno Mars sampled her group's work in Uptown Funk. Another thing that had people raising their eyebrows was the behavior of Angie Stone's daughter, Diamond Stone. Instead of focusing on honoring her mother's legacy, her first thought seemed to be profiting from the situation as she went on live and asked the internet to send money to her Cash App just a few days after her mother's funeral.
Okay, I posted my Cash App. If you want to donate, donate. If you don't. All that negative, where her money at, why she doing this, it don't matter why I'm doing it.
And
Hold up. What? Your mom gone and you talking to her fans? It don't fucking matter. Why you donating? If you gonna donate. If you not, shut the fuck up. Pretty much. Way to represent for Angie. Angie, her reputation. You're just effing it up, okay? Oh my goodness. Oh, were you thinking about Angie when you? Uh, uh. Okay. Do y'all want to say? You guys can speak. I'm gonna put it down.
All I can say is
Oh,
the
go ahead.
proof is in the proof is in the pudding.
Yes,
That's all I'm
yeah.
gonna say towards that right there. The proof is in the pudding. That's all I'm gonna say. The proof is in the pudding.
That was a poor representation to even come online like that. And just that's not representing your mom. It's really not. It's actually hurting her brand. Well, it's not hurting her brand. It's hurting what could be her daughter's brand. If she wanted to start something, she could have. But you don't go online cursing out people and begging for money, especially on Cash App. That was just totally disgraceful.
Yeah.
It's
So
it's a distraction from the great Angie Stone. Now we're talking about Angie Stone and her daughter. Did you see her daughter? I mean, you are a representation of your family, whether you like them or not. But we have OG here, we have Puzzle, and we have Storm. I'm glad that you guys came. You guys know I love
So,
all of you all.
thank you.
So Puzzle, I have not seen you yesterday, so I want to know your take first.
what's up, everybody? So, I have a couple of different thoughts. So, first things first, I would always say, like, if you've lost a parent, you kind of know what that feels like. Like, I'm not going to make any excuses for Diamond, but I lost my mom and she was 49. And no
Sorry.
matter what that relationship was like my older brother, he would treat my mom horribly. But when your parent dies, there's a lot of guilt. And I truly believe that whatever her motive may be, I think that we have to take her at her word. What she said at the funeral, I think what she said was true. But you also have to remember when people cry out and they don't know how to deal with it, sometimes they resort to things that they shouldn't. So, for example, for me, when my mom passed away, and I'm a Christian, you know what I'm saying? Love the Lord. But I drank. I wanted to die because I couldn't understand or fathom why God would take my mom at such a young age. And Angie Stone was taken tragically. And you have to remember, even if you're at odds with your parents, sometimes the way that you respond is not going to be the way that everybody wants you to. Does she need someone to grab her by the hand and say, hey, let me help you? Yeah, for me, I went to counseling. For me, I prayed about it. My mom came to me in my sleep. It was just different things that happened. But sometimes that hurt, that pain, it can be great because of that guilt that she may have. Even if she was at odds with her mom, do we want to believe that she wasn't already drinking or smoking? Absolutely she was. But if her mom was wanting her to have a different reflection, or she wanted her brand and the perception people had about her to be different, she's going to say, even if you do it, don't do it where people see you do it. Right now, I don't know if she knows how to control that, because she may not. There could be guilt, maybe, and I hate to say it, if any of them were a part of it, that can be guilt. But just the guilt of, I wasn't able to save my mom, or I wasn't there, or I didn't get a chance to say I'm sorry. So sometimes I see that as that's a cry out for help. That's my first point. I ain't want to forget that. Now, I wasn't here yesterday because I had some personal stuff, but y'all were talking about Tyler Perry, and I'm not a fan. All right, let me just put this out here real quick. He full of shit, first of all, because all he does is put his money in front of people, and then and it irritates the hell out of me when people want to get in the pulpit and turn into a pastor. There's nothing Christian about this man, in my opinion. And my thing with Tyler Perry is, you specified you didn't even know Angie Stone, but you gave her this grand funeral because you wanted to be able to get up and say what you needed to say. And the problem that I run into with stuff like that is, you made a mockery out of her. And good for Monique for standing up for herself, because she's not the first. She won't be the last. He makes up narratives about his life. Y'all think Tyler Perry got this beautiful family kid? He ain't even got no. When have y'all seen his kid? First of all, anyway. But he does all this philanthropy work and all of this bull crap. And what's so funny to me is, he always finds himself at the front of these situations so he can have this standout conversation. Like, he was at the Potter's house laying hands on TD Jakes. It's ridiculous to me, because from where I sit, he made a mockery. Like, he needed to preach. She
Yep.
spoke her own eulogy. Shut up. If you want to pay for something, you don't have to promote everything that you do. If it was in your heart to do that for Angie Stone. It was not necessary for you to get up there and do all of that. And now I want you to look. Diamond's going through a drinking binge. People are suffering. Where is he? Where, like the best friend said, where are any of these people that got up like, if you need me, I'm here, and your mama, like, I'm so tired of it because she struggled. She went through what she went through. We want her to rest in peace, but we also want justice. But it's so many people that make money off of this lady. They're making so much money just off of her because now it gives them an opportunity to say I did or I said or I get irritated about that. So yeah, that's my feeling behind Tyler Perry. I was gonna say it last night, but I'm just not a fan of him. He's so fake. He get on my nerves.
All right, OG, and then Storm. Go ahead, OG.
Hey, good evening, everyone on the panel. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good evening.
Um, I didn't see all in full of Diamond's, what she said on her platform, but the history has shown that Diamond and Andy's relationship has been pretty much toxic. Like I think Diamond is a troubled, toxic young lady that definitely for a long time has needed some therapy, some extensive counseling, and possibly even her son with D'Angelo too. Because when you look at the relationship and how things ended between D'Angelo and Angela. And then with Angela being gone so much in her career and not being there to raise her children, like a normal, working class parents that could be there as much as they could. Angie was gone a lot of the time, and Diamond was uh, was raised mostly by Angie's, I believe, her parents, so by her grandparents, by Diamond's grandparents. So I think that there is a hostility there. There's some animosity there that happens between a mother and a daughter, and that dynamic never was able to heal because of the way Diamond was holding that ill will still over her mom's head. You know what I mean? So, and that happens just even if your parent is not a celebrity. Like some children that don't grow up with one of the parents or both of the parents or being raised by the grandparent, they do have this longing and this feeling of abandonment, and then it turns into hostility. It turns into a lot of other things, and when those children don't deal with that, that's the end result that you get. Is what Diamond is doing now, is slashing out. I think in the moment when she spoke at her mom's funeral, in the moment, I believe parts of her meant exactly what she was saying, but then the behavior says something different, and it's a part of her that fights with that, right? So I think that that's what's going on with that young lady. I think that probably her and her brother both probably a long time ago needed to be in some type of therapy because of the toxicity, that has been in that parent child dynamic since they, pretty much were young and grew up. So that's my take on it.
All right, Storm.
Well, here's the thing I'd like to bring back up, and I want to keep it on the forefront. We spoke the other day about who rented the van, and allegedly, it is said that Champagne rented the van. And so, if Champagne rented the van and Champagne was not in the van, Champagne was her manager at the time. Yes, Champagne was managing Angie at the time of that. So now, if Champagne rented the van, allegedly speaking, they got a problem because who hired Lethal? Who hired Lethal? Because there's starting to be more salt to this mess. Champagne is named Deborah Champagne. Deborah Champagne is Angie Stone's manager or road manager, whatever one you want to call it. That's who she is. So now Ashton's not talking. Lethel's not talking. The other guy, I think it's Anthony, whatever his name is, he's not talking. No one's talking. Okay. Now, the police department did not get on the scene until almost 6 a.m. when the accident happened at 4:20. 4:20. Now, then Pillsbury comes along, and Pillsbury says that she helped Angie Stone. Well, we got a problem with the police report 1 and 2 because now it's not making any sense. Either the sergeant and the lieutenant is lying on their report to cover up for somebody. I say this why? There are no child charges levied against anyone. And it's virtually impossible with a vehicle homicide that you do not have charges, at least against the driver of the truck. The tractor trailer. But you don't have any charges against him. Citation. You don't have anything against Lethel. Citation. Okay. Now, then they took one accident report and split the accident reports up into 2 accident reports. Why would that be done? And list the fatality on the second report. The second report. Because the fatality technically was initiated by the first report. And the insurance claim can only start from the first report. So why would you separate 2 separate reports, the state of Alabama? Why would you do that? Why would you separate 2 reports? If you're not trying to prevent someone from getting a claim, what's the reason here? Why are you hiring? And on top of that, why is Pillsbury not on either report? So Pillsbury, you're saying, you're admitting openly that you participated in an accident and you left the scene. That is a criminal offense. What makes it a criminal offense is because you, Pillsbury, made a public comment to the world. You placed yourself at the scene. And in placing yourself at the scene, you are now part of the equation. The issue is, what part? Who brought you around? We have 2 hours that's not accounted for. Did you and somebody meet up and they say, hey, come and be a witness on this here for us so that we have a good story about this accident to keep Lethel from going to jail? Is that what's really going on here? I think so. I think so. Because nothing else makes any sense. I don't care about them 2 police reports. They don't make any sense. And I think those police reports are capped. Because the real story is not there. The partial of the story is not even there. Because their story don't make sense. Okay, the van never flipped over this way. Boom, 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 boom. It only flipped one time, slide. One time, slide. Mm-hmm. If Pillsbury was anywhere near Angie Stone, she would be with Angie Stone. Because the vehicle slid over. So it don't make any sense. This appears to be a fabricated lie.
Well, a lot of it don't make sense. It seems like a lot of people are colluding. Like if you've identified the manager rented the van, if she's the night manager, why wasn't she in the van? If there were 8 additional people in the van and Lethal was driving, then how come no charges have been brought? If there was a fatality and the gentleman from the 18-wheeler hit her, how come you don't see him in jail? He wouldn't be able to run away. If Courtney really rendered aid and she called 911, when did she do it? So it seems like everybody's colluding. None of it made sense anyway.
You know what I forgot to do that I did not do? I didn't call to get a recording of the 911 call. I just realized that. Need to
I
get a
wouldn't be
call.
surprised if there wasn't one. I wouldn't be surprised if 911 wasn't called
No,
when
dispatch,
the 18-wheeler, huh?
dispatch was called because they have the initial time of impact.
Mm.
So they were called. So
They created a 911 call.
yeah, they created a 911 call, but
They created a 911 call.
so they can't do that creation by text. There has to be vocal input, and it records.
Mhm.
So by recording that, I, in my thinking process, forgot to call and get copies of the 911 recording. And here's another thing that I want to say, since she's up on the screen. There's 3 things, and I think, Doc, you recognize this statement. Thoughts, feelings, and actions. Thoughts, feelings, and actions. If her daughter's thoughts were in the right place, her feelings would have been garnered in the right place. And her actions would not be the actions that she's displaying to the world. Because in her mind, she's thinking that she's partying with the world over her mother's loss, when in fact she's doing nothing but embarrassing herself and the legacy of her mom, because this would not have taken place. On top of that, I don't know if any of you are paying attention, the daughter of Angie's, the granddaughter, is right there in the midst of them popping shots and everything in front of the camera. That is not a responsible individual. Thoughts, feelings, and actions.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Harris, I want to add you up here, but it says devices is not connected. All right, so a lot of the people, they wanted me to bring up Angie Stone daughter. This is Diamond. This is a video that is going viral. A lot of people are speaking about it, and yeah, that's just what it is. And that's what we were talking about earlier. And back to, I don't know if you guys saw in the beginning, but to me, Angie Stone pretty much knew that they were coming after her. And I want to circle to OG.
Yeah.
OG, do you feel like she knew they were coming? And what did she do to prepare for that? How did she fall, OG? If you know the enemy is coming, OG, what she was preparing, how did she not see the play, OG? How did she not see it?
So here's the thing, and this is something that I didn't say yesterday on your platform. I was waiting for the right time. I spoke with my ex that worked in the industry, that actually worked with Angie Stone. That's how I actually got the audition years ago. The audition with Angie Stone was through my ex. Angie Stone and my ex worked together. Believe it or not, you guys, they worked on Paisley Park Records together. That's how long ago that was, when Prince was alive. That's why I say I got a Prince story. And Angie is a real OG, because baby Angie got some stories and secrets she never revealed to people. But you know, during the days of me being with my ex is where I learned a lot of stories. And he told me this story with him and Angie, right? And so when I tell y'all she's a real one, she's a real one. Angie knew. She knew that the expectation for the executives and the industries and the record labels that she was actually on her way planning to sue were going to come after her. She knew that this strong conglomerate, and I spoke to my ex about this today too, because I asked him how he felt about her passing and the situation, what's going on. And he said some things to me that was very unsettling and very problematic as what his beliefs are as well. He feels the same way a lot of people feel that Angie was targeted because she did this and because of the things that she also knew as well. And now with her coming and trying to collect her coins was a part of her being problematic. So when a artist is being problematic, they want to get rid of the problem. They want to silence the problem. They want to shut down the problem. They want to blackball and blacklist the problem. You know, I said that, yesterday on your platform, and that stood back with Angie, even way back when, after that whole D'Angelo situation, how they tried to make her the face of everything nefarious for the reason of the downfall of D'Angelo, and it was absolutely not her fault. So now to hear her say that letters were sent, phone calls was made, and things of that nature to say she was difficult, it definitely rings that veil of what has been going on in the industry for decades when they, have to spin the narrative of putting the blame on somebody else if somebody dropping the ball. And it was where D'Angelo was concerned. She got this blackball and blacklist. That's where it started for her. Mm-hmm. But she was also mistreated when it came to, because she was a thick, dark-skinned woman in the industry that, they made, let's not show your body in the videos. Let's only show your face and things of that nature. So they shamed her. They body shamed her. They dark-skinned girl. They were colorists in the industry, and they still are. And so when you see her talk about these things now, I believe it was so much more slowly that she was going to talk about that happened to her or things she experienced in the industry. And for her to tell close people to her around her that she was going to come after these conglomerates and that she wanted her coins. Several close friends, they did warn her, listen, you coming up against some giants. People like just recently Nikki Gilbert of Brownstone. She just came out on her platform talking about how she warned Angie. So Angie was forewarned, and she knew that they were going to come after her. I don't know if she knew to this depth of how that was going to happen. And that's the part that I haven't even been able to watch the funeral yet. That's the part that I was telling my ex that I've been struggling with, it just that, because him knowing her and working with her closely when they worked together at Paisley Park, it hits differently for him too as a musician, because they were executive producers for Paisley Park, working very, very close with one of Prince's artists during the Purple Rain days. That's how far they go back. But he hadn't seen Angie in a long time. So I asked him, I said, hey, she was going to get this residency in Vegas where you're going to be one of the musicians on there, because he knows Stone Paxton like I do. And he said that he was trying to get in touch with some people so that he can possibly get on that project had Angie Stone gotten that residency in Vegas, because he lives in Vegas now as well. So when I tell you guys that this is so surreal and it feel like it's coming full circle, now it hits me different too and makes me feel a way too. I haven't been able to watch all of the funeral. I've been getting sketches, but I do know that her and Diamond relationship has been toxic for a very, very long time, you guys. And I'm not saying Angie is toxic. I don't believe she has a toxic bone in her body. But when you're dealing with a hurt, toxic child that grew up as a child and now she's a young lady and she's still that way and has not gotten the therapy and things that she needed to get to deal with her issues with, with her feelings that she had towards her mom, then now she's problematic. And this is what you see. This is the end result of how the lash out of that toxicity comes out. So yeah, but
I want to also say something, because I want to ask the whole panel, But I know I got this video here. I know y'all want to hear the audio. I'm gonna show you the audio, and then I be thinking in my head, is Diamond gonna come out with a book, a tell-all book? And I think the enemy of Angie Stone is gonna come to Diamond and say, hey, you need to write a tell-all book about Angie. You have been the one that exposed Angie and let us know that she was a real monster. Tell us what happened. You know, what happened when Angie Stone neglected you as a child and went off? What happened? Something happened to you, you know, and I feel like that's what they're going to try to play for her. And she's going to feel like this is my time to shine. I'm going to write a tell all book about my mom and our relationship. And I think it might be crazy, you know. Press 3 if you can see the enemy doing that. I think that's a play they're trying. So I'm gonna play.
I could see her flipping it to be a form of neglect, but Angie was just like any other working mother. It's just a job that she had being in industry. That's what she did to make her money, just like it's what anybody else do in their career to make their money. And unfortunately, that's the price that was paid. She paid that price, and her children paid that price from her being away from home a lot, having to work, having to tour, work for different labels, producing, writing, and all of these different things. And unfortunately, just like in any other ordinary family where they parents say have to travel 80, 90% of the time, they're not at home. Of course, they're not raising their children. And then the children are being passed on to the grandparent or aunts and uncles, somebody older or whatever. And then now you see the end result of that child that grew up with abandonment issues and all these other things. Now you see it in the Diamonds of the world.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be wise for her to even try to write a book, because at this particular time, her credibility is being destroyed. So it would not be wise for her to write a book at this particular time, because in all honesty and actuality, there's not too many people that would believe what she's writing in the book, and people would say she's writing it out of anger. So I don't think it would be in her best interest to do that. I think it'd do more harm to her than anything if she did do that.
I agree with you, but she's not going to see it like that. She's going to see it as this her time to tell her story. This is her time to shine. She didn't have a singing ability like Angie. She wasn't a writer. She's not a rapper like her brother. What about her? Everybody's been neglecting her. And I think that's part of how she failed. You know, you said she wants attention. This is going to give her attention. Maybe not the attention that you would consider good attention, but like you said, Charles, she is of that mindset. Any attention is good, and this is attention she wants. And nowadays, you know, people watch shows like The Baddies fighting and chaos and drama. As long as the book is drama filled, I think that she is signed over with it. And I think that the enemy is going to push it to her, package it in such a way where, you know, so many women like you, Diamond, you know, feel like you was neglected like you are by these superstar moms. And this is your time, because everybody paints you as a villain, Diamond. You need to rewrite your story, Diamond. Let us know. Tell us the truth. And I think she'll buy into it, because she has been seen as the villain. She has been seen as a child that's ungrateful. You know, she's drinking, and I think they're going to tell her, this is how you can tell us why you do this, because people want to know, why are you drinking like this? Why are you showing out, Diamond? Why did you hit your mama, Diamond? Who does that? And I think they will give it to her. Will she take it? Not sure, but I think she would in this state of mind. But I definitely wanted to play this audio so you guys
could I say something?
Go ahead, Storm.
So I think that's partially correct, but I don't think that's the plausible thought. I think that because Michael is predominantly more industry royalty than Diamond, and seems to be less talkative, he would have the most juice because of D'Angelo and his mother. So if anything,
they can do 2 books.
Well, they can do 2 books, but I think that he would have the bigger payout for that rather than her, because he was just as disrespectful. And but because he has the R&B royalty lineage more so than her.
I think we see two good books.
Well, maybe, but I don't think Diamond could put out a good book. If she do, she would have to get outside of her hurt, tell her story factually as it is, and let that ride. But
that's not how the industry works, Storm. You don't have to tell your truth. You don't. It don't have. They're gonna add into it to make it more spicy. And she's not gonna write it. We know that all you got to do is tell them a story, and they write it for you. Hell, we got AI. She don't have to have too much of a brain to write a book. All she have to do is tell her personal stories from her perspective, and they're gonna help her. This is Hollywood. It's easy to write a book. Anybody can write a book. So I do want to read here. Elizabeth, you says, I don't think it's fair to show her like this. She is still a sister, y'all. I agree. And we want to pull her in. But Elizabeth, she put this on a public. She wanted us to talk about this, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, didn't she say she was not going to be on social media for a while because she's telling this? She turned around and do this. And she know we're looking at her. Didn't she come out and she criticized a lot of the critics for criticizing her? And then she turned around and do this. So she's letting you know, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Hey, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Hey.
Not only that.
She don't care. She don't give. She throwing the middle finger up at your motherfucking ass. She's saying, talk about me, bitch. I don't give a damn. Okay. I'm over here. I'm doing me. I'm about to show the world how I get down. What's up? Okay. That's how we doing it. Okay. We're going to be real with our shit. Because possibly she feels like she's tired of being in the shadows of everybody else. What about her? Like Charles said, she wants attention. What about her? But go ahead.
No, I was just saying, somebody in the chat named TD talking about he's excited that Trump got rid of the Integration Act. What are you talking about? Like, stop putting it in there. I know. Stop. I was gonna say I can't block him, but whoever block him, that's stupid.
I'll make you a moderator.
I'm already a mod. I just can't. I'm a mod. I just can't do anything while I'm back here. But he irking me. Y'all block him. He irritated me.
Yeah, moderators, get on your job. Get on your job, moderators.
So here's the thing. There are so many people mad at Angie's daughter that after the services they were trying to jump on her.
No way, Storm. Stop it.
Yeah, no. That's facts.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. They tried to.
Yeah, you didn't hear about that?
Where? No, I heard about it, but I didn't believe it, Charles. I said that's a lie. I don't believe it because I don't believe everything I hear.
No,
it was the truth. It was the truth.
She almost didn't make it out of South Carolina. And then here's another thing. I don't know if y'all noticed, but there's this gentleman that says he was Angie Stone's husband, and he did an interview on camera.
What? It go back to the best friend. She said everybody jumping out of the woodworks now all of a sudden. They cousins and friends and children. And it's just, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm with Gigi. You know, like, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he looked real busted up. I mean, you know, he really looked busted up. And they didn't let him say anything. So I'm wondering, is he Diamond's father by any chance?
Ain't no telling. You know, everybody gonna be something right now because they think they gonna get something out of it.
Exactly. Right about now, everybody gonna pop out of the woodworks trying to say they know this or they know that, or you know, they was there when this happened, or people gonna jump out of the woodworks right now. Just try to, 15 seconds of fame is good enough for them.
So. Yeah. So I don't know if the gentleman was Rodney Stone that was on there, but if somebody could pull a picture of Rodney Stone, and if I see it, I can tell you if that was him or not.
It probably was one of her husbands.
Yeah, but it's funny that they didn't allow him to say anything at the funeral. Why would that be?
Can you guys go back to the site, Diamond getting her butt whooped?
Okay, Aaliyah Swoop just verified what, so that is correct. Dennis Byron interviewed Diamond's father. Okay, so I didn't know it was his father. So Okay, so
To your
that's
question, Gigi, I think they had gotten into it and they were jumping on her, but I think there was some unresolved situations going on before Angie died anyway. So I don't
People
know.
are
I
saying
mean,
they're AI videos of the fight not true. Is the fight
I
real or
just
not?
heard it. I didn't see it.
no. That wasn't no AI. No.
So can you go into the story time of the fight, please?
Can I go into? Well, I know I can't because I can't remember exactly what took place, and I couldn't hear audio, so I can't really. I could. There was confrontation. I could tell you that.
Charles, can you tell me a
That
story
was
time of the
that
fight?
was they were married in the early 80s. That's when they were married. They were married in the early 80s and welcomed their daughter Diamond into 84 and filed for divorce a few years later. So him coming out right now, which I kind of figured that they were married years ago, back in the 80s. They got married, and Diamond was born in 84, and they filed for divorce a few years later after Diamond was born.
Gigi, to your question, they were fighting outside of the funeral, but I didn't see a video. I just
Which
heard
one?
rumors of it.
Which funeral?
If
For
I'm
what?
not mistaken, I thought it was the one in Atlanta, but I could be wrong.
That was
But
close.
I never saw or heard what went down, and I also heard it was fake as well. I heard people saying that it was like a fake video. So the validity
Mm.
of
Y'all
that,
gonna need
I'm
to
not
see that
certain.
video. I need you guys to email me that video because I need to show it. I want to see what's going on with the fight. Diamond about to get her butt whooped outside of the funeral. What? I heard
And
about it. I didn't believe it. So
and
I
the
need to
the
see it
topic
to
the
believe that.
topic
Where y'all getting this from?
the topic of the fight was about the cash apps.
I was just about to say that. Yep, they were mad because of they were probably mad because of that video she put out. And she said in the video that the reason she was putting out the Cash App. Now I did read this and I have to find it. But they were saying somebody made up a fake Angie Stone GoFundMe. And so she said in that video, I was giving my Cash App because people are making up fake accounts. So she was right. I did hear that initially, and I mean, when somebody passes away famous like Angie Stone, of course they're going to try to collect money. So I can believe that people were making up fake fund GoFundMe's now. She never specified what she needed the money for, and if you send it to her, then that's on you. But I can see why people got angry because she was like, if you want to give, give. If not, then shut the F up. You know what I'm saying? Like she going off. And
Exactly.
it's like, I didn't want
Exactly.
people to give, but a
Yeah.
lot of
But
people had already given to her, so they were angry. Because it's like,
yeah.
I'm
we gave to
And
I'm
you,
and
now
looking
you're
for the,
going
I'm
off
looking
on us.
for it right now.
yeah,
I'm looking for the video right now.
and and the other side of that coin was this is that she didn't need to raise any money because everything was paid for by Tyler Perry.
Mm. Which I don't think anybody knew that to the day of the funeral, though, because
Well,
they
but that's
made
true.
it apparent to say,
Nobody knew to the day of the
yeah.
funeral, but it's just the reason I'm saying is because of the
Hmm.
ethics behind doing it.
Hmm.
Why would you go to
Oh,
Cash
yeah.
App when you know that everything is okay? You making it look like to the world we're destitute and we need this help now. Why would you do that? Because
I'm,
Diamond doesn't live
from
that
where I
kind of life.
sit, from where I sit, I just felt like she was using her mom's death as a way to get money. I don't know
Well,
if
that's
I
what I'm
saw it
saying.
as a family thing. I just saw it as, excuse me, I think it was an easy way for her to get money. Now, I continue to say, you can see that twofold. If you gave it to her, you can't complain about, oh, wait, no. If you didn't, then okay, there's room to say, well, that's kind of informal. I don't want to send you any money to your Cash App. But Diamond gives me, so when we think about Angie Stone, a couple of things she said. She said, I'm not touring because I want to, I'm touring because I have to. So that makes me feel like it's not that Angie Stone may not have had money. She didn't have a lot of it. And she still, we think about our day to day. I think her concerts, her singing, that was helping her to live her day to day.
Listen,
If I'm not mistaken, shared a house with the sister, maybe the son, the kids. They were all
listen,
living in one home, and we don't know
listen.
what their financial situation
Here,
was.
here's the situation. Angie did not have any money. Angie barely had enough money to situate themselves to go to Alabama and then go
Exactly.
to other show. In fact, it is said that Stone's brother was trying to give Angie some money because she needed money.
Well, now you know why Diamond was looking for cash apps.
Angie did not have money. You could tell from the house. Look at the background of the house that Diamond's in. You could tell. Come on. If you look at that room that Angie was in when she did her lives, you could tell. Small house. She listen. She had to file bankruptcy. Her medical expenses was taking her out.
Well, Diamond, look, they didn't expose you, Diamond. Girl, you knew all this time Tyler Perry's gonna pay for that goddamn funeral. And you up here talking about some cash app, okay? Diamond, come on now. Just tell us you want them cash out for that alcohol and for that wig and the weave. Okay, that's all it was. That's all it was. And we seen her drinking it. You know, that's all she want them cash out for. And I don't know what's going on, Diamond. Diamond, your mom is Angie Stone. You could have, found a good man that was financially set, that could have took care of you, girl. You could have been a housewife. What was you doing, Diamond? Shit. I don't understand what was Diamond doing.
She can't be no she can't be no housewife looking like that.
But what I will say is,
I'm definitely not from Atlanta.
I heard you talking about the house, but I think a couple months ago or not too long ago, Angie Stone, she actually did a tour of her house. And they were saying she stayed in like a $600,000 home. So I don't think they lived in a small home. I think they all stayed in a pretty nice house in Atlanta. But I think that
$621,000.
Okay, so a $621,000 house for Angie Stone, that's considered a convention. Okay, so what, 5-6 rooms for? Okay, all right.
I don't know, but I don't have no $600,000 house, so it got to be pretty nice.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. That's not much of a home for that many people to be living in.
And that's in Atlanta. You have to understand, in Atlanta, heck, you can get a $300,000 home and it looks like a mansion. In Georgia, you get a $300,000 home in Georgia, and it some of them look like mansions.
I can
Here's
tell
what
you
I don't say. I don't know what her
very well off of a $500,000 home in Atlanta. Very well.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, and I don't know her financial situation, but what I know is, I think the purpose of a lot of what we're doing is to try to get justice for her. But the fact that she was working hard, I don't really care what they lived in. My concern now is with Diamond. Somebody does need to help. I think that there are going to be a lot of opportunities that come her way. I do think that it is so horrible that Angie Stone passed March 1st and it's March 20th, only 19 days later, 20 maybe if you want to count it that way. And she's just out of control right now. And it's like, she's showing who she is. They say when a person shows you who they are, believe them the first time.
Believe it.
And you have to believe it. But Gigi also said, people are like, well, don't talk about it. She's putting it out there. Whether it's a cry for help.
Right?
What?
It's the twerking videos.
Everything.
She gonna start shaking that ass.
Hey, she might can make some money off the twerking videos. I mean, let's do that.
I can't.
Got me over here choking.
I would choke too. I mean, hey, look, Diamond, I would put up a fans only page. I mean, maybe she'll get paid.
Get her a couple milk that night.
No, I'm being. I'm just saying, how do you do it?
I mean, at the end of the day, she putting it out there. I think Diamond is, if I be honest with you, I think it's a lot of guilt. It's a lot of hurt. It's a lot of stuff she going through. She wants some attention right now. Y'all got to understand, sometimes it ain't about the right attention. It's just about the attention, and she's getting it. That's all that matters. Sometimes
Well,
people want you to talk about them. It makes her viral. It gets her the attention she needs. Some people don't see that as bad attention. She's getting attention at this point. As Gigi said, she put it out. Gigi has a platform. She can talk about it, and you can spin it any way you want because that's the perception she's giving. So
But
she getting
puzzle, let's not
attention.
forget, I'm helping her. And let me tell you
Yeah, you
how.
are.
When something happens to her, you're gonna say, hey, we already know it was red
Mm-hmm.
flag on to play with her. She's
Mm-hmm.
an easy target. She's making herself an easy target.
Mm-hmm.
She's telling Angie enemies, hello, come get me, y'all. I'm effed
Mm-hmm.
up. I'm alone. I don't have nobody. I'm
Mm-hmm.
here. I love this alcohol. Come get me,
Mm-hmm.
come get me, come get me. Okay. So when you hear a report, and I hope not, and it's
Me
just an
too.
accident, just like Bobby Christina, all of y'all gonna be like, oh, it happens. Damn, that's sad. She got taken out and her mama. Well, she had a drinking problem, child. So you already know.
Yep.
Hell
Yep.
no, she was targeted. She was
Mm-hmm.
targeted. All this shit is adding up.
And
And we just
I
want
agree.
her to be watchful, but she don't believe. She's not a believer.
Right.
So it's up to you guys to keep an eye on her. Because the other side, they're monitoring her. I'm sure they probably gonna send her a man. I know they're gonna send her a man. Okay, they're gonna send her ass a man. I bet you, if she like men, but they're gonna send her a man or whatever she like. Whatever she like, I don't know. Whatever she like.
Send us
They
some
gonna
options.
okay.
look, now watch this. Watch this. I believe that Deborah Champagne is going to come up with some salacious stuff pretty soon. I think that the next phase of this whole process is about to come to light, and it's going to come real fast. They trying to keep it undercover, but they're going to force us. They're going to force us to light it up.
They
Now,
don't have to light it up because if you look at it, everybody has a bad reputation. They paint Whitney Houston negative. They paint
Yep.
all the stars that leave. They paint Bill Cosby. If you know they paint Bill Cosby negative, and Bill
Yep.
Cosby, I ain't never thought he would do anything horrible or negative, but he has a bad reputation, Bill Cosby. That is the black father figure. You understand? So just wait for it. They're gonna come with some negative, horrible Angie Stone articles, like they
Of
do
course.
everybody else.
Oh yeah,
Of
that's
course.
coming.
They're gonna
That's coming.
use the kids to do it. Okay, okay. So and Jill Scott and Alicia Keys, they want to get their lick back. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh, this bitch gonna
Yep.
name me. They want to get their lick back. They're not gonna do it. They're gonna get somebody else to do it for them.
I will
And
never.
they've been very silent. They've been very quiet. They haven't said a word
I will never
so
play
far.
another Alicia Keys song on my radio station ever. Ever,
So
ever, ever, never.
I want to play this right here. I'm going to put myself on silent.
Something. So for y'all watch.
Doesn't treat you the way I am being treated. God bless, and I'm logging off. Until next time, just know God ain't sleep and karma had everyone's address. Be careful of the things you say and do. That is all.
We almost said, okay, we at 500 and something. So for y'all watching, I've been seeing some stuff on the internet, but I'm not in internet mode. I posted my Cash App today because people were asking where they could send money to us. Because of all the scams and all the things that's been going on, I posted my Cash App. If you want to donate, donate. If you don't. All that negative, where her money at, why she doing this, it don't fucking matter why I'm doing it. Some of y'all have no respect for the dead or their family. Some of y'all have no idea what we going through.
Hello?
So I'm saying this one time.
Yes, it is.
And one time only. If you don't want to send no fucking money, keep your nasty ass comments to yourself. Cause now ain't the time, nor the place. And anybody who know me know I go 10 toes about mine.
So if you don't want to send nothing, don't. We don't need you to send nothing, but if you want to, feel free. I'm living my worst nightmare. And people dragging my name, my brother, like, go to hell. And God bless at the same time. I shared my mama with the world. Y'all lost a celebrity. Y'all lost an artist. I lost my mama. And I don't give a damn how nobody feel. Because that's my mama. Mine. And I wasn't going to address this. I wasn't going to say nothing. But some of y'all comments are downright vile and disgusting. And you should be ashamed of yourself. But God ain't asleep and he ain't dead. And karma can spin the block for you at any moment. Be careful what you speak out of your mouth. Be very careful of the things you say. Because it could be you. So again, the Cash App is not a scam. It is my Cash App. If you want to send something, I welcome it. If you don't, you do not have to. We good. But that's for people who was asking. Now y'all have a blessed night.
I do like that with listening to Angie partying. I do like that. But she looked, despite everything, she seemed like she is a good time. She seemed like she is a party girl. She will make you laugh. She crazy. She crazy. She keep me laughing. I tell you that. So I definitely feel like if she wants attention, she can get a lot of attention on social media. She can blow up. Her personality and just the things that she got with her mouth, it reminds me of Shamar, the guy that leans to the side, and it's just a lot of those characters out there that are very popular. I mean, that is the time that we're in. So if she wants attention, she definitely going to get it. I just fear that Angie enemies is going to take her and use her to harm, Angie. I know Angie is gone, but her legacy and everything else, spear her name more. All right. Your thoughts, Magic, you've been quiet.
I totally agree, Gigi. I just feel that she's grieving in the way that she's grieving, and it's understandable, but at the same time, she needs to really be cautious about, those people are still out there, the same ones that, are in the dark behind the scenes that, did whatever they did, to her mother. She could possibly be a victim as well. And also her brother. Like, this is not the time to be partying. There's a time to party, there's a time to play, and there's also a time to be cautious. And I feel like this is not the time to be partying. She needs to be getting with the legal team to find out all of the money that was taken from her mom. How can she locate the publishing? How can she get the royalties? How can she get the mechanicals? All that money that was taken. Like, she really needs to be somewhere, I would say, like, in hiding. I would not be, the last thing I would be on social media if my mom is owed millions. I would not be on social media.
Magic,
Period.
50 million.
I would not be on social media. Period.
Yeah, 50 million, girl. Magic, tell me this. Angie knew they were coming for her. So what happened? Did she not prepare right, Magic?
I thought about that. I'm glad you asked me that question, Gigi, because you're very sharp. But you know that I'm a live wire too. I did think about that. And what I can tell you is that where I feel that I think Angie went a little bit off course is you never let the left hand know what the right is doing. And when she started
Yep.
her chronicles online and she started to reveal things, and remember, Puffy, he's still in the detention center in Brooklyn, New York. So, she mentioned his name. She's told us, I'm going to be telling you secrets. I'm going to be going. I feel that she should have stayed away from that. I don't feel she should have told the internet about the Diesel team. I felt she should have kept that all incognito, very private. Because remember, I didn't even know she was in Paisley Park. And look what they did to Prince on an elevator and said something happened on a plane. And all I'm saying is that when artists do recognize that something has happened to them over time and they're able to be aware, like, wait a minute, where is this and where is that? The first thing you need to do is to either start to look into changing your name like Prince did. And remember, he just put a symbol. So start with changing your name. Go into hiding. Keep it very private. Only tell the people that you have, that you trust, your family, your friends. It could be very little. And document things. Put things away. Document it somewhere. Have things notarized. Like, it's that time to get, your legal team on point. So in the event that something does happen to you, they have these legal documents stating, and file something with the court. Even if it's something, miscellaneous, file it because it's documented.
You know what, Magic? You're absolutely right. But I got to add to you, Magic. I think one of her issues were that she trusted everybody around her. And she needed to get a whole new set of group. She should have just blocked everybody and counseled everybody. But that's her part. She wanted to believe in goodness in everybody. She doesn't. I mean, what Magic? When somebody is used to taking advantage of you, and that is their relationship with you, you might not see it like that, but I'm gonna see it as hell. Now I can't take advantage of your ass. Now you acting fake. Hell. Well, take her ass out of here. Give me that money. Shit, I'm here for business. And now you're going to cut me out and you're going to be more awoken and stuff now. No, that's that bull crap. I signed up to take advantage of your ass, but I'm going to play nice, because.
But I would say that too with her character. She was too nice. That's another thing. Look at the world we live in these days. You cannot be too nice. And guess what? You cannot trust everybody. And guess what? Old friends, Don't even if you know somebody in the past, doesn't mean that person needs to be in your future. And I just feel like, there was a decline from a lot of her being in the spotlight for a while, years past. I feel she actually started too late for her investigation. I think she should have did this like 20 some odd years ago. Like, she did mention that Oprah said, you have to have somebody looking at somebody, looking at somebody and looking at them. So she did hear when Oprah said that, and that was over 15 years ago, because I remember that. But what I'm saying is that I believe that she waited too long when, to go after this, when she didn't really have that much fight in her. She had it, she wanted to do it, but she didn't have the energy to do it, to pursue it all the way. And I do feel that sometimes we have to stray away from people that you can't bring the whole team. You can't bring the whole, community with you. Sometimes you have to let stray dogs stray. And I feel that she just had too much of an open heart in this cruel world that we do live in. And until we see that in the reality that, guess what? This is a wicked world that we live in. When they're doing seances and you can see the news reporter, they have like a little glitch in reality, and you see them playing satanic music behind the scenes, and they're playing these songs dressed in these robes and stuff. And you say, hold on, was that Channel 7 News I was just looking at? And then it snapped back like, do we see that? So, I mean, come on. You got to know this is a wicked world we live in. Not everybody here is carrying a light. Not everybody here has a light. And I feel that she trusted too many people and she spoke too fast. Just like Michael Jackson, he started talking out. That's why they always have those pictures and you see them with their fingers like this and you see SHHH or SSHH, because nobody wants to tell. Nobody wants to tell a secret, but I felt that she should have kept whatever she was doing, she should have kept it behind the scenes. She should have
Stone Paxton, he said that He tried to tell her. He tried to tell her not to say anything right now and everything, but because of her frustration and her anger, that she knows these people that was supposed to be so close to her and care so much about her. These were the very ones that was taking from her and know about it, and they were all involved in it. If I'm not mistaken, Paxton said that he wished she would have kept it in, but that's Angie Stone. She had enough of it. She had enough, so it came out, and I can
But she
understand
said
that.
that
But
too. She said it too, though, when she did her video. She said that her team were reaching out to her because they didn't want her to say anything. But she was
to
like,
say
there were some
anything,
dirty people
exactly,
that were
right,
around her. And I think,
Because
to be
you have to
honest
have
with
an
you,
ultimate surprise.
you do. But I think, to be honest with you, I think Angie Stone held it in for as long as she could because she wasn't
right.
getting the
That's
result
what
that
they
she
said.
wanted. And
That's
I
what he
think
said.
that I mean, I don't know this to be true. This is just my opinion, but I feel like she was prepared for whatever the end result was. Because I think she just felt like, look, if I don't put it out here, then, and you think about when Stoney was talking, he said the guy that had taken a lot of her songs and put his name on it, that they reached out to him, he disappeared, and she was like, don't worry about it, don't this. I think she just
Hmm.
got tired because you have to
Tired,
remember,
right,
people always want to say there are three sides to a story, and I get that, but there's also just truth. And I get Stoney's talking out and everybody's saying whatever, but we don't know who the actual people are that were causing her this dismay. It may not have been him, but a lot of people were closing doors, and she just felt like, look, let me put this out here because it's what we're doing right now. These conversations we have, we're exposing it. Whether people realize it or not, just one person has to know. I don't know if people realize it, but when Angie Stone did that video in December, there were only 50 people that showed up in her live. If you go back and look at it now, after it was recorded, there are hundreds of thousands. But when she first got ready to record, she said, I'm gonna wait for 50 people to get here. Now, I don't know if she was
right,
recording on
right,
YouTube
right.
or she posted it, but you think all of these things are starting to be publicized now in her death. Now, sometimes, unfortunately, that's how people win. Yeah, we want her to be alive. Think about what happened with, you all keep mentioning Michael Jackson and Prince. Prince was having problem with his royalties. Michael Jackson, they were claiming he owed all kind of stuff, but they were worth more in death than they were in life, which is crazy. But it's like, why would I give it to you? And she's fighting, she's saying, she's telling. Now, you look at all of these people that are colluding. Unfortunately, her family got something to do with it. The people she worked with, some of the people that were closest to her. And people can say what you want, but they all have something to do with it because each one of them are showing signs of guilt, each one of them, and from her daughter on down. I don't know if her daughter had anything to do with money, but a lot of that cry out is, I'm guilty. Ashton can't say nothing, but he at the funeral talking stupid, telling stupid stories. Even the best friend, she's talking, I'm not saying she had nothing to do with it, but she's even telling personal story. It's like, you think about that for a moment. Everybody got something to say right now, but when she was struggling and trying to get her money, where were any of you all? Because she
Right,
said it.
Puzzle. And Puzzle, I gotta ask something to you about the daughter. Cause
Mm.
God damn it, Puzzle, if my mom got on this internet and said that somebody was after her, you
I'm
know I'm
coming for
fighting
you.
10 toes with my mama.
I'm
Okay,
coming for
I'm not
you.
waiting after. Who doing something
Mm.
to my mama? I'm gonna protect her. I'm looking out because hell,
Period.
that's my
Period.
lifeline. God damn it,
Period.
that's my lifeline. So was she protective over her mom? Did she come to her mom, man, when her mom was
You know
crying
what?
for help, saying, they're coming after me. They try to take me out of here. I didn't hear a peep from her ass.
Right. And to be
Can
honest with you,
you
when
hear
she
me?
recorded the video, it was somebody in the
Yeah, we hear
background
you,
and kept.
OG.
Okay. I just want to say
Oh, go
something
ahead.
right quick because I have to get off the panel.
Okay.
She did fire a lot of people, and she had a whole new management team that was, Vasile and Stone them and everything. So she was making changes, you know what I mean? And I think that she knew because of her health and everything, she was trying to make everything right. She was trying to get everything together. So if she knew she had to sue these conglomerates, that, she would have to have some fight left in her to do that. So let me get a whole new team of people that's going to look out for my best interest. And I think she had finally found that in Basile's management team, and people behind her that was trying to get her, that was getting her actually the residency in Vegas. So I think it was a slow process. And they probably did tell her, not to talk about it. But I think it was a thing where she was like, no, let me let people know what's going on, because this is the year of exposing. People have been being exposed for their lies, for their deceit, for their stealing of artists' stuff. Even though we've been hearing this for years and decades, more people are speaking out now about it. Like, they're getting on platforms, whether it be theirs or some others, and they are speaking out. So I can understand her part, being that as an artist that has taken in so much for so many decades and having things happen to her and not saying anything. So I think it was a part of, guys, I get where y'all coming from, but I've been silent long enough, and now I'm going to speak my piece. I think that that's where Angie was with her life and her career, and trying to get it right, hiring a new management team and things of that nature. So hopefully they will continue on, with that process. She doesn't have to be here for that to happen. All it takes is somebody that cares, with some money and some resources, like Vasile and his management company and team and organization, to see that that happens. Now, I do agree that her children, who now are her next of kin, because Angie was not married anymore, need to, get their head straight, get on board right with her management team, to try to, say, look, we with y'all. We need to fight to try to get my mom coins, even though she's not here. We are the next of kin that is rightfully ours, and we need to fight for it. This is what I would love to see her children do. They got to get their heads on straight together first. You know what I mean? Their mom is gone. Yes, it's a grieving process, but also they got to realize that the entertainment industry is a business, and they're going to have to be about that business. You know what I mean? So getting their heads together and getting prepared for that is what they actually should be doing. I just want to say that. I'll hop back on if I can. If not, I'll be in the chat and I'll be listening. And thank you guys. Thank you, Gigi, once again.
Thank you, OG. We really
Quick
To
question:
that
does the
point
record
though,
label have
oh,
a
go
life
ahead.
insurance policy on her?
That's if she was truly still signed, but it depends on how her death was. So, and let me say this before we were talking about the daughter. It's something that it pauses me, because Gigi, you said, will you go 10 toes down? I would have. And I think for me, hearing Patrice, she's like, they got to get their heads right. These some grown ass people. Let me say this. You knew what your mama was up against. You know what the hell she doing. Ain't about getting your head right. It's about you stopping this bullshit that y'all have been doing for the past years, looking to your mom to supply everything. At this point, she's gone.
Yeah.
But at the same token, what part are you playing in it? Because see, for me, something don't feel right. To the point of 10 toes, I don't give two craps what my mama had going on. If you talk crazy to my mama, you do anything to hurt her, baby, they would have took both of us out, because that's just how that works. That's how I'm gonna go down. For me, if I know my mom is saying I should have been able to retire by now, and everybody's saying she was sick, let's be very clear. Angie Stone may have had diabetes. She could have been overweight, but what really had her sick was what happened with her blood. That's what really caused her to
Right.
get sick and lose that weight. And all of that was something that happened. And she told you that. She said, out of the blue, something happened. They have been trying to take her out. For many of these celebrities, they try more than once. It's about spinning the narrative. What do you want to believe? Oh, the kids are hurting. The kids. Look at her son. He's trying to build his career. Look at the
Right.
daughter. And it's like, y'all, listen, you think about it for a moment. Should we be fighting for our mom? And I'm not saying they're not, but it's just something that doesn't feel good. She ain't lukewarm in the
Mm-hmm.
goddamn ground, and y'all all got a different focus. Diamond out here getting drunk, doing her thing. The son over here focused in. Everybody that was supposed to be in the car, ain't nobody got nothing to say. Stoney on the camera talking about, I'll put a lien on my house. Well, why didn't you? See, talking sounds real, real good, but why you didn't put some truth to power, bro? When did you put the lien on the house to go get her money, when you figured out who this grimy ass person was that was stealing her fucking music? Like, everybody saying something, but ain't nobody doing nothing. That's what irritates me. It don't take nobody close to me but one time to say something, and then we're gonna go do what we gotta do. Period. There's no more conversation. I'm going to put myself in a fire. And nobody is more angry about it than we are. Look how angry we are, and look how they out here chilling. Make it make sense.
Well,
It
because
sounds good.
you made me put that. You made me put my mom in that goddamn position of Angie Stone.
Period.
It pisses
God
me
damn
off. It pisses me
it.
off. But that's why I be angry.
I'm angry.
I'm sorry that Angie Stone didn't have anybody there to support her or to really protect her. It's
Period.
like she just found out that they were doing all this conniving behind her back, and she was just appalled. She couldn't believe this shit. She said, "No, y'all got to figure out because they deceived me. I was out here. I did not know, So
But
she
not
wants.
everybody getting views.
But isn't her son about to go on tour with D'Angelo? Aren't they about to go on tour? That's what I heard through the streets.
That's what I heard. That's
That's
what I
what
was
I heard
saying.
through these two streets. I heard they're about to go on tour. So I'm like, what?
But Magic, GG, Doc, y'all don't see everybody getting views off Angie now. Now everybody got something to say. But when she was putting
Exactly.
herself out there, y'all was like some little ass quiet mouth. Didn't nobody had nothing to say.
Right.
When nobody saying nothing, did nobody have her back. Now Stoney's like, I can tell my story. But if you was so vested, what were you afraid of? You was in the
But
storm. You
Tony's not
found
really
out who
telling
it
the
was, my
story. He's
guy.
leaving out all the blanks. He's not saying names. He's giving us hypotheses. And I'm like, when we wait for him to drop, he's like, oh, that's going to be on part 2, part 3.
Facts.
Let me tell you something. Drop it. Because it's not going to be no part 2 or part 3. Because you done
Period.
had us for a good half an hour and you ain't really say nothing. So I'm sorry. Miss me with that. Stop playing in our face.
Magic.
Stop playing
Which
in our
house
face.
did he put it?
I'm with you,
What
man.
house did he
He's
put a
playing in
lien
our
on?
face.
Where the money at, Magic? You said you was
Oh,
going.
he said it was a Jamaican dude that had over 300 million that signed the deal, the contract. So where's that dude at? And why is he talking? I'm sorry, did he get deported? I'll wait.
Yeah,
Because
because
they
it ain't
really
nothing to
playing in
wait
our
for.
face. They're playing in
Everybody
our
got a
face.
story. Everybody got a good story. Everybody got a
Yeah.
new narrative right now.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
Angie,
wasn't he supposed to? Wasn't Paxton supposed to drop the names? What, about a week ago?
he ain't dropping no
Maybe about a
names.
week ago.
This
said he was
morning he
gonna.
had something out. I was watching it. He talking about, well, I'm gonna save that. I can't say the name now, but and I can't say the place now and the location. But she did get a call. But I'm gonna hold that. But I'll give it to you. And he's playing games. I don't even trust him. I don't even
What in
trust
the
him.
hell?
I don't allow.
I don't trust him. No. Nope.
Magic.
Absolutely not.
I don't allow nobody to jerk me around. Okay.
Yeah.
Period.
Like a yo-yo. He's playing games.
Jerk me around. Get off.
Because guess what? Either you gonna be about your business or you not. We not gonna play. If I'm gonna put myself out there, I'm calling all names. Because if you coming for me, take me with baby. If you gotta, I'm telling you, they be on this bullshit and they all be acting like they got their little chest poked up now. Now you all about it because she dead. Stop playing
Why
with me,
didn't he
bro.
go
Y'all
to the
irritating.
funeral, Puzzle? Why wasn't he at the funeral? Puzzle,
Period.
Magic Doctor. Why he didn't show up at the
Period.
funeral?
Period.
He said he had previous engagement or something.
But this
Okay.
this your
Yeah.
ace coon
But
boom
you
that you
saying
was
that you
helping
was
get
like
money.
that with her? You're saying that you were like that with her and you were hiding all these secrets, like, the magic tune? Like you're revealing stuff little by little because you got to protect her? You would have been there. He would have been there. And
Well,
to me, that looked like a
well,
seance.
right now,
I'm
she's
sorry. The
gone.
funeral looked like it didn't look
She's
like a
gone
funeral. It looked
now.
like a seance. It looked like a seance.
Right.
Okay?
Doctor, they had two. How many funerals did they have? And he couldn't make nothing.
3. They had 3, didn't they? They had.
No,
They
2.
had.
Wasn't it 2?
There was a viewing. There was a viewing.
No, I
There
think the
was the
viewing was the
first.
day of the South Carolina funeral. I think it was right before the funeral.
Okay.
So I think it was
Well,
just
When Delta
right,
Theta
3.
came
They
out,
had
I
3
had to close
then.
my ears and
They had
mute.
3.
I didn't want to hear none of that singing, none of that satanic
Because
music.
I'm
It
looking.
felt like a
I'm
seance.
looking at a leak. I'm looking at a leaked video right now from the funeral home. They forgot to turn off the live stream, and I'm looking at that. They forgot to
come
turn off
on,
the
God,
live
be about
stream.
it.
They forgot to turn off the live stream, but there's no audio. There's no audio, but you see people walking around her casket and everything, and they're talking about something It was on the news.
They were chanting. They were chanting, and it was demonic, and it looked like a seance. And I had to turn my volume off.
I don't believe y'all. I don't believe y'all. Are you?
No,
I had to turn
hold
my
up,
volume
hold up,
off.
hold
I'm not
up.
letting that thing come through my. No, I had to turn it
shit.
off. Nope.
Don't
No,
believe
I wasn't listening to
I
that.
ain't seen that,
Okay,
Gigi.
all right. You
I
don't
ain't
want to
seen
hear
that.
it. I promise you. I muted it so I couldn't hear it coming through my.
it.
You don't want to hear that.
I don't believe it. It can't be. It
Look like they were dressed down in purple robes. Okay,
can't be.
minus the purple rain. It's very scary.
I don't believe it.
I was in my house like, oh hell no! I turned down the volume all the way down, looking like, the hell is I said, no, I can't watch that. I said, no, they playing. They playing. I don't do
playing in
that. I
your
don't
face,
play that.
Magic?
No.
They
Nah,
playing in
huh?
your face? They playing
Oh
in your
yeah, they
face?
playing demonic games. I don't play that ever since The Exorcist. I don't play with any
I don't
spirituality,
watch
none
that
of that.
shit
I
either.
don't do none of
No,
that.
I don't
No,
watch that either.
absolutely not. They were
That's
chanting.
crazy. I didn't see
I
it though, for
don't even
real.
want to
I
say
didn't
it. I
see
don't
it.
even want to say it. They were chanting. That was a chant.
Is that what they were doing?
Yes,
Because
they were chanting, and I don't even want to
Where
say
did
it
y'all
or
see that
do
at?
it. It was on. They were dressed when they came to sororities. They were like, "We're part of the sorority," and she joined us a year ago. And she most
You talking
likely
about the
joined the
Zetas?
sorority because she needed help, and she thought the sorority was going to help her, not knowing that they was going to take her down the yellow brick road.
I can't stand you, Magic. I can't stand you.
Gigi
I
loves.
can't stand you.
I love magic.
Not the yellow brick road. Where Dorothy?
Yeah,
Nah,
Aretha
we
Franklin. They had her in red shoes. That was
yeah,
crazy. They put her
with the
in a
legs
box with
crossed.
red heels on. So come on,
did
yeah.
did anything come out? Because I know that it was closed casket, but have they shown anything with the casket open yet, or no?
No, they showed a visual of a picture of her laid out. So what they did was they showed the casket, but then they showed these other pictures of her at another ceremony where they showed the body and they showed her dressed up and they put it next to the casket. So it looks like she's on a sideline and the casket is there. That was creepy. I don't know why they did that, but they did that. It's online. I saw it. I said, ooh. I said, I don't know why these people play with people in the real world, that we're living in this real time, and then they play with you in the spiritual. Because, okay, you could get somebody in the physical, but there is a spiritual world outside of the physical. So all these people that's doing these charades and putting on these performances, it wasn't real. It wasn't authentic. Because where were these people? They said, oh, this person had this much money. This person had that. This person was prestige. This person, we had her back. They were not there for her when she needed. That's why she was in the sprinter on the road. Well, she shouldn't even have to perform. She will still be here with us if those same people that are coming out now saying that they were with her was really with her. She would still be here with us because she would have never been on the road.
Yeah. Somebody asked about sororities. You can pledge undergrad in college or you can pledge grad chapter. She was a Zeta and she became a Zeta in I want to say June of July of 24.
I don't
So
know nothing about sorority, so I would like if we
I'm
just
glad I go. I'm not into that.
no. I
Mm-mm.
was just
let's.
responding to the
I
question.
understand post.
Oh,
I'm just saying it
Yeah.
in the future because I don't want to go down,
Oh
beating up
no.
sororities and people feeling some type of way. So
mm.
I don't. Let's. I'm lead that.
I didn't. That's why I was saying the pictures I saw. I saw the Zetas at the Atlanta funeral, but like all the pictures and stuff, I didn't see a lot. To be honest with the funeral, a lot of the clips I saw, I just kind of fast forward through a lot of stuff when I saw the funeral because it was too long. Some of the people that were up there, I just didn't get a good vibe from them. I didn't even listen to Tyler Perry, to be honest. I heard snippets of him from other things that people put up. He just, no disrespect to him. I don't know him. I know friends that have known him, but it's just something about him that he's fake, and I don't like that. I understand people be like, oh, he do. Y'all have no idea some of the stuff that this gentleman has done. And so sometimes when I see people get in the pulpit and they always spewing God, it bothers me. Like, stop that. Don't touch my anointed. Yes, I think Angie Stone was an anointed person. I think God loved her. I think she's up there with the Father. but I don't need you to get up there and preach to me. And sometimes that bothers me because you're just putting on a show. You need to be able to get that notoriety. You want people to be like, oh, what you said was so prolific. I don't get that vibe. That bothers me. Stop doing it. If you paid for it, great. Do it for the comfort of your, do it for knowing that you did it. But you having to publicize it, and no disrespect, as beautiful as the roses were, they kind of creep me out, if I be honest with you. It creeped me out. I had never seen anything like that. I did think it was pretty, but it was a little weird for me. And a lot of that funeral, no disrespect, it can be a celebration, but that funeral did seem very dark to me. And when I say dark, I'm not talking about like people that were dark. It almost seems like it was dark in the venue. It was just something about that just was weird. But regarding him, he doesn't give me a good vibe. You know what I'm saying? And for me, when Whitney Houston died, I always say this. I'm one of Whitney's biggest fans. I went to her grave site. Think it's a lot, baby. I got videos, pictures, everything. And I remember I wanted to go to the funeral and it was private. They sent me an obituary. I got a digital copy. And I just remember thinking to myself that so many people made money off of Whitney because they played it like, if she had not been doing drugs then, and you can do this. And it was like, y'all do know that Whitney, she had her past, she had her situation, but y'all are trying to spin her death based on drugs. And now with Angie Stone, everybody's speaking out. Oh, well, it's because, they need to do this. Where were any of y'all when they were going through this stuff? That's what bugs me. Like now everybody, all these big celebrities can show up at the funeral and tell a good story, but nobody's seen you. I didn't even know you knew her, and it's like, it just drives me crazy. It puzzles me. It's
You know what's
irritating.
the haunting part to me prior to them doing this thing that I would say looked like a seance? When the women, it was three of them from the Zeta, and they started to speak. And they
Mhm.
said, we're going to do a roll call, and we're going to call, all of our Zetas one by one. And when that
Mhm.
started, I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah,
Then you
exactly.
start
Yeah,
hearing the names that
that
they were
was a
calling.
ritual.
Yes. Then they
That was
started
a
calling out the
ritual.
names. I heard Vivica Fox. I heard a lot of different people's names that they were calling, and I said, what? Are you kidding me? These names, I was just like, I was blown away. I said, okay, yeah, this is definitely something going on here. And then they were saying, if we miss your name, we're going to call back again. But it felt sinister. It felt dark. And
Blame Tyler Perry because he was the one that put that in there talking about the anointed. Wasn't he over that? Wasn't that his productions?
Mhm. Now, I will say, not to talk specifically about sororities, but I do know. Okay, I'm not gonna put it out there, but the names that they call are the members. Now, why they did it the way that they did their boule. Everybody's gonna do something different. It did seem a little off. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I can understand people not understanding it also if you're not a part of a sorority or a fraternity. There are different things they'll do for funerals. They sometimes do it in private, they do it at wakes. This time I did see it a little bit differently. But I will say, if you're not a part of a sorority or fraternity, some of that is going to look kind of weird to you. I'll just put it that way and leave it where it is. I will say
yeah, the
that.
older woman, she did mention, she said, this, we are all part of she started said alphabet, breaking it down, and she said, we're part of the boule. And when I
Mhm.
heard that, I was like, okay, I'm done. All right, I can't listen to this anymore. I didn't want to hear the music. I didn't want to hear the freaky piano playing there, 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 there. It sounded like something from the Munsters. I said, they trying to hypnotize me. Gigi, they trying to hypnotize me. Oh, no, y'all not taking me. I'm good. I'll wait.
If I be honest though, Magic, before I could listen to anybody, when I turned it on, I'm not lying to you. I know they said it was her funeral, but when I saw them roses, I'm not, when I say it creeped me, it was like it was,
Mhm.
you know how something's beautiful but weird at the same time? It was
Yep.
so beautiful but weird, and I was just like,
Spooky.
huh? Somebody said puzzle.
Very spooky.
It
Mm-mm.
was it was like I wanted to be so pretty, but then I cannot lie to you. When the Zetas were lined around, I couldn't understand who was saying here, here. So it did it did throw me off a little bit, but it was just like, I don't know, that funeral. I had to, like, I listened to Kiki Wyatt when she sang a little piece of hers. I listened to one of the other singers, but for the most part, I kind of fast forward. I couldn't get into it.
It gave me
I
a
don't know.
feeling like DMX when they got him and
Mm-hmm.
everything was all red. And they were like, on stage and everything was red and they have people coming out draped in robes. It was that type of feeling. It was that same type of feeling I got from when they did it for DMX because everybody was in red and black. And it was very like spooky, in a stage arena. It was really dark. I was feeling dark energy. So I had to block my ears. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I couldn't get into it, and everybody before I hit play, they were like Tyler Perry. He had, and I just couldn't. I could not listen to him honestly. When Diamond started talking, I heard little pieces, but I just couldn't get into hers either. When Michael came up there, I tried. I don't know. It's weird because normally I can tune in. This one really just kind of. I think my heart is so heavy regarding Angie Stone and knowing what she had been talking about. I don't know. I think I was just really broken watching her service. And it hurt me because it was like I see all of these people and they're talking and they done spent a million hours doing all of this. But it's like, how many of y'all truly had her back?
That's
Like
weird.
that's what and somebody said it earlier. I don't know if it was Gigi or you, Magic. But all these people can't go where you going, and everybody's not your friend. And it's funny because once they died, now everybody walking over hollering, shut up, shut up, shut up. Because she's 63 years old, she out here touring, and y'all know they done took her money, and that not one of y'all, not even her kids, y'all ain't went out and done nothing. Now she dead, everybody want to cry, tell a funny story. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. And Tyler said he didn't even really know her that well. The little clip that I heard, he had said something about he met her. He went to a concert and she brought him on stage or something like that. So he said he really didn't even know her that well. But he said Taraji P had told him a story about she went to a concert to see Angie Stone in Philly or Baltimore, and that she wasn't even singing. She just went to get her money. But Angie sang her a song in the corner or something like that. Something like that. I don't know. So the little clip that I did here, and I was just like, so why did you pay for it? So that, I don't know, like.
Well, the reason why he paid for it because Clyde Davis told him to go ahead and do this. Do it for front for us, and it makes us look like a good guy. And read my letter in the funeral. Make sure you have it in the program. And therefore, you need to clean up your image too. You need to come out like a hero because they're after you too. So you need to do this for the community. We need to figure out how can we play in their face to persuade the public opinion on their side. If you guys don't know, we are in the era of fame. We are in the era of political. So I'm sure individuals going to come out because they're going to need to get that influence because, public opinion has been very negative towards Tyler Perry and Oprah. So they're going to have to do something. You think they're just going to stand there and just wait? They're going to have to do something. But Doctor, I wanted to know, will we ever find out how Angie Stone passed away? Or would it just be one of those mysteries?
No, I think it'll be years, before we really find out. I think it's going to be years before we really find out until the truth comes out. I don't think the truth is going to come out anytime soon. I don't think it's coming out anytime soon because what they're going to be waiting for is they want everyone to forget about it first. And then the truth comes out. And at that time, it's not going to matter because they're not going to arrest nobody. But I think at this particular time, nothing's going to come out. Nobody's going to stand up for her. None of her close friends or anything are going to stand up for her. No names are going to come out or whatsoever because now, by this time, they've been contacted. They've been contacted by the New World Order. They've been contacted by those people. So now they're threatened. Now they're sitting back saying, well, damn, do I still go forth with whatever information that I have? Or now do I stay silent? Because now my life is on the line. It's easy to talk. It's easy to talk loud when your life is not on the line. But once you know your life is on the line, then you kind of get silent there, when you know that they're ready to take you out. So I don't think that, and I give respect to Stone Paxton and everything, but he really didn't tell anything. He didn't tell us anything that we haven't already figured out, that we already didn't figure out. No, so
But you know,
when and if he starts to drop names,
yeah.
then you can sit back and say, okay, and they line up. They line up. That's it. You can drop names and they don't line up now. But everything that basically he said, we figured it out. I mean, Gigi, we figured it out. I mean, the Walter, whatever his name, I figured that out when he was saying it, and he was saying it on there, but he didn't give Walter's name, and he said the one that knew where Angie's money was, and the one that he was talking to, and everything. He said he was at the funeral. They were at the funeral. So it was easy to pinpoint that's who he was talking about. So, but as far as him dropping names and everything, I think he's been contacted by now. I think he's been contacted and threatened by now. And he's not going to say too much. He'll say enough to keep people wondering, but he's not going to come out with anything. So I don't think.
I think he's enjoying this, Doctor. I think
Hell
he
yeah.
loves telling these long stories,
Yeah.
these mysteries, and all of y'all is just so sucked in. And God,
Yeah.
you know, he loved this shit. He ain't never had it like this before.
Period.
You know, so
And
he gonna keep giving y'all these mystery stories, and he has
period.
an audience now. So the audience gonna keep on
Well,
sucking it up.
I stopped listening to him because after here's chapter 1, here's chapter 2, here's chapter 3. I'm like, well, damn, when you gonna tell it? Is it gonna be in chapter 10 or 11 or 20? I
But you
mean,
know what's
when are you
funny?
going?
You know what's funny? Gigi said, will they ever tell what happened? They did tell you what happened. And that's the deterrence. She died in a fatal car accident, and that's what y'all gonna get. And you think they're not videos? You think they don't have an autopsy? You don't think they have a corrected report? Hell yeah, they got all of that. They're gonna seal it.
Yeah,
What
they're
happened
gonna
to
fill it.
Angie
Yeah,
Stone is, as far as y'all are concerned, she died in a car accident because she was hit by an 18-wheeler. They
18
told you.
wheeler.
Because when they reported in the media and they closed the case, just like, you know, and I hate to bring it up, may he rest in heaven. They reported Twitch, you know, he unalived himself. That's all you heard. That's all you gonna
Bull
get. Make
crap.
it make
Mm-hmm.
sense. Make it make
Yep.
sense. And now his wife got a
Boy,
damn book out where she painting a horrible picture, and he unalived himself. Lady, get out of here. So they told you what happened to Angie Stone.
hold up, hold up. Now, didn't I just say that about Diamond writing a book about Angie, her
I agree
mom?
with you. I agree.
And that's how they do it. It's always the inner circle and tell our book or write a book so they can get that money, especially if an individual want attention. But yeah, woo. But just
I
like
agree
the
with you.
twin boys in Georgia, they found them on a mountain,
The
but they first
firefighter.
was trying to say they took them out of here. You
Yeah.
know, they took themselves out of here.
Right.
You see how the news lie? They
But
stay
then they found a firefighter, a volunteer firefighter, that posted a video of them, posted a picture of them on the mountain. What was he doing there? To take a picture and post it online. That's why they got him. They picked him up. But there's so many scenarios that could have happened. They could have kidnapped them, taken them places. I think,
I think they're back to black rituals. I think they need
yes,
bodies to do these demonic
yes,
rituals. That's how
yes,
I've always seen it. When they
But
burn black bodies on a cross,
yes,
yeah.
you don't think that's demonic? Burning
And
yes.
they
black
used to
bodies?
eat.
Oh
They used
yeah.
to eat.
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't even know about
Definitely.
this until recently, that they used to eat our ancestors. They used to fry them and
Mhm.
Right.
eat them. That's why they called it a barbecue, because they used to eat them.
I didn't know that, Magic. I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
yeah, they used to eat them.
eat me. I didn't know that. I've never heard that.
But you know what's so crazy about it? Like I stated earlier, 19, 20 days into it, we're still talking about it. We're fully vested. But you better believe if you go ask anybody that heard about it on March 1st up until today, what happened to Angie Stone? Just sit there, oh, you know, she died in a car accident in Alabama. She got hit by an 18-wheeler. For real? Girl, yeah, you know, you got to pray for them. Okay. And so that's the story. And they end it. Now, the next time that this comes up, the next time it comes up, it has to make sense for somebody that it's necessary for. If anything else comes up, they discover some money, it's going to be a big figure that says, you know what, We went back and did some digging. And guess what we found? And what's funny is
Mm-hmm.
they'll make it seem like we never kind of pinpointed it. You talk about Diamond writing a book and everybody's like, oh, she a country bumpkin. Baby, as Gigi said, AI is a mother. She ain't got to do but speak into the mic, and that damn book will come out next week with a hardcover and a picture of her throwing
Yep.
up the thumbs. I don't want
Yeah.
y'all to ever think they can't slap her name on anything, because in this very moment, Angie is worth more to this world than she was alive, and everybody that can make a penny gonna make a penny. Now, I just mentioned Twitch. His wife was so toe up. Now he done been sexually abused. He was on drugs. Come on, shut up. His mama was like, "Excuse me." Now they doing interviews. All this time now went past. Baby, they gonna let some time go past and you're gonna hear more. Stuff is gonna eventually come out, because the reality is, y'all know what happened. But if I can tell you, if mainstream media can paint a picture, baby, AI is a mother. They could put a picture of her laying next to that 18 wheel and you be like, oh, you don't believe it? Look at her right there. You like, that was her. Look
Mm-hmm.
at her.
Yeah.
But you don't walk past the casket and saw her smiling, legs crossed, looking like she just died in her sleep. Shut up. Are you kidding me right now? And everybody will be done with it. Well, may she rest in heaven. Yes. But you know that's not the truth. And that's the reality. They're going to paint a picture. I guarantee you,
Names.
every
They probably
accident report.
they spare all the people names. You right. Go ahead, puzzle.
No, I was saying every accident report you pull right now, every autopsy you pull, every video, every call, they're going to make you believe it's real. But the
Mm-hmm.
true accident report, the true autopsy, the true video, the true 911 call, baby, that has all been destroyed. Make no mistake. Baby, when it happened, it was already gone. All they had to do was pull it up, get a true document, sign it, and go on about their business. Are you kidding me right now?
I'm
And
saying
in their minds, they're sitting back saying, "We don't care what they think.
Man, they don't
We
care.
don't care what they think or what they think they know. We're going to put this out there, and this is where it stands." So they're not going to have a choice but to believe this, because after a while, it's going to die down anyway. But the
You know
truth
one
will.
fact you got? The most the greatest fact, she died. You know
Hmm.
Angie Stone passed away. That's all they need. It's just
That's
like
all
them
That's
old
all they're
gangster
concerned
movies.
about.
Yeah, it's like them old gangster movies. I'm gonna come to this funeral, and if you didn't do what I said I told you to do, it's gonna be hell to pay. Now, I'm gonna walk past this casket. She better be in here dead. That's all they needed. And I keep saying this, like, all they need is the dead body, baby. Everything else, you do all the digging you want to. You gonna find everything you think you're looking for. This gonna look real good to you. But none of that stuff is true. Baby, people can paint a picture. They can show you what AI is a mother right now. Okay?
Oh
AI is a
yeah.
mother.
can we spin the block? Hold on, Magic. Hold on, Magic. Hold on, Magic.
AI is good too in Chat GTP. So you don't even need a news reporter right now, because you could have everything already written. The
Magic.
same thing that you could have pictures posted. But what I'm saying is that, why is it that if this happened at that location on that route, there are cameras? Why wasn't there any cameras? They played back everything. There's a burning building. There was 9/11. There was this happening. There was a bridge went down. We didn't get to see no footage.
You
We
know?
didn't get to see it skid. We didn't get to see the car turn over in real time. Why was there no footage on any news channel about this accident if it really happened? Because it was staged. They already took her out and they staged it to make
Magic,
us
they got
believe
her
in
body.
real
They got her
time.
body, Magic. It don't matter.
Yes, they got it. They most likely dissected him. For all we know, they got certain things in the museum or in the lab right now trying to study her brain. But what I'm saying is that if it happened in real time, there's cameras all over these routes, all over these interstates. There's no, they, come on. They even
Gigi,
got
hold
drones.
on,
They
Magic,
even got
Magic.
pictures that they can roll back in real time. They
Period.
got satellites. You mean to tell me the satellite didn't pick it up?
Wait, Magic. So Gigi, the last time I was on your show before Angie, we talked, I forget her name. We talked about the black chick that said that she saw the baby on the highway. Didn't y'all see that video on the highway?
Hmm.
Did you see the video? What
Yeah.
state was she in? What state was she in?
Alabama.
Wasn't she in Alabama?
All they gotta do is run the satellites. You can run the satellites back and it gets you in real time and see if there was something that happened. They could run the satellite. They could also run back the cameras. We saw not nothing. And do you know that they didn't post anything on TV in New York City about her? Nothing. Nobody came forward on BET, MTV, VH1. Nobody said, it was in silent. Like the whole industry wanted her to disappear. So everybody had their hand in the pot. She already did so many music with so many people. She collaborated with so many artists and built records. She built an empire, and everybody's quiet. Nobody came out to say anything. It's not even on any news reports or nothing, even in New York City. Are you kidding me?
And TMZ be reporting mad specific details. And you know they'll go out there and they'll break it down. Come on, they did a quick little clip. Angie
Not
Stone
one
died.
newscaster, not one story, not one reporter, nothing. Silent.
There wasn't nothing out there.
Tripping. Hello. I'm still tripping. Magic. Hold up.
Yeah.
Can we spin the goddamn block? Okay.
Let's spin it around. Come on. Let's go.
I'm still stuck on people gonna eat me. Now
I
you
can't stand you, Gigi.
never heard no shit like that.
Baby, not only do that, I'm gonna tell you something else.
Back in the slavery days, that's what they did. That's what they did.
You know what they do? And you can let me tell you something. I'm gonna spin your head again.
Magic. I'm trying to process this shit because I've never heard none.
They eat raw meat with blood on it, and they store it in their freezers. It's online.
Finish asking questions and processing this because I need help. I'm traumatized.
I can't stand Gigi.
Y'all talking. I can't stop but thinking like, damn, was he thinking about he gonna eat my ass? Or,
Don't you know they go hunting and they hang the deer in their home and they hang everything? What you think they do with all that meat? They chop it up, they put it in their freezer, and they eat it raw with the blood in it. This is what they do.
Gross. But anyway, when it comes to black folks, are they looking at the ass? Are they looking what part?
Baby, they want to eat us up. They want to embody us. They want to eat us up. They want to do everything to us. They want to put themselves inside of us.
Some chicken legs.
Well, we have to understand this. We have to understand. We have to understand this. This is how ignorant.
Gave up the life of breath. She cut it open and then put herself inside the horse and said she wanted to be a part of the horse.
Right.
Heidi, I remember that.
A lot of these people think that by eating another person or their organs or something like that, a part of them will go inside of them. You know, they will inherit that inside of them, which it doesn't work that way. But because they are so demonic, and because they're so Satan-led, they're used to doing rituals like that. They've been doing rituals like this with black people for God knows how long. They've been doing this.
Spiritual people that does it. It's not all, because I'm thinking they packaging black ass at Kroger's. Okay.
No. No. They don't do that there. Now, I wouldn't put it past them that they have grinded up some black folk, and they grinded up some black.
That's what they said about McDonald's. They said about all these fast food places. That's where they have a factory where they grind it up and then they serve it back to us to eat. But I don't eat McDonald's.
So I wouldn't put it past them that they, all the black people that have went missing and everything, that they have not grinded up black people and sold black people as ground beef or stuff like that. I would not put it past them. Put it past them because they've been doing it forever.
It's true. That is fact.
You were talking and I just couldn't get that out of my mind. I was like, I wonder, when Beyonce dies, they're going to cut her hand and put it in a museum and say, you can touch Beyonce. They're going to do some shit like that because I've never heard nothing like that. So you're saying it's just spiritual. Certain people, they eat black people, I guess, to get their muscles or, to get.
They think that they will inherit. They think that they will inherit, that it will transfer over. They think it will transfer
But we
over.
naturally
That's
have our soul because they're soulless. They don't have a soul. We embody a soul. They don't.
I would think, okay, I want to eat a black nigga because I want to be a basketball player. I want to have that strength. You know what I'm saying?
that's the silly thinking that a lot of them have. That's the silly thinking that a lot of them have.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
Okay. Ooh. Well, I gotta be careful.
Now let me clarify something. I found the video. Let me clarify it. It wasn't of Angie Stone's funeral that they did this. It was of somebody else's funeral that they cut the mic and some people came in and they were doing some stuff, but they fuzzied it out. But they were doing some stuff. It was on the news and everything, but it was not Angie Stone. It was not Angie Stone. So I want to clarify it.
I didn't
I want to
believe.
clarify that. Okay. I want to clarify that because I was looking
Gigi,
at
did you
Angie
say you?
Stone's. I was looking at videos of Angie Stone's funeral and everything, and it happened to pop up under it. So I want to
Gigi, did you
clarify
say
that for
you want to eat
everybody.
a black man so you could be a basketball player? Did I hear
No.
that right?
I said, is that what they did? Like the clear people? Because this is my first time hearing it. I would think maybe they like, goddamn, if I
Gigi,
like,
don't you come back on this show tomorrow as no damn NBA player. I'm out of here. What's wrong with you, Gigi? What's wrong with you?
I had a big
Talking about it worked. It worked. It worked.
Number 77.
It was big dark chocolate too. You know, the darker the juice. What is it? The darker.
Blacker the berry, sweeter the juice. Wait, Gigi, your hair yesterday was cute. I like this hair today too.
Thank
I
you.
love it. She's always popping.
That shit
Thank
look
y'all.
good.
But time out. Go back to what you just said. The sweeter the juice. Doesn't that sound like they're gonna eat your ass? The blacker the sweeter the juice.
What is your thing with ass? Stop it.
Yeah, you got a thing with that tonight. you got a thing with that tonight.
Look at
You have a thing with that tonight.
No, but you're right, Gigi. Did you hear Sarah Bartman that they stole? They kidnapped her from South Africa with the huge, big, she had a huge behind Sarah Bartman.
Right,
They kidnapped her. And guess what? When they took her out, they cut out the
butt,
the middle piece, and put it in their museum.
Yeah.
I thought they would eat the ass because it's so meaty.
Well, we don't know quite what they. No, them some weird folk. Them some weird demonic folk. So no telling what they do. No telling what they do behind. I'm pretty much sure they do some stuff that if we ever found out about it, we'd be sitting back saying, "Man, where did they get this from?" We would sit back and say, "Why would they do this?" But yet they're supposed to.
Check this out.
But yet they're supposed to be so elite and everything, but they want us so bad.
Yeah, but
They
they
want
do
us
because
so bad.
we have everything embodied in us. We have our gifts, our talents, everything. They don't have this. There was a dude that was in the entertainment industry. You know what he said? He said he met some real life vampires, and these chick took him somewhere in Romania, and they had blood showers. So when you have showers and you see like the water coming out, it was blood coming out, and they were like started doing things together with each other and wanted to pull him in. And he was like that energy from the blood coming out the shower. They wanted to do their little three, whatever. But yeah, he said he was freaked out from that.
Well, they chant spirits, demonic spirits. They chant demonic spirits to come inside of them and all like this and have sex with them and stuff like this. And people think that you only see that in movies and it only happens in movies. No, it's for real. It's for real. They conjure up spirits and everything. They conjure up spirits to have sex with them, lick their toes and booty. No, I'm picking with Gigi right now. What they do, they conjure up spirits to have sex, demonic spirits to have sex with them, and all this stuff. All this stuff, they do that. All this stuff.
That's why you got to run background checks when you meet people. Come here. What's your social security number? Let me see.
Yeah, you better do something because they're out here. They're out here.
Gigi,
And
instead of the butt, don't you think more meat would be in the thigh? You don't think the thigh meat would have been better? It's
Yeah,
just a little bit more tender.
these BBLs. Yeah, you need,
So
because I love me some chicken thighs.
Yeah,
Them
it's
chicken thighs,
juicy.
I love dark meat, thighs and legs.
I don't think they're
Okay.
gonna want the BBLs. I heard that they smell not they
Uh,
smell real bad. I heard the
but,
BBLs, they coming out now saying they have a bad
but
odor.
not that. You forget how so many people eat chitlins and that shit.
Ew. I don't eat that.
You act like y'all never had no chitlins before.
I ain't never had
No,
none.
I've never had chitlins. Never.
Oh, you
Never.
know. Okay, press one.
Baby, I'm Nigerian and West Indian. I've never had chitlins. And
Press
a splash of them, and I've never
hey,
had no chitlins.
I'm from Alabama. I'm from Alabama. I'm 61 years old.
Nope.
So yeah, I've had them. I've had them.
put hot sauce on the shit.
Yeah, yeah. I've had them. Now I have not had chitlins since I was like, since I may have been 25 years old. That's the last time I had chitlins.
That's the last time somebody should have cooked them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
back on topic.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so Gigi, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
If you had to guess, who do you think unfortunately unalive Angie Stone?
I feel like it has to do with her money. Somebody that took her money, that don't want it to give back. Somebody that don't want to get caught because you guys still have not found out who is stealing her money, and it may be multiple people. So I think those are the ones, and they're in hiding, right? And it seemed like they're protected. So whoever, it's a group. It's not just one. It is a group. This has been an organization situation that they've been planning. It's an organized. It's not just one person. Multiple people are benefiting. They have it all figured out. They got a plan for the kids too. And they got a plan for the funeral. Tyler Perry coming in, stepping in. You think that's that ain't no goddamn coincidence. Just like Greg said, they not even playing her in New York. So they don't see her as a big major thing, but Tyler Perry don't even know her. And he stepped in. I mean, they're really showing their hand without showing their hand, but they feel like people are so stupid, because most people they see as a dummy, and you can just do what you want them to do, and they'll just follow suit. So,
do you think she died in that? Do you think she died? Where do you think she died in that car accident, or do you think her body was already taken?
I don't know. That's a hard one to place because you guys said if she really passed away in the van, then it would be tape out there, the police, how everything will look. It would be a wholly different setup. But the police didn't do it, right?
The reports weren't. The reports. I believe that the first report that came out was the real report. The second report that came out that did mention a fatality, I think that was the one that was doctored. I think that's the one that doctored to throw everybody off and everybody, because they knew they made them. They knew on the first one that was the real one, and they did not mention her, which they should have mentioned her in the first one. So they had to make the second one to cover
I think
up.
the second one was a lie. I think they heard people.
Right, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. The second one was a lie. The second one is the lie. The first one is the original. So they saw the original. They went back and they had to cover their tracks. They tried to cover their tracks to mention her in that second one because it didn't make sense because there was a 2-hour window. They had to cover that 2-hour window in that second one to say she was there.
Okay, so
But don't you notice that they had still shots? Why didn't we see something in its complete totality? This is what I'm saying.
Those pictures are not going to come out. If those pictures come out, they will not come out for another, I would say, 2 months to 3 months, if ever. If ever. Yes, they were. Yes, there are pictures. There are pictures. Okay, because it's a crime scene. So there are pictures.
There was nobody else on that highway that could videotape that. You mean to tell me that they were the only one? Because it's like insulting my intelligence. Hello, come on. They're not gonna. They're gonna
little by little. Those pictures will come out little by little. But as of right now, those still shots and everything, You don't even look to see those. They're not coming out anytime soon. They're not. They're there. Believe you me, they're there. They're there. Okay. People on the highway have still shots. Everybody has still shots of it. Okay. But as of right now, they're not going to come out right now, but they will come out eventually.
I'm sorry, Doc. Gigi, can you see the chat from backstage? Read what can you see it?
I'm looking at now. I wasn't looking at it before.
I
You see
wanted to
that last
piggyback on what you said,
hold
puzzle,
on,
when you
Magic.
asked
Hold on, Magic.
um,
Hold on. You see that last message, Gigi?
I ain't looking at no message.
Who is this PM person that's cussing us out?
Right. That's what I'm talking about. In the chat that we see.
Oh, I'm not even looking.
Who what wait a minute now. Don't
in the
you
And
chat.
then he said something about you, Gigi.
Oh, well, just block the person. Shit.
I don't
you'll
have the.
probably have to do it because that person is backstage. He's trying to get on the stage.
Okay, well, I just blocked him. Just continue on. I'll look
Oh,
at
okay,
it.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah. He's saying something about us, calling us the N word and the B word,
Uh,
calling us the N word and the B word, and
Yeah,
then
we'll just keep talking while she handle it.
yeah,
Yeah,
don't entertain it. That's what they
yeah,
want. It's a distraction. You got to
yeah.
keep going. Don't entertain it.
Okay, so Gigi, world famous question. Do you think Angie Stone is really dead?
Do I
Or do you
think
think
that?
she's
Yeah. Yes, I think she's really dead.
okay? Some people are saying maybe she's in hiding. So I mean I think she's really dead too. I mean I honestly do believe she passed away. What about you, Magic?
Um, maybe
Mm,
anything's possible.
mm,
Anything's possible, but the only reason that I would say that I think that she really did is because the severity of the situation.
mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna piggyback on when you asked Gigi, you know, who do you think did it? And I'm I'm just gonna say that this is so deep. There's so many layers to unpeel. But if you think of it in its totality, it's universal. Because remember when she said in her videos, universal records. So it's universal because there's so many people involved in this.
Mm,
It's not just one record label. It's so many people in so many places playing so many parts worldwide. Worldwide. So when these artists think to go on tour, when they think to go to different places, they get
mm-hmm.
these, offers. Everybody is a part of the same system that could set you up. Just like the movie Blink Twice. Anybody could drop anything into your drink, into whatever. So I believe when they say universal record, it is universal because you cannot get out of it. You cannot escape. So the only reason that I believe that it is real and she's no longer with us
Mm-hmm.
is because of the depth of the amount of money she was owed. And we could go back to Sam Cooke. We could go back to Tammy Terrell. We could go back to the 70s, the 60s. We could go back to all of our legends that was taken out. And
Mm-hmm.
even now, you have people now saying that they want their masters, they want their recordings. So that's why I feel that it is official, it is legit. An amount of money on her head that they owed her, I believe it's real. But it's universal. You can't escape.
Miss Harris, I want to bring you up, but it says device not connected. Can you fix it? I'm going to kick you out. Come back and fix it, okay? Storm, you have some updates.
Yes. So, first of all, we need to be careful about saying what didn't happen in New York because there were several media outlets in New York that did release the story. ABC 7 released it, Fox 5 New York released it, and New York One did release the story. So we want to be careful that our statements are not libelous and we put out the correct information. The other thing is there is a discrepancy with the report. I was on the phone talking to the state of Alabama, and there is discrepancies. I cannot say exactly what those are today. I will tell you tomorrow, but there are discrepancies, major. On the reports, they're trying to not list the driver of the truck's name for some reason. the driver of the truck's name has already been released. That's too late to backtrack.
Right.
So all of the people's names have been redacted on the accident report. There are no victims' names, the driver's names, all of that have been redacted anyway. So what do you mean, Quiet Storm?
No, they weren't redacted.
Yes,
They were redacted.
they were. I'm sitting here with the reports right here.
Hold on. I'm about to explain to you. The copy that you have, yes, it's redacted, but the names were released before the redaction.
Yes, so we do know the names of the driver.
Yeah. So for the general
both
public,
drivers.
So for the general public to go online and get the two case numbers, yes, they are going to see the names redacted. But my copy don't have redaction. And we got it.
So how are you entitled to get copies that are not redacted?
You know what a FOIA request is?
I do not. Would you explain that?
Yes. In media, we do what is called a FOIA request. So any camera footage, any 911 calls,
recordings.
I'm all of a sudden hearing the echo.
That was me. That was me.
Okay, you can get all of that in a FOIA request. Now, I said earlier today that I forgot to request the recordings of the 911. I didn't even think about it until today. So I did not request 911s earlier. I got offline and I went back and I did do it to get the recordings. So
do you know if there's a reason why 911 was not called until 4:35 a.m. and the accident occurred? Well, the first accident occurred at 4 a.m. and then the second at 4:05, but 911 was not. The police was not called until 4:35. The police arrived at 5:25 a.m. and paramedics got there at 4:55. Can you explain that?
Well, that's what's on I'm glad you asked that question because that's on the report. Before that report was released, I had got the times verified and had called the times out on this platform. The first call was made to 911 at 4:05.
The first call was made at 4:05?
Yes, it was.
It's not saying it on the accident reports at all.
That's why I just told you there are discrepancies there. I just came back. I just came back and said that there's discrepancies because I know factually, and I have it recorded as to what times they said what happened. The report says 4:25. The first
4:35. 4:35. Both reports says yes. It's I'm looking at it right now. Both reports says 4:35 a.m. on the first accident report and also the second one.
Okay, so now if you follow the discrepancy, right? How can both reports have 4:35?
Give me the report that you have. Do you see that the cops didn't make it to the scene until like
5:25?
Correct. So you have the one that I have as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's why there were so many nefarious actions to take place because they're not giving the correct times.
Now, I will say this. I do understand why it took so long because I've traveled that highway many a times. I can understand why it took so long because I can't remember exactly how far the closest exit is to where that accident occurred. But I can understand. Excuse me, what'd you say?
Mile marker 165.
Right, but I cannot remember how close is the closest exit to where that is because at that particular place, you can't just turn around and you got to go way down the interstate to even, you know what I'm saying, to even get there.
Yes.
So, but I do, and here's where one of the reasons why I even wanted to come up is because if you know anything about truck driving, that truck driver did everything in his power to avoid hitting that vehicle. That truck driver, that truck driver had over 26,000 pounds loaded, and according to how much the truck weighed, the truck might have weighed with it being loaded, and the truck weight could have been 80,000 pounds. Those trucks cannot stop at the dime, and that truck hit that van right at the front axle. Now, if that truck would have hit it dead smack in the middle, it probably would have killed everybody who was in the van.
That's correct.
And so that's why I kind of disagree with people saying that this is a conspiracy, because I believe that truck driver did everything in his power to prevent that from happening, because those trucks, like I said, they cannot stop on the dime. And as fast as that truck was going, they say it was going 70 miles an hour. As fast as that truck was going, because my husband is a truck driver. As fast as that truck was going, it take at least 4 football fields for him to even slow down. And that particular area of the highway, like I said, I've traveled it a million times. I talked to my husband about it. I talked to my father, who's been in trucking for over 50 years. And that particular part of the highway, it is pitch black. And you got to think, when that van flipped, you don't know if the headlights have busted out, because the van was facing not the highway, so the driver couldn't see the lights. The van was cut sideways, so you don't know if the lights was on. The van was black. There are no lights on the highway. It is pitch black there, so he didn't see it. Kimmy. So I don't understand the conspiracy.
Kimmy.
Hold on, I want to speak to Kimmy. Quite so. Kimmy, I'm just so happy you came up here. And Kimmy, how you explained it just then, I've never had nobody explain it like you, Kimmy. And I just want to say congratulations on your show. I see you got your stuff going on in the background, girl. Looking good. And you're always welcome here. So I just want to welcome.
Oh, thank you.
And I enjoy
wanted to come up because I really want to understand where you all are coming from. Really, I do. Because I know a lot of people coming up with these conspiracy theories, and I like to stick to the facts. It does not make sense with this accident report. One of the discrepancies, I do want to pose a question. It's the first one. They gave the driver, and I'm not going to say his name. Y'all know his name. But they gave him a drug test, a blood drug test. And it said on this accident report that it was unknown. Now, if you go back to the accident report of the 18-wheeler, when they asked the officer, had he been drinking or was it alcohol or drugs, there was a no.
Come again?
Which part did you miss?
No, what you just said. Can you say that one more time?
So my question was, on the accident report, the first accident report, it stated that the driver of the Sprinter van, when they asked the question, had he been drinking? No, it says sobriety for drugs and alcohol. It said unknown. And the type of test that they gave him was a blood test. And then the results were unknown. But if you look at the other driver's report with the 18-wheeler, when they asked the officer about that one, he blatantly said no. No to drugs, no.
Okay, but they did give him they did give the
right,
truck driver a blood test. Okay.
Both of them, but we just don't know the results.
Right. Well, they don't have the results back for either one. They don't have the toxology for either one, lethal or the driver, because I've been checking. Yes, I've been checking into it.
Yeah, that takes a little bit of time right there.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Kimmy, can I just say?
Wait, hold on. Give me a second, because she made a very important fact, and I don't want us to get past that. I like for us to deal straight with that, because we're talking facts. Okay, so I checked on the toxology report from the blood test for the drivers, because the reason I was checking for that was that would lend a reason as to if the state should have charged anyone at that time with the case, because that is vehicle homicide.
Right.
Now that turns that case from an accident to a homicide. by the blood work. Okay, they have not released that yet, and they have not given the status of the blood work from that yet, because I've been checking on it. To go further beyond what you're saying is that I have been saying all along that if Pillsbury is telling the truth,
She lied.
no, but wait a minute, wait a minute, just hear me out, Kimmy, hear me out. If Pillsbury is telling any portion of the truth of being there, her car was a little ahead of that van on the right shoulder. That truck then coming behind, seeing that car on the side of the road, knowing it has to pull over out of that right lane so it would not cause an accident to go into the left lane, not seeing that that van was in that road. And when he hit it. Pillsbury, if Pillsbury is telling any portion of the truth, caused those accidents. I mean, not those accidents, that accident, and maybe both of them.
So let me ask you a question. If Pillsbury was there, which I believe she's lying, because according to the accident report, it said that the driver from the Sprinter van allegedly helped people out of the van. Now, and she said that she stopped and she helped someone out of the van.
Well,
if that's the case, how come she's not on no accident report?
Because she took off. She left.
So
right.
would that not be a crime?
Well, yeah,
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would. Yes.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. So Kimmy, since I want me and you to go through line by item by item, because I want everybody to see exactly what you're saying, and I'm going to verify exactly what you were saying. Okay, if that had happened, right, on the report, there is no mention of a 2-hour period. None. That 2-hour period is the most crucial information of this whole situation that is not, for some reason, on paper.
I agree.
On report. In that report, the first one, it gave tenure to stating that Lethal stated he fell unconscious, and for 2 hours he could not say anything, right? With him saying that, that means there is no way in hell he could have helped anybody get out, because the Negro was unconscious.
You tell it.
For 2 hours. For 2 hours, he was missing.
Wow.
For 2 hours, he's gone.
But can we? But I was gonna mention before you were telling the details. Kimmy asked a really important question, right? She gave you facts about the truck driver. So something that Kimmy said, and it's factual, and I said it from the very beginning. I said to you that 18-wheeler, the way that he slid across that highway, he was trying to avoid something. And what I mentioned to everybody is it was a single van accident. I do not believe, and I'm going to stand on it, I don't care if he's missing or not, I don't believe he was guilty in any way. Because in driving that truck, hold on. In driving that truck, he was just trying to avoid it. Now, Kimmy, you asked the question of if he had hit it in the middle, it would have killed everyone. I don't believe anybody was in that van at the time. Now, if someone got injured, right, because you got to think about it for a moment. If it was already a single vehicle accident, it was laying on its side. I believe that they were already getting out of that van, and by the time he hit it, because Gigi said when we talked about it initially, she was like, the actual van was in the median, but Courtney came on and she said that she saw the van down on the fast lane, which means it's the left lane. When that truck hit it, the force of it knocked it. I'm assuming knocked it over in the middle, turned it over. But I do not believe anybody was in that van. And if someone was, or if somebody was sitting to the side, I just don't believe that if he did hit him, if something caused their death, it could have been maybe the van hit it, whatever it may have been. But when I saw the way that he swerved, a lot of people are like, he's missing. I just don't believe he has anything to do with it. I honestly believe, to your point, it was dark, and you driving an 18-wheeler, he dodged that truck, and he may have hit the van, but it wasn't intent. Now, from a legal standpoint, and I've stood on it because I'm not just talking, this is something I've studied. You cannot, first of all,
if he had committed this crime, I don't care what nobody say, we wouldn't be talking about he's missing. He'd be in jail right now.
That's right. That's
And
right.
you can't cause an, first of all, it's not homicidal if there was already an incident. And what you have to understand from state to state, this is like anything else. If an accident had already occurred, and let's say you're driving and the lights were out on a vehicle and you hit it, you can't be held liable for not knowing something was in the street.
Correct.
The reality is, it's whoever was driving the Sprinter that has caused any of the injuries. Once the truck hits the car, remember, the state of Alabama is not liable for anything. At this point, you have to prove the validity of the accident based on your accident reports, and they have to be filed immediately, and everything has to measure up. So when Courtney came into play, she's not a factor anymore because she never filed an accident report, so she can't validate anything. The truck driver was let go because they noticed that he had nothing really. If someone passed away and he hit them, he'd be in jail. But it can be vehicular manslaughter if he was drunk. But there was nothing to prove it.
But Puzzle, what you're saying is correct, and we covered that the other
No,
day.
no. All I'm saying is I was just responding to Kimmy because that was a question that she
Yeah,
asked. So
but
I was just responding to her question.
But I was getting to explain it to Kimmy because she has the diagram directly in front of her, so she'll know exactly what I'm saying. Okay, so with just to support what you said, Puzzle, Kimmy, if you look at the second report and you look at the truck diagram and the lane change, it shows the truck was in the right lane and there came out of the right lane to go to the middle lane. In transaction of him being in the middle lane, he struck the Mercedes. Right? There's no need for a truck driver to do that unless what? There's something sitting on the right side.
Or he could have been passing a vehicle on the slow side and in the fast lane because it takes time for trucks to do lane changes. So he could have been in that fast lane, and when he realized that he was trying to pull back over in that slow lane, and he clipped that front axle.
That's correct. So there again, Kimmy, there is two valid reasons as to Pillsbury possibly could have been there, because she explains the situation in a sense that where a truck has to respond and move the way it happened.
You know what, Quiet Storm?
She was on that right side, pulled off the road. She was.
You know what I was wondering? Once I got this accident report and I read it, I was wondering, how did she know that that vehicle was on his side and people were being helped out of the vehicle? Because that's what the accident report said.
Verbatim.
The driver was helping someone out of the vehicle. The vehicle started to flip, and Angie Stone was thrown out of the broken window, and the van.
But that's not what Pillsbury
That's
said.
what it's. No.
Right.
That's what the accident report said, and the van landed on top of her.
Exactly. So, but we know. Here's one thing that we'll find out, and I'm waiting to get it. The EDR from that van will list if somebody was in seatbelts in that passenger seat in the front. It will list everybody that's in seatbelts sitting in there, not by name, but it will list it by body, because the body weight and pressure of a pocketbook will make the alarm go off in that vehicle. So the EDR box records the seatbelts, the brakes, and everything. It records it. So that EDR box is going to either support that story or totally debunk it. And right now, that's the investigation piece that is missing. If there's a brake line broken, that EDR box is going to tell it. It's going to tell every multi-mechanical issue on that vehicle. It's going to drop it like it's hot. While you're driving down the highway, if you have certain brake pressure on the brake or the acceleration, it's going to record it. Dot for dot, jot for jot, tot for tot, tit for tat. It's going to do it. So it don't matter what Lethal says, that EDR box is going to tell the truth on him.
Can I ask you a question? Where do you think the video footage is from that 18-wheeler and also above the highway? Because they had video footage that night about 4 something in the morning.
So I'm gonna
they recorded it.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer the question for you. The only real-time evidence for this whole case lies within that 2021 tractor trailer or 2022 tractor trailer and that 2021 Mercedes. Because the only camera, and I looked and I checked, the only camera is at mile marker 165, which is past the point of where the accident happened. The accident happened at mile marker 162, right outside Hope Hall. So to get back on the highway, they had to go a long way around to get on the highway coming from Hope Hall. Montgomery is another 4 or 5 miles away.
Yep, that's true.
So yes, it would have taken them considerable amount of time to get there. You see what I'm saying? But I didn't harp on that for one reason. It don't matter how much time it took them to get there. The camera, EDR on that truck, the EDR box on that Mercedes is going to tell us the truth.
Wow.
Well, on the lighter note,
if it's not destroyed, if they do not destroy it.
No, that one they can't do on those particular two vehicles, and I checked that. So the only people can get to that box is not even a regular mechanic. You have to take it to Mercedes. And the only persons outside of Mercedes can remove the EDR box off the Mercedes Benz is law enforcement.
Law enforcement.
But I think the van is still in custody, so they can't turn it over to Mercedes because they're going to investigate it.
Well, no, the van is not being released until they do the investigation, and they're not going to release that van until they get the EDR box.
I'm pretty sure they have it.
Did you guys notice that where the impact, the supposedly impact of the van, the truck hitting the van, there's no skid marks or there's nothing. There's nothing.
There's skid marks because I saw photos.
Right. There's skid marks ahead, way ahead of where the van is sitting. So where the van was hit at, there's absolutely no skid marks, no pieces of the truck, no front end pieces of the truck, no minor. There's nothing there. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird right there. That if that truck hit it, there's going to be some type of debris from both the van and the truck. And there's absolutely none.
Doc, that's what me and Puzzle were talking about the other day.
So, Doc, now here's where you find the bullcrap in the middle of all the lies of these reports. Because there was a fatality. There are no pictures attached to the report listing the fatality.
Yep.
None. And there should be.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's in diagram, they would have just like your body is a diagram when you go to the hospital and get checked for anything or stabbing or whatever. There is a diagram that they have for that. That diagram does not exist to that report. Where is that diagram?
Because it's a lie.
Yeah, it doesn't line up. It doesn't line up.
Kimmy,
it's a lie.
Kimmy, if they report a fatality in the report, they have to have an attachment to show the drawing of where the body landed. They have to show that. Where is the report? Where is the factual basis of that report? How can an insurance company get that information if it's not there?
It's not there. Dang.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hey, Miss Harris, how are you? What do you have to say about everything?
Child, listen, y'all done had a hell of a conversation tonight, and I could not get on here. When I tell you, you done hit on so many points, and I was crying, sitting in the car like real tears, just cracking up because, first off, can somebody answer me how many teeth did she knock out her daughter's mouth?
I think
I'm just, the reason why I'm asking,
Because I'm looking at the video that you had put up, and she keep covering her mouth, but when she uncovered her mouth, it looked like all of them gone.
She said, I saw a video recently, and she stated that the reason why she don't have any teeth is because when she was pregnant, she had some sort of, I don't know, some with pregnant women, they get something in their mouth where their teeth rot out.
Yeah,
But
some of them, their teeth rot from the
yeah,
inside. The babies take all their calcium out of their teeth.
yeah.
I do know
Right.
that, but damn, all like you ain't got none of them. All of them gone. Ain't nobody got no Medicare, no Medicaid. Ain't no. That's what you need to be putting the cash app up for, because you need some teeth up in your head. At this point, your mama look younger than you. I ain't like, y'all don't sit here and act like I'm lying on that lady. You know her mouth is full of smithereens.
Now I'm gonna put this up. I don't know if you guys could see it, but that's there we go. And it keeps playing, but you can see that there's absolutely no skid marks anywhere around that van. They're up the road. They're up the road. If there was an impact, if there were actual impact, there would have been skid marks not only from the 18-wheeler, but it would have been skid from the van as well. There would have been marks on the road from the van as well.
Okay, now
Going at 70 miles an hour, and you hit that. Regardless whether he hit on his brakes prior or after, there's going to be skid marks. There's going to be tire marks. There's going to be.
Doc, I'm going to ask everybody a question. Doc, would you please put that back up there for a second? I want everybody to look at that video very closely and tell me what's missing.
There's no tape. There's no tape. There's no tape, but there's police around, but there's no tape. Everyone's standing around.
What else is missing? Use your legal brains here. What else is missing?
I can't see.
I'm about to make a grave revelation to you guys right here, right now. What is missing from there that is absolutely crucial to the investigation? What's missing? If you have a fatality, what has to happen?
What, them blocking off the road?
There are no cones.
Absolutely not one.
The evidence area. There's only one squad car on the side of the impact. The road is not blocked off.
Oh yeah, it should have been a whole detour, a whole stop. If nobody should have been able to do anything and go anywhere. Me and Puzzle, we talked about that the other night. Like, there's no way in the world, whether it's a celebrity or not, if you're having an accident, it could be the most minute accident. They're going to detour that trip. They're going to move everything to one side of the street, or it's going to completely stop until they can figure out how they're going to maneuver the traffic.
Because you can't impede on an accident, a fatality.
So now, I'm going to help y'all with other information that no one has said. Do you know what time they cleared that scene?
No.
Well, we're looking at it, and it has to be during. It has to be after 10, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
It was 11:10 a.m. The last police car left the scene at 11:10 a.m. There ain't no way in hell that they did no investigation that fast.
Not that fast. Not that fast.
5:25. They didn't miss the time that the coroner removed the body. There is a whole lot missing from those reports.
There's no way in the hell in rush hour traffic nobody would have seen anything.
Exactly. Now, the other thing is, you mean tell me there is no news stringer, no freelance reporters, nobody,
no paparazzi, no drones,
a major fatal accident on the highway and nobody came and got any
Exactly.
footage, that's a bunch of
Exactly.
bull crap. They kept that hush hush from the moment they got the report.
Now I believe it was hush hush, but you know, this is Alabama. This is a small town. You know, whether or not y'all want to think it's a big town, Montgomery is a small area. It's really small.
But it didn't even happen in Montgomery. It happened in Hope Hall.
It happened right outside of Montgomery. That's Montgomery County.
Yes, Montgomery
right
County.
outside of Montgomery. It was a few miles down the road once you head out of Montgomery.
But the city was Hope Hall. Mm-hmm. It was Hope Hall. That's the mile marker. That's the city. That's it. Hope Hall. If you look at it, I researched it all. It's Hope Hall.
So, Kimmy, you said that on the report you have that they said that the sprinter fell on Angie Stone. Didn't you say that?
Yeah.
So, so let me just
that's
say
impossible.
that beyond the fact that the street is not blocked off, because I pretty much said all this the other day too. I agree with everybody. But if a sprinter fell on top of a body, you know, everybody's like, oh, there was a cover, there was a this. First of all, there's no way it's possible. I don't care what it can be possible, but just a couple of things.
It would have been blood everywhere, puzzle.
Right. When you're looking at the video, now I don't know what time of day it was, but I'm gonna just say when the sun completely peaks out, if I have to get up and go to work, if I wake up at 6:30, by the time I leave my home at 7:30, the sun is coming up, but it's not completely out. The sun is gonna peak out about 8:30 or so. So if you look at that video, what is it? The heart of 8, between 8 and 9. And so something you notice is that the van has already been lifted. You know, things have been moved out. You see 2 EMS trucks. You see 1 officer. It's in my opinion. It's in my opinion. At this point, whoever was on the scene, they've already transported them out, because for you to only see 1 cop car, you see the truck on the other side. The problem is we're seeing these videos based on when people are recording them from their phone. We don't know if these videos are happening at the same time. Like you see a video where you see the truck drive on the other side. That's right when the cops have come. They're over there talking to him. He's standing by the truck. Then on the other side, because Gigi showed it, and I think Gigi mentioned it, you see the truck, you see the sprinter on its side, and then you see it sit up. So it's just in my opinion that by the time we see a lot of these videos, this accident is being cleared. Now, the problem is if it was a fatality, they don't clear it that quick. There's no way you can, because you have to investigate exactly what has happened. Now, will the body still be there? Possibly not, because what has to happen is the body has to be declared. And so he on the phone. And so if the body is there, by the time the cops come and they're investigating, not only for the privacy, whether it's a celebrity or not, just the privacy of the person who has passed away or the family, what they're going to do is they shut it down for that reason. But you can't drive through a crime scene. If there's a fatality, I need all of the different areas of where it occurred. And that's where it becomes fishy, because when we think about just common sense and validity, and I go back to what Kimmy said, and I'll say it a million times over, the trucker may have hit the van, but it was not his intent. That was his way of getting other people out of harm's way. That is common sense. Those doggone trucks, it takes a lot to stop, and the force is strong. But at the same token, everybody would be dead if the thought is, oh, he hit the truck and he killed Angie Stone. There's no doubt in that. But the other reality is, the reason you only see 1 set of skid marks is because when that van had that accident, whenever it turned over, it turned over. I think it slid on its side, because you can kind of tell. But by the time the truck hit it, the skid marks is evident to what Kimmy said. It takes football fields for it to avoid, to get around it. I just think the reality for me, and it stood out to me from the very beginning. You don't see any tape, you don't see any cones, but they gonna light that highway up. Now I know Alabama is a small town. I know that because I have family that live in Montgomery. But one thing I also know about small towns, they don't have a lot of stuff to do. And they would have called out every cop. Everybody would have been out there.
That
the
is
town
true.
over.
That's
They would have called
true.
every ambulance because it's 9
Yep.
people in a van and you
Yep.
need multiple EMS.
Yep.
You need multiple officers. You're
That
going to
is
see the
true.
cops, the sheriff's department. They're going to send everybody because it's a small town and that's a celebrity. They're going to
That's
do it
true.
because it puts that town on the
It
map.
puts on the
Now
map.
something
That's
major
true.
has
Bingo.
happened. And
That's
so
true.
that was the other thing that threw me off as well. So that's why I'm a person that says she
That
may
is
have
true.
died, but I don't believe she died from no car accident. So that's a Tiffany opinion. But I just say all of that to
Hmm.
say that to what Kimmy mentioned, they put in there the van fell on top of her. Really? You know how heavy that van is? Do you know how
Thank
heavy
you.
that Sprinter van is?
There's no way it did. There's no way. There's no
So
way.
it's all of these things, but I'm gonna stand on my word. I just don't believe that 18 wheeler, that guy. I don't believe he was. I don't think he had it. I think he was just wrong place, wrong time, and he was just trying to avoid it. And I don't believe them people were in that van when he hit it. I believe the first report that says there's no fatalities because if it was, you would see a bigger spectacle. Kimmy
Yep.
said it takes a long time to get from one end of that highway to the other. And that's for most of these little small towns. I want you to believe that at that mile marker where it happened, it may not have recorded it right there, but at least a quarter mile or a half a mile away, legally, you have to have some type of aerial camera because when there is traffic or if there's inclement weather, you have to be able to justify what may have caused someone to get hurt, or if there's a tornado, they have to track it. That's why you have
Right.
satellite cameras.
They
And
have
so,
cameras right there where that
correct.
accident happened because I saw it. They have
Mhm.
cameras, and that's why I said they know what happened at this
Of course they
accident.
do.
I could send it to somebody. Like I saw the video like early in the morning. It was dark, and you can see exactly where the accident is. And I'm like, they got cameras on
Definitely send that to
They
me.
tried to say they
Definitely.
didn't.
Definitely. I want that.
Mhm.
I want that. Send it to me. Um, my email. My email.
Hold on, just a minute, because it's actually on Facebook. So let me see if I
You
can.
know everybody gonna hear your email. Do you want to just send her a private message?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, just put it in the chat.
I if fools get the email on me, I know how to deal with them. I'm
My
Okay,
not.
Lord.
choice.
Hey, if you want me to share my screen, I can share the screen and show it.
Yeah,
You
do that.
do you
Yeah,
mind if
do
I share
that.
the screen and just show it? Let me see, because I got
If
it
it
on.
has a link on it, if you say it's on YouTube and it has a link
No,
on it, just share it in the
it's
chat
on
I think
Facebook.
she
Can you
said
see it?
Facebook.
Can you
on
see it right
Facebook.
now?
Hmm.
Can you all see?
No,
No.
no, we can't.
No.
It should be in your backstage. Do you see it?
No, it's not there.
No, it's not there.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Hold on.
it's right. Do you see it? It's like a dark screen with the flashing lights. That's it.
Timmy's World.
That's it.
I'm trying. It says before. Oh, I'm sorry. Before presenting the screen, remove another. Okay, hold on. Media. Let me remove this. All right. So I'm gonna put it up here, and this it.
That's it. That's the camera.
Come on, Cammy. Cammy coming through. I
And
like
see, Kimmy, they
Cammy.
lied
You
and
gotta come over
said,
more often.
yeah, Kimmy, they said they lied and said it wasn't a camera. And I remember when I first came up, I was like, there has to be a camera. And they said if it wasn't there, it'll be. And I was like, how does that make sense if you could identify the mile marker? Like you can identify, but most times when you can identify a specific mile marker, it's because there's something there. So that's people saying they don't have it. It's like, come on now.
But remember when we were talking the other day, Trouble, even if it wasn't a camera there, which we know, the
Mm-hmm.
highway, but
Mm-hmm.
even if there wasn't a camera there, like Magic was saying earlier, with satellites and drones and
Mm-hmm.
CCTV, and you can reach excuse me, you can reach so many miles of space with what they have going on now. You can't tell somebody that it's just nothing there, because even if you
Mm-hmm.
don't get it
Mm-hmm.
from up close, there's an aerial view of on top of everything that's surrounding it where you can
Mm-hmm.
zoom in and
Mm-hmm.
find out whatever it is that you want to know. So
Now,
don't play with me.
Now, here's what's funny. Remember, I just said the video everybody's showing is daytime. To the video Kimmy's showing, you
Is
see
at
right
night.
now,
if you pay attention right now, and I'm just trying to give everybody a perspective, and this is what I said. By the time you saw everybody else's video, they were allowing traffic to go through because all that was there were the vehicles. Right here on this video, now your cops, your EMS, everything is there. And if you notice, what they're
The
doing
traffic is
now is
slow.
they're clearing. Yes, they're whatever happened, it was whatever they clear, wherever the people went, it went during the before the sun came up. By the time those people were viewing, that's why you saw the van sit up, because they'd already probably set it up, get ready. That's what I was saying. If this happened at 4 a.m, cops didn't get there to 5. EMS were already there. Kimmy, EMS got there 20 minutes after it happened. Am I correct?
No, it was
like,
hold on.
Okay, because I
45
thought
minutes, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a while.
It was like
EMS
45
got
minutes
there
or so.
at 4:55 a.m.
Okay. And then the cops didn't get there until 5:25, right? Or 5
Mhm.
something. So EMS is already there. So you got to remember, what time does the sun come up? Between, like, depending on where you are, 8:30. By the time we saw the video, whoever got hurt, if Angie passed away, whatever, it's already gone. You're not going to see that 2.5 hours later. And that's what I was saying. Like, by the time we saw the video, yeah, they should have still had that highway blocked off. But you're not going to see people. And that's why when they said we saw a pink blanket, that was just something that was thrown out of the van, because I saw other videos where they were showing things that came out. But if it was a body or anything, I
Would have been a
truly
white
believe
sheet.
correct.
I would
That,
definitely, if
yeah.
I can get a copy of this, Kimmy, if I can get a copy of this, I would appreciate it. That way I can enlarge it and really look into it.
Do you see whose name is on there? It's Montgomery Street Committee, but I can send it to you. Let me see. If you can, I don't care who have my email address because it's an email. You can
Hold on
email
one
me.
second. I'm on here right now.
Do you see it?
I'm gonna pull him up right now, and give me a second. I'll see whether or not I can get him on here.
I saw somebody in the chat say it's the wrong side. That
Montgomery
actually is
Street
the right
Committee.
side of the
It is.
of the highway.
That's where the truck stopped at. What we're looking at is the front end of the 18-wheeler right now.
Yep.
And then the lights in back of it is the ambulance and everything. And right on the side of that is the van.
Yes.
So I see that right there.
I'm surprised that they're letting traffic through. Because
That's what I said.
Normally they would have blocked off both
Yep.
ends. I promise you. I've been in the truck with my husband when there have been fatalities, and that traffic will be and the body was
completely stopped.
listen, that body, wherever it was, it would have still been there. They would not
Correct.
have moved it. They would have put a
Not
sheet
that
over it because
fast.
I've seen it.
Not
And
that
that's
fast.
why
They
I
wouldn't have
said,
moved it that fast.
Kimmy, that's
No.
why I said I don't believe there was a fatality. And I say that because, is it a bad car accident? Absolutely. When it's a bad car accident, when somebody gets injured, they're going to block it off. They might not block everything, but if it was a fatality, nobody, and in Montgomery is so little, I kid you. So I'm from Chicago, but I live in Texas. When I go through these little towns, if I'm traveling somewhere, like if I go to Houston and it's a 2-lane, if there's an accident and it's a fatality, you're going to have to drive up to get to that side street and go a detour. I don't care where you go, but they block it off for miles at a time. And so, in my opinion, if there was a fatality, looking at this, to your point, Montgomery is little, baby. They gonna call everybody. Y'all come out here. We need help. It's gonna be that damn highway would have been lit up like Christmas, and
And then
everything would have been shut down.
And then the next thing that I was thinking about when you guys were saying, because it's a small town, which means if it's a small town, then the fire department and the police stations aren't that far away.
Well,
So why did it take you that long
yeah.
to get
I don't
there?
think they close
Because
though.
because you gotta look at where it was on that highway. They are not close exits because I've traveled this highway a many
Oh, so
times
the
when my
exits are
daughter was
super
in
far
college.
apart.
Yeah, they're very far apart. Once
Okay.
you exit out of Montgomery and head up that highway, oh my goodness, it's a while before you even get to an exit.
I
You gotta go
cannot
to the
find
bathroom or you
it.
need some
I
gas.
cannot
You better
find
get
it,
it.
Kimmy.
Huh?
I did not find it.
Okay, you can if you I can type backstage and I'll give you my email address, or you can give me yours and I'll just send it to you. I can send a link.
Okay.
Hold on. Storm said this is something. Hold on. Storm.
Yes, GG. This is what I've been trying to explain. That camera shot is from mile marker 163. And that's the closest they could get up on that shot. The shot that you're looking at in that camera, I knew this, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. That is the emergency vehicles that was on the side of the road going south. You're looking at the cameras going south. You're not looking at the north side camera. That is the south. That is the south camera from 163.
That's true.
Mile marker 162 is in the middle of both 163 and 165.
You're right, because it says it says MP 163 on little bitty print at the top left corner. You're right.
Okay. So now you right there, that is a whole total violation of procedure for the state of Alabama. There is traffic that has never been stopped on the side of the fatality.
Because there was no fatality.
They only stopped the traffic on the wrong side of the highway. There is no traffic in front of that tractor trailer. But they never stopped any traffic on the side of the fatality.
Give me 1 second. Give me one second. Kimmy, you ready for it?
Hold on just a minute. Let me.
I'm gonna say it slow but fast.
No, you can even, all you got to do is go to Facebook to Montgomery Street Committee. It's there.
I did. It's not pulling up for me for some apparent reason.
Type it in a private?
Yeah, put it in a private chat.
Private. Just type it in private. Now, Storm, what else did you want to say about this? Can I put this down, or you guys still need to sub?
No, leave it up, because this needs to marinate in the people's mind.
Okay, well, go ahead, Storm.
To let them know it's some bull crap with this report.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's really a mess.
Look at all of that traffic. And there is a squad car, that same one squad car sitting there in front of the van. That's it. That road was never blocked off for anything. How in the heck you got a fatality on the road and you don't block off the traffic from there? All of that crime scene has now been compromised.
Yeah, you're tampering with evidence.
And that's why I said there was no.
Wait a minute, y'all. That means. Well, wait a minute. This don't make sense. Now that I'm looking at this diagram, the vehicle wasn't even in the median even after
correct.
It was still in the road.
Correct. That's what I'm telling you. How this is exactly what I'm saying. So how is there not that side of the road shut down?
That don't make sense.
But wait, that puzzle piece said that to you. I told you that truck never hit that van. I told y'all that truck never hit that van. He dodged it. That was the first thing I said to everybody. If that truck hit that van, then people would be dead. I've said this a million times.
That's what we talked about the other day. It's no way. That is too much force. That even if he would have hit it from the back, he'd have took that truck, he'd have took that minivan across the street with him.
Yes, I've said that a million times. That truck dodged that van. Okay. I keep saying this.
And then look at this. Okay, if you look at now, an ambulance just pulled up on the side of where the accident occurred, and there's two ambulances on the other side behind the tractor trailer now.
Okay, Kimmy, I just sent you a message through email.
I'm telling you, it just was no fatality. It was just an accident. There was no fatality that day.
But back to the point of when Gigi asked, what do you think happened with Angie? Like, where do you think, did you think they took her somewhere? Like, do you think she's alive? Do you think she's dead at this point? I wouldn't be surprised if they had her up in the room torturing her or something.
Angie is definitely gone.
Yeah, she got it.
But she looked too beautiful in the casket for it to be a truck running her over.
Yeah. I didn't see her in the casket, so I don't know.
Listen, the casket was a full body casket. A full body casket. Nothing covering any portion of the body. The whole body was shown. She had on a white top. silver glittered pants. Okay,
Gigi,
they showed.
someone is saying, Gigi, the ex-cop is here. I don't know what that means, but someone is saying the ex-cop
Worry
is here.
about that, doctor. Ain't nothing I can do
Okay.
with that. Just
All right.
pray
I
about
was
it,
gonna
doctor.
I was gonna respond to Terry in the chat. He said that I said that the truck clipped the van. No, what I was saying was if the truck did clip the van, nobody was in it. But my initial remark when I first started talking about this, and anybody can fact check me on the panel, I said I don't believe that 18 wheeler ever hit that van. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
you see the skid marks because it was dodging. I didn't
It was
know that
dodging.
that van
Mm-hmm.
initially was in the street, but when I found out that was the only thing, that's what I was saying, Terry. I've always said, I don't believe that 18 wheeler hit anything other than it actually tried to dodge the van. That was always my comment. But when Kimmy was asking her question, I said, even if the report says it clipped the van or it hit the van, I don't believe anybody was in it because if they were, it would have killed them. So I just wanted to clarify that. I never actually said that truck hit anything. I was just suggesting if it did, I was telling Kimmy, and she can check me in this. I was saying I don't believe anybody was in it. And I've always said, I just believe he was going around trying to avoid from hitting because I thought it was another car, but they said the
and
van was in the, yeah. So that's
and
always
that's
been my original thing.
and that's what I said also. I said if anything, he was avoiding a car on the right side of the shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and
Hmm.
he moved over into that middle lane, it being dark, and hit that vehicle. That's the only way it happened. Something obstructed the view of that truck in the right lane for it to even move out of the right lane because they have to stay in.
Exactly. Exactly.
Or it was the lane
We've been
change.
saying that. We've been
Or,
saying that.
or,
We've been
or,
Yeah.
saying
or,
that.
or even it was a lane change. But even if you say it was a lane change, that's still obstruction. You see? But the only thing that's going to
My
tell the
pleasure.
truth now with this video right here, going to tell the truth is that one, the evidence was compromised.
Hmm.
Two,
Mm-hmm.
they did not follow procedures of their own state law.
Absolutely
Three,
not.
there must be something hidden here because the facts are not speaking themselves. This video is called prima facie, on the face of the record. That's what prima facie means. And on the face of the record, you have no blockage of traffic on the side of where the accident is. The accident did not take part on the south side. It took part on the north side, and the tractor trailer ended up in the right side. That's it. Everything on the left side, on the north side, should have been shut down. They didn't shut
But
it down. How do you shut down on the right side? So they messed this up from the beginning because they only shut down the south side. How can you only shut down the south side when that wasn't the accident? The accident is the north side. And the video is telling on them.
But now, if I'm not mistaken, anytime there is a accident on the highway, there are supposed to be 3 squad cars. Normally, it's a sheriff, and there are two police officer cars because they don't know if there are fatalities. 2 reasons why they didn't shut the highway down. Now, number one, even if it was a bad accident, they are supposed to shut it down so that they can assess. But the other reason, as time went on, is because there were no fatalities. And as you know, when there's a car accident, you can oftentimes still pass on the same side as the car accident and the other because all they have to do is block off the area that could cause any other harm.
Any other
But
Right.
in this
accident, another
instance,
accident could have occurred.
correct. In this instance, there just wasn't enough manpower. And I don't know, that's what kind of confuses me a little bit. Because as I told Kimmy when we were talking and we were mentioning it, Storm, when you left, is that with it being such a small town, normally when something like that happens and you get wind of it, everybody shows up. They'll light that whole street up like Christmas.
Yeah,
Everybody in
So
from other counties, closer
correct.
Mm-hmm.
counties, and everything,
Correct.
they'll show up.
Correct.
and guys, listen at this,
Mm-hmm.
guys. Listen at this. Here's the most important fact. If there's a fatality on the road, that is a training opportunity for them to use at the same time. They're
Mm-hmm.
gonna put all their resources there to train.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do that.
No. Now, I will tell you something that stands out to me though, is that although we know that Courtney's story is, she fabricated, there's something about Courtney's story that's the truth, that 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, 90 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago, 600 years ago, 700 years ago, 800 years ago, 900 years ago, 1000 years ago, 2000 years ago, 3000 years ago, 4000 years ago, 5000 years ago, 6000 years ago, 7000 years ago, 8000 years ago, 9000 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago, 600 years ago, 700 years ago, 800 years ago, 900 years ago, 1000 years ago, 2000 years ago, 3000 years ago, 4000 years ago, 5000 years ago, 6000 years ago, 7000 years ago, 8000 years ago
I'm very interested to know how she knows what she knew. And I'm going to tell you why, because if you look at this video, she actually said exactly what you see in this video. She said, my daughter and I were in the car and we stopped to render aid because we saw a sprinter in the fast lane. And she said something about blinking lights or flashing. So it's like, how do you know that? So she had to be there, but what her purpose was, I don't believe she got hit by anything. But it's something weird because the first time we genuinely found out before you pulled the report that the sprinter was in the fast lane is because she said it. She actually says that in the video she recorded. So you kind of have to
But is
ask
that
yourself,
is that the Sprinter lights flashing, or is that another vehicle? We
well,
really
I
can't
don't
tell.
recount what she
No, no,
said
no.
about the lights flashing,
This,
but she mentioned it
there are
was in
no
the fast lane.
there are no lights flashing from the Sprinter, and there are no lights flashing from the truck. The truck is lit
Right,
in white. You can see the front of the tractor trailer lit up, can pure light. If you look on the right,
right,
right
right, right.
in the red light, it's there.
Those flashing lights, are those police lights?
Okay, so now here's the thing: the lights flashing behind, in front of the tractor trailer on that side is yellow. That's not blue and it's not red. It's yellow. So if it's yellow, that means that, that some vehicle behind it have their emergency flash.
No,
That's
I'm
true too.
talking about inside the medium, okay, where the
Yeah,
red lights are. You look across and you see that one flashing light right there. That it appears that it's a marker on some.
that
It's a marker
that's
light.
that's no, that's not a marker light. That's
Okay,
actually that's a vehicle.
okay. So
That,
it has to be a police vehicle or emergency vehicle.
no, the police vehicle has to flash blue and white,
That's some vehicle right there. Then that's a vehicle right there that's
and and
flashing.
and there's red behind it. So
Right, exactly.
that light right there is a yellow emergency flasher. That's not an emergency
Okay,
vehicle.
all right. Because that's not the van because it's too close to the truck.
No, I don't know if it's the van. I don't know what it is. All I'm saying is there is a yellow light flashing right there.
Right, there's a yellow light flashing right there, and that's a vehicle. Of
And
what
and
type?
that and it looks to be exactly in the zone of where that truck came and hit the median.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
so if I'm to think as a reasonable person, that could be the yellow light flashing on the van.
Was the van that close and they moved it back? Because that
Yeah,
wouldn't make sense.
that's
Look
no
at the
no no.
distance. There's actually no distance from the
I'm
truck to that flashing light. So if
no yes,
that is the van, they
my
moved the
brother,
van back some.
my,
They
my
moved
brother.
it way back.
My brother, yes, it is. If you look at the dead area between them, it looks close, but that's actually median space. Because if you look at the light line on the left, on the right hand side of the screen, you see the fence, the barrier fence. So if you follow that all the way down, you'll see that it's all barrier. If you look at those vehicles now traveling in the right lane, and that's a tractor trailer truck that's coming by right now. Okay,
Hmm.
so the barrier, the barrier that yellow light is in front of that barrier where it's broken, where that tractor trailer came up on the other side.
Right, right.
Okay, so they're definitely in the middle of the highway from both sides. That's not
Exactly.
so now let's give Pillsbury benefit of the doubt, right? let's say Pillsbury was there, because the accounts of Pillsbury description is exactly what we're looking at. That means Pillsbury said that her daughter moved the car up on the right shoulder
Hmm.
going north.
Right.
If that is the fact, then Pillsbury's car may be the cause of the accident of the truck.
Mm.
Well, 9 times out of 10, it is. Because
Yeah,
she
but if
was
that's the
on.
case, then her daughter would have been injured.
No, her car
No,
would
her
have been
daughter
flipped.
moved it up. Her daughter moved it
No, her
up.
daughter didn't move it up until after she said that the
But
That's
sprinter had
right.
already struck
He
her.
After
avoid
the
he
fight.
right.
That was
No, no, no,
after.
no, no,
He
no. Listen to
avoided
what you're saying.
he
If her
avoided
daughter's
Pillsbury's car.
No, the car, wherever her car was, had to be a little, like, not too far from where she saw the accident. And if that truck had actually, if they had moved the car, it was after the fact. She said the truck
It
brushed
was
past
after,
her
right?
and then they moved the car.
Right.
So if that,
But see, here's the point. Afterwards, right? Afterwards. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that car was there before the truck approached. When the truck approached, her car was already on off the road into that right shoulder.
Right. Right.
And so it may have not been all the way off the road. And by not being all the way off the road, the truck driver now pulls over to the fast lane side, not seeing the van, and hit the van. Pillsbury caused this accident.
so I'm gonna say
Is she
this. I hear
lying?
what you all are
I
saying.
don't think she was
Wait.
there.
I
don't.
I think she may have been there, but I hear
what I'm
what y'all
saying
are
is, I'm not
saying.
saying she's telling the truth. I'm just saying, if she is telling the truth, she's not telling the whole
Right.
story.
Okay.
The whole story
Hypothetically, you're going with hypothetically.
Hypothetically, she was on that side of the road. Hypothetically, wait a minute. Let me please. Hypothetically, she got out of the vehicle to go see what was happening. Hypothetically, the truck now is coming. Hypothetically, they can't get out of the way, but the truck is coming, and the truck is afraid that it's going to hit that vehicle on that right median. So it tries to get over to the left. But when it gets over to the left, it doesn't know the van is there, and it hits it.
Correct, but
that
I
could
don't.
be true.
That could be true, but I think
If
that
you look at the diagram of the report, Kimmy, you got it right there in your hand.
I do. You want me to? Do you want me to share it to the screen?
I do want you to share it.
Hold on. You want me to share it?
Wait.
I need to understand. I'm
Okay,
not
one
running
at
my
a
mouth.
time. Okay, so
Hold on.
Storm, he put his point in. So Kimmy, let's hear your side. What are your thoughts?
I can show the diagram so Quiet Storm can so people can be able to see it. I have it on screen if you want me to share it.
You can share, but we also want to know your thoughts. You disagree. Why do you disagree?
Thoughts? So the reason why I disagree, I believe in a saying, how you do anything is how you do everything. And I believe Pillsbury lied. One, because her whole TikTok is gone. At one point, she said that the family pressured her to remove the video. And in that same day, because I emailed her TikTok disappeared. Like, she disappeared. I think she is lying. I just do. My gut feeling is just telling me she is lying, especially when I read this report. And one, I think, I'm not going to say the driver's name, but I think the Sprinter guy who said he was helping people out, he lying. I believe he's lying, because our natural instinct, if you see a truck coming, what you going to do? You're going to run.
Get out the way.
You're going to run. Black people do that. He wasn't helping nobody out. He was trying to help himself. I believe he lied. I believe he lied in this report, and I believe Pillsbury lied. And those are my opinions.
I agree with you, Camry.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I don't trust neither one. Now, Puzzle, what are your thoughts?
No, all I was saying was, I hear them saying that maybe the car was the reason why the truck dodged it. But if I'm looking at the highway properly, even if I try to dodge a car that's maybe on the right side, I would like to think that the back of that trailer, based on how it's trying to swerve, would have hit that car as well. And that's what I was saying. So that's why I don't believe there was a car there. I'm not trying to say anybody's wrong, but if I'm on a highway and these are 2 lanes and y'all know how small they are, if I'm trying to dodge that car, I'm going to hit that car and that van, because that truck is too big not to hit what's in the way, and they have a blind spot. So I was just mentioning that I think Courtney's, how did she know that? Somebody could have told her, but I don't believe her car could have been in the vicinity, because even if he tried to dodge her car to avoid from, hitting the van, he would have hit everything. Like, I think there would have, I don't know, just logically, when I see this in my head, even if I see the report, I don't believe there was another car. I think that truck was just trying to avoid that van. And that's what I was saying.
Possible.
Like Courtney,
It is,
I believe her
it
whole
is
story
possible.
Right. I believe her story was fabricated. I think it's a lie. But when I listen to what she says and I look at this video, a lot of what she's saying is matching up. And unless somebody told you specifically, how do you know that? How did you know that the Sprinter van was on the left side? Somebody could have told her, but I just don't believe that car was there. And it was because I don't know. I just can't see how that wouldn't have been a part of the accident as well. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying anybody is lying. It's just when I see this in my head, I don't see how that car could be in the way and not get hit. How she know? I don't know. Maybe she know one of the cops. Maybe she got a whole. I don't know. But I'm
Wait a
just
minute. I
saying,
had seen somebody in the chat while ago said, "What if she had a police scanner?"
maybe I don't know.
But
In
then
this
if
thing,
she had a police scanner, she wouldn't have even been able to hear anything about the accident until the police got there.
Well, the
So
fact that
where
she
did
didn't file a report, that's a tall tale by
yeah, that's the
itself. Because
problem.
she could have stayed like everybody else and been like, the truck blew past me and I got injured. And then they went to the
Absolutely.
hospital and nobody asked any additional questions. Like, that's where her story doesn't hold up. But she had, just thinking back to what she said when she said the Sprinter van was in the fast lane, it's like, none of us knew that. None of us knew that right off. Like, we thought it was in the median because that's where we saw it. So that just to me was
It's
kind
just
of
weird.
weird.
It's choppy.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's weird and choppy.
You know what
And unless
another
you
thing is? I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
no, go ahead, Kemi.
You know, another thing I paid attention is when that first video came out, she said she was gonna do another video when she got home, right? She had the same
Hmm.
doggone shirt on. How did you pick that up? She had the same shirt on. And if she traveled 6 hours back home, went home, took a shower, why you still got the same shirt on?
Because you
She had
uh,
probably
the
still in
same black,
Alabama.
And she said she had just taken a shower too, and I never noticed that.
she had the
Because she
same
probably was
shirt
still in
on.
Alabama. She probably was still in Alabama.
I don't believe she was in Alabama. I believe then another thing, if you looked at her TikTok, she was trying to blow up on TikTok. If you looked at her page, she was trying to blow up on TikTok
yeah, because
Hmm.
she's a
before she deleted it.
yeah, she's a TikToker. I mean,
Hmm.
that's what she does. She monetizes off TikTok. So
So,
so
Kemi, you don't think she was ever in Alabama?
no, she hadn't have been there to see that because
She might have been riding past, but I,
Hmm.
I believe she lied. I just do. I
Kimmy,
believe
Yeah.
she lied. Go
Kimmy,
ahead. I'm sorry.
when did she post it after March 1st? Do you know the date when she first
I
yeah,
posted
don't
it?
know the
I don't know when she
exact
posted it.
date.
Yeah,
I
Oh,
don't know the exact. Hold on. Let me look. See. Let me see
But
if
you
I
know
got
what
my
Kemi
phone.
Puzzle always says? She's been saying it for the last few days. It's a lot of truth in a lie.
Mm.
well, there is a lot of truth in a lie, but right here, this is pretty laid out and factual. There, if
Yeah, the
there was a
facts are there for
fatality,
that. I was
if,
talking about what you call it, Doc Pillsbury.
yeah, Pillsbury. If if
You
there was a
kicked me
fatality,
out
if there was a fatality, there is no coroner, there is no description on the
Right.
report saying
Right.
that the coroner was located and that the coroner came to the scene. There is no description
hmm
that EMS transported the body. There is no
Hmm.
mention of it, and that
Hmm.
on a fatality report that would be a major portion of the report. Which
And that's
body?
what I was thinking about when you guys were saying, look at this car, look at that car, look at where the truck is, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, there's no corners van.
But you know what else was missing? They didn't have the helicopter out. Like when there's a fatality on the highway, so that they can see an area view, they always will
Hmm.
make sure that they have the helicopter flying over.
Well, is there a helicopter in the Montgomery district? I don't think there is. Is there?
I would think so. Can I share my screen? I got a screenshot of her
you know
TikTok
you
where
can.
somebody asked her, "Where is the video?" I'm gonna let you see it before. Let me stop, and then I'm gonna share this.
Yes, come on, screen share, Miss
I think there were drones there. I think there were drones there.
Can you see
I
Well,
that?
could. I could be wrong, but if you're looking at this video, if you keep looking at this video and you just keep looking at this video and you keep looking at this video and you keep looking at the video, you keep looking at the video, you can see what appears to be drones. You can see at the top of those red lights and back of the truck, the red lights, just keep looking there and you'll see two drones. You see one drone go, and then another drone will go.
Well,
there was footage there. There was overhead footage. There's overhead footage. Just look. You'll see it. You will see it. You'll see the drones.
I don't
And that's why I'm saying, like, if there was a fatality, and what's crazy is that would have been breaking news in Alabama. Breaking news, there's a fatality on, I-65. We're being told that Angie Stone,
Or those car lights.
they would have given
passing.
so much detail. So that for me lets me know it may have been a bad accident, but there's nothing there that tells me there was a fatality. I don't get that out of it.
they'd have definitely made, like you said, they'd have definitely made us think about it being a major celebrity.
Girl, you would have seen that damn
That would
highway
have been
lit
the
up
first
like
thing that they
Christmas.
said.
Those small towns, they love to be able to. I'm telling you,
Those are drones.
everybody from every little town would have been over there. I'm telling you, like, what? It's an accident? We ain't got nothing to do? Come on. Like,
Okay, so-
everybody gonna get up.
So that was only six. This thing is what, 6 days ago?
No, I actually screenshot this on March the 12th.
Okay.
So 6 days from there would have been March the 6th. So I'm not really for sure. But she had the video of somebody asked, what happened to the videos? And she said, the 18-wheeler video accident post. And she said that if that is the video you are referring to. Say again?
Right, I saw it. I saw I saw it as well. That
Yeah.
She said she removed it because the family asked her to.
Asked her to take it down.
I don't believe that.
I don't either.
I don't either.
How did
the family get in touch with her that fast?
Exactly.
I didn't even see it.
I don't either.
Boom.
I don't think the family had even seen it. She a liar.
Nope.
No.
Has the family contacted you all about taking y'all stuff down?
No.
There you go.
I wouldn't care if they did anyway. I wouldn't take it down.
No, I'm just saying, but nobody's contacting us. So why would
First
they
of all, the
contact her?
family's not going to be the one that contacts you. Their lawyers will.
The attorney will.
Because they will send you a cease and desist. Their contact is not going to be, they're going to send you a cease and desist, and it'll be a literal document. If anything was going on and you were saying something wrong right now, you would have a cease and desist from their legal team, period, end of story. And you will know a real cease and desist. It ain't no play. You gonna know, and it's gonna scare the crap out of you. You're gonna be like, let me take this stuff down. I don't even think the family saw that lady video. I think she got spooked because people started saying, like, wait a minute.
She was lying.
You went to the hospital, girl? What hospital you went to? Was Angie there?
Right.
Girl, what it look like? Who hit you? And she couldn't answer it. So it's like, let me take this down. I done messed up. So
you know what? I thought she was telling the truth. I thought she was telling the truth till I got the accident report, and I was like, oh, she lying. She lying.
I told them, I said, Kimmy, that sore on her forehead looked like an old scalp.
Yes, you did.
I think there is some truth to what she's saying. It just ain't here.
She wanted them cars that was passing.
It's just not here. And what I'd like to know is how she know that information.
I think it's what you all just said. She probably was just passing.
Is that Lethel's girlfriend?
I'm done. I am done.
No, I'm still stuck on the fact. that
Lethel might like him big. I mean, hey.
But she's married though. I believe she's married. She got
That's what I got to do with anything. Something people be chunky monkeying all the time when they married.
I cannot. I'm dead.
Not chunky monkeying.
Big girls need love too.
She probably, but she probably wants to scoop that chocolate ice cream. You know what I'm saying? But I have not been able to verify this, but I have been getting emails that said that they believe she's in the video at the event with the dog with the girl.
What?
Yeah,
At what event? At
I have,
the concert?
yes, and I have not been able to verify that, so that's why I haven't said
There's a
anything.
full video of her show on YouTube. There was a guy, he recorded the whole thing. So I didn't look at all of it because I was like,
It's
I
on
don't know.
YouTube. You know
Uh-huh.
where it
She
is?
was at, she was at what? Where was she at?
It would
At
have
the
been.
show?
It would have been the people that have been saying to me, and they've said the same thing. They said somebody passed her a drink that may have looked like lethal.
Where at?
I didn't
At
say,
Angie's last show?
yeah, but I didn't say anything about it because I hadn't verified it yet, and I don't like to say stuff that I don't.
Is it on YouTube?
I don't know. Someone said it was on the show was on
So
YouTube.
the show, there was a gentleman, I think he was one of Angie Stone's biggest fans. I'm not sure his name, but and he doesn't have many followers, but he posted the last video because he was there. And he was just I guess honoring her to say this was her last show. So if you look up on YouTube, I think it'll show
Mm-hmm.
last show wherever it was. He recorded the whole. I didn't watch it. I just saw like the little snippet. But it is on there.
Okay.
Now, if she was there, I don't know if, the area in which he was recording, he captured the audience or whatever. I just know. And then there are other people that they've recorded small snippets of them being there as well, just talking about that was her last show as well. So
I'm
it's
only
there.
I'm looking for all of it, and oh wait a minute, there is one video that's 45 minutes long.
Yes, I think that's the one. That's the full show, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't watch it all. I just know it was there.
Okay, let me check.
So maybe, maybe you'll be able to see the audience. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can see the audience.
What's up, Takesha?
Gigi, I'm so upset I couldn't get in earlier.
I'm sorry, Miss Harris.
Y'all had so much stuff going on.
The conversation was flowing so seamlessly.
Oh my God, it was so much stuff going on, and I'm sitting in the house, and I'm like,
And we all agree that if the truck driver did hit Angie, regardless whether it was a fatality or she was still alive or whatsoever, if the truck driver did hit her, he would have been in custody regardless.
Absolutely.
He would have been in custody regardless. So that's out of the question that he hit her. That's out of the question because they just not going to let you just tiptoe into the tulips.
Mm-mm.
No, they're not going to allow that.
Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Hold on a second.
I'm confused.
There,
with what you
did
just
y'all
said.
know there was a police officer standing in front of Angie Stone?
Huh?
What?
There is a uniform police officer doing security so that nobody walk up on the stage. Black young lady.
I didn't see the video, so I'm not sure.
I'm looking at it right now. And on this particular picture, you don't see Lethal standing behind Angie, but there is pictures of Lethal behind Angie.
I did hear that when they took her out of the back door and this is not unheard of, but they had covered her up, and it's probably because there could have been people back there.
Oh, that's
to take her to the.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's
unusual.
not unheard of.
I've been at plenty of shows and I posted. Yeah, that's not unusual.
Yeah.
I just want to know, does anybody know what Lethal looked like? Because he sounds.
Oh, he a big
Lethal.
muscular dude. He a
You
old
can't miss
muscular
it.
man.
He has on all black. He has on all black and a white beard.
I'd have been mad. My mother named me Lethal.
I need to pull
I'd have been pissed. Like me and her would have to have. That's just like I'm 15 and you name me Emma Jean. I'm pissed.
See,
Hey.
y'all picking on me for cutting jokes, and y'all went on cutting.
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm just saying.
Keontae, I went to a jewelry store about 2 years ago, and the girl that was helping me with some earrings, I asked her what her name was, and she had to be all of like 22, 24. She told me her name was Bertha. I said,
And me and my mother would have came to blows. My teeth would have been knocked out because she'd had to tell me something.
I asked her too. I was like, "Are you named?" And not being funny, I was really interested. I was like, "Are you named after your grandma or something?" And she was like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Wow!" But then
Mm,
she told
mm,
me her name.
mm.
I will never forget that because I was like, "How old are you?" And she was like in her 20s or something. But yeah, her name was Bertha.
Yeah, I wouldn't have told nobody that, honey. I'd have came up with an alias, baby, because that is
I
not
mean,
that.
There's Lethal.
You see him?
There's,
Let me
Oh,
see.
Wow, my first time seeing him.
and
And
there's
his
This your
Angie
name,
first time?
Stone. They were real cool now. And it looked like he was an industry guy too. I see a lot of celebrities.
Lethal is an industry person. He
He
was in.
is an industry
wasn't
person.
he
Yeah.
security too? Wasn't
He,
didn't I hear that he was security?
well, legally he can't do no security work. He's
Oh, I don't
retired.
know anything about the gentleman. I've just been hearing different things. I ain't never seen him until the other day when I was like, "That's big old muscular old man." He looked like a Lethal though. Y'all say what you want. He looked like his name's supposed to be Lethal. He looked like he Lethal.
Y'all see that? That's Keith Sweat, Usher, and Teddy Riley.
And
she said
Lethal.
he looked like a
And he looked
lethal.
like a Lethal. He looked like his mama got it right on the head. She came out. She was like, "You know what? I'm about to
I'm
name
gonna name
you
you
Lethal,
lethal.
boy."
Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all.
What?
I'm looking at the end of the video where Angie get ready. Okay, here. Whoa. Here's Lethal walking on the stage right now. So Ashton has a coat in his hand. Come
Can
on,
you
give
share
me.
your screen so we can
Uh,
see it?
give me. Oh, wait a minute. There was more than one police officer up front. What? Hold on. Yeah, let me see if I can do this here.
What the popo got to do with it? They got to protect her.
No, but
You
my
got me
yeah.
thinking something going on. You got to show us quiet. Gigi said ain't nothing to it but to do it.
And those who can do it can clap their hands too. It ain't that how I go.
Come on, Nat. Come on, Nat.
Okay.
You got to report the evidence quiet. Come on, let go.
Hold on, y'all. I'm working. Y'all
You too
fingers move
passionate.
faster than mine.
You too passionate. Come on. Hit that play.
I told you y'all to ran his blood pressure up.
He got all that good equipment over there. I see him. I want to see
Sam,
him.
All
Wait,
right.
he's
Gigi, he
stressed
said the cop
Uh,
right here. I'm
out.
like, what the cop do? When he said the
So,
cop, I'm like,
Kimmy, this is what I want to know. Did you see the videos of Angie warning people? And she says they're coming after me. What were your
Yeah.
thoughts when she was warning everybody? Did you know that they tried to take her out before with the poison needle? What were
No,
your
I didn't know that.
So
I
yeah,
didn't know that.
I have been following Angie for a while. When she first started going live on Instagram, I was talking about it, and I wish I would have paid more attention because Angie didn't hardly have anybody on her live videos. It would hardly be
I told
nobody
you.
on there. And I was shocked when I first heard about how the industry was doing her. I was very, very shocked. And then when she said she almost died when she was in the hospital.
But Kimmy,
um,
you have to tell the whole story. She said that somebody was trying to take her out.
she
She
did
says
say
it
that.
was working with Satan, and she believed it was spiritual as
She,
well.
she did say
Spiritual
And
that.
she said
warfare.
she had to call on Jesus
She did.
because she knew that this was a attack. This was a dark
Attack.
demonic attack.
You know what? Do y'all remember what was that movie that came out? Was it Final Destination, about when people are supposed to die or something and they what was that movie? They're supposed to die, but they like cheat death.
They cheat that
And
that final destination.
Final Destination. That's what I thought about because she had so many run-ins, like with the needle. She passed out in the bathroom, and she thought she was gonna die then. That was just months ago.
They were trying to take her out, Kimmy.
She did
I,
say that though. She said that. She did.
Did you
I
Yeah,
know
she
feel
said
like
it.
they stole $50 million from her
She
and
did.
she was fighting back?
But did
yeah,
you now here's what I don't understand. I found a video the other day. I'm not gonna say the content creator's name, but there were two individuals and he's an older gentleman, and he came forward and he was just basically saying that the money that she was supposed to be owed, she didn't make that much money because those albums didn't do like Prince did and all this kind of stuff. And I'm gonna go back and I had to think, and I was like, well, she did do good, but she wasn't like a Beyonce. But she was big. I bought her album. Matter of fact, I still got it here. I still got the CD.
Well, I don't think it was
So
about the album. I think it
plus
was about the writing.
Yeah, the
right,
writing and the
right,
producing and all that stuff.
right. But here's what I didn't understand about the writing. She was hired for the record label, right? To write.
Well, she started out rapping. And then
She
what
did.
happened was they identified she had a good voice. She started to sing. But Angie has written, she played
Right.
instruments. And in the music industry, whereas you can be a good singer, you make more money when you produce and you write. And
Mm-hmm.
that's where a
Right.
lot of her royalties, her mechanics went. Because what they were saying is just like Uptown Funk, they sampled it. She was the one
They
that sang
did.
on the Girlfriends track. It's different things that she's done. And as these things have been promoted in movies, are they go on nobody's paying her royalties and the 51 million, and that's why she said I should have been able to retire, is
She should
because
have.
for a lot of these
Mm-hmm.
artists she can take credit for them being signed, she can take credit for their songs, but people have put their name on it. So if many people
Oh, she
Puzzle,
froze.
are you okay?
You
They
froze,
got
Puzzle?
her.
Her
They
Huh?
have
phone.
her. Look
Damn it.
at this. Look at this. Look at, oh God, they got Puzzle. Woo! My goodness. Puzzle, this is freaky. Let me take
But
it back.
have y'all thought about like as many celebrities that she's written for? There weren't that many celebrities that came out to pay her.
Yes.
No, like what was the people saying? I didn't see that many celebrities at the funeral. I'm like,
It
where
was
these people
more
did she
people.
help?
It was more people at Rich Homie Quan's funeral.
Okay,
I don't understand that. I
y'all see
could not.
y'all
Yeah,
see what's
I can
happening
see
now?
it.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can see it.
you get ready to see Lethal come up on the stage.
She was so
There's
pretty. Oh,
Lethal
I
standing.
see him. There you go. Oh,
They need to fire the cameraman.
Oh, I think it was just a person at the
That was
show
a person
recording.
with his iPhone. They had
I
a
know.
camera there, but
They need to be fired.
did anybody go to the funeral that Tyler Perry had? Was Lethal there?
I didn't see
I
him. I
ain't
saw
seen Lethal
Aston.
at near one of the funeral.
Who was in the
He
wheelchair?
I don't know. They said someone was in a wheelchair at South Carolina.
And
And
Atlanta.
In Atlanta, yeah.
yeah, I didn't.
Yeah,
I
someone
don't
was in
know.
a wheelchair there.
I don't know who that was.
I doubt if it was him. I'm
Well, they
just
said he was
speculating
passed
there.
out for 2 hours. He might have still been passed out.
Shoot.
But according to the police report, he didn't have any injuries.
I'm just saying. 'Cause I'm sick of it.
Jimmy,
You
Jimmy,
right. Go
Jimmy,
ahead. I hear.
He was passed out for a week or
am
so.
Yeah.
am I right or wrong? On the report, it said he had no injuries.
You right.
That's what it says on the report, right?
What, the Lethal
And
had no injuries?
On the report,
You
it
know,
says Lethal did not have any injuries.
and that's how you know that he lied, talking about he helped somebody, because if he was helping them out when that truck hit, it would have been him flying up in the air.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you were driving and it
Uh,
failed. You would have been injured in general because
Anyway.
you were the driver, and your
Right,
your
because it
airbag came out, and the force of it alone would have burned you or injured you. Like
the
right.
But
truck
it
landed on the
didn't
driver's side.
it would yep,
exactly
that window would have cut his face up because
No,
the
but look,
force of it hitting the ground and windows would have
the
busted out.
glass busting. Yeah,
look
like
how
you
good
know.
Wow.
Look how good Angie looked on stage.
She
She
did.
She lost a
mhm.
lot of weight. Angie was fine.
She was. She really was.
But she's always been pretty.
She
Man,
always, yeah,
Even when
yeah.
she was young, she was pretty. I
I
was
would have done
watching her
I would have done my best to scoop Angie up that night.
yeah,
Oh
Angie was
Lord.
pretty. Okay, so
I,
my question
I'm
is
looking at a concert. I'm looking at a concert of hers right now, and I came across Sundance. It was 2023, and she was in she was in a cheer. She was in a cheer singing because she couldn't stand with a winter
Yeah,
coat on. With a winter
right.
coat on.
Yeah, that's the one with her in the white chair. Am I correct?
No, she's in a black chair. She has on red. She has on
Okay.
red with a winter coat on. With a because it had to have been winter time because she got a winter coat on.
Okay. No, I didn't see that one then. Okay, but
Yeah,
but
she
but
has black boots on and she's singing. She's singing. She has a bottle of water in her hand, but she's sitting down. And I'm going to assume she was too weak to
yeah.
stand.
So she had been doing several shows just sitting down, and Ashton even said it at the funeral.
Yeah, and a lot of times with her having diabetes, I'm a medical nail technician and a master pedicurist. She probably had neuropathy in her legs. You know, standing up like that can cause a lot, especially if you don't have on compression
I
socks.
listen.
Mm-hmm.
I explained that very same thing by using myself as the example. When
Hmm.
I go to events and I'm
It
hosting,
takes a lot out of you.
it takes a lot out of me. I'm talking about I work a stage for 2 hours, and when I get done with them 2 hours, I cannot walk. So
Hmm.
I don't host shows no more. I'm too old for it now.
Yeah.
My body is absolutely torn up, and
Well, at
it can't.
least you know your body, though.
Yeah. So that diabetical ain't no joke. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
But
And
Angie,
Mm-mm.
she lost more of that weight because she was in the hospital for whatever was going on with her blood. And I see a lot of people saying it in the chat pod, but she did have sepsis. And for days,
Oh,
I don't know how
wow.
long it
She
was,
has
but
septic.
yeah, she had
yes,
sepsis. Yep. And
Right.
so
Yeah.
she lost a lot of weight because now my ex-wife actually ended up with sepsis and it messed up her kidneys. And they have to flush you
Mm.
out. And if she has a kidney disease, they are trying to flush. The younger you are, the more likely you are to survive it. So if you hear her, the fact that she survived it at the age that she's at, yeah, God had his hand on her. You know what I'm saying? And the reality is she lost a lot of weight. She was weak. She was
Right.
fighting, just trying to, but sepsis is deadly. It's
It
Yeah, it
is.
extremely
is. It is. But you know
it's
what, too?
extremely deadly.
When Gigi was talking about when she said that, they were coming after her, I really feel like because she needed to get what she needed to get off her chest, like she was one with God, like whatever happens is gonna happen. I'ma
Mm-hmm.
say what I need to
Mm-hmm.
say. They done already tried it and it didn't work. Whatever is
Mm-hmm.
gonna happen, but I gotta stand my
I
ground and
got
I
to
need
get
to
this
say what I
out.
need to say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I got to
And
get
I
this
told
out
Gigi
because
that
I
the
She
other
wasn't
know.
day.
worrying about leaving this earth. She needed
Mm-hmm.
people to know what she needed them to know. And when it gets to
Exactly.
that point, where people are just steadfast on what it is that they're gonna say, they're
Yep.
not worrying about what's getting ready to come down the pipe after that. She knows what the elite is about. She knows what she's up against, and she had to get that off her chest.
And Keontae, she said
Exactly.
that though. She said, I don't
You're
know
right. She did.
if
She
by me
said that.
saying this that I'll live, I'll die. And I told Gigi that the other day. I said, I feel like she was okay with whatever was gonna come.
Whatever
She
was going
didn't
to
want
come
to
her
hide in
way.
the dark anymore. She didn't want to hide
Yeah,
in
Right.
the
she
dark. I think
Right.
her prayer was that they would do right by her, but I think she knew that if they didn't, she's okay because at least she spoke her truth. And then I think that
yeah.
that's her message from the grave to say, you know what happened to me. Now her
Yeah,
daughter
I
did
prepared
say
myself.
something. Her daughter did say something at the Atlanta funeral that I did catch, and she said, "What's understood does not need to be
Need to be
explained." The daughter
explained. I
said
heard
that,
that.
and I want
Can I
y'all to
ask?
understand. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do y'all remember how the preacher came up and he said, "We are controlling the narrative"? Did y'all hear that?
Who said
yes,
that?
I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
And that has stuck with me. I'm like, what?
Who said that?
The
The
preacher.
preacher did because
Right.
someone was recording. Somebody had a camera, and he said, "Can't you see all these cameras?" I didn't know Tyler Perry was recording a
I didn't
documentary
either.
I'm so
on Angie's
sick
song.
of
I didn't
him.
know that's what that was, but that's what it was.
Well,
He was
I didn't
doing a
know that
documentary.
either.
wait a minute.
Yes.
Wait. No. The Word Network did the filming.
They did a filming, but Tyler Perry is
It's
recording
his
a
production.
documentary on
Hmm.
Angie Stone. He
Yeah, I
did that
saw that at the
So
panel.
because
so then he had the word. He had the Word Network to come and film because they carried the
they
whole.
filmed it.
And see, what's funny about that is that the Word Network could have been picked up by all other networks to air the funeral, and no one
No, he
did.
paid for it for that purpose.
And no one did. So that means that Tyler Perry was making this a spectacle from moment one. Then
I told you.
Yeah, yeah,
And
definitely
he made
was.
mention of those bed of roses.
because
I
because
laid her.
the word network is supposedly quote unquote a black Christian television network. What
Yes,
Angie Stone
you
had to do
said
with
that right.
Christian
Supposedly.
well,
White Christian.
they J owned. So I mean, ain't no blacks own it. Like there ain't no blacks that own nothing on the word network. Ain't, that's just where that's another one of them networks that's using the black community to get rich off of it.
Hmm.
Absolutely. But Puzzle, what were you saying when he said he laid her on a bed of roses? What?
Because I was saying earlier that when I saw it, as beautiful as it was a little
It was.
creepy to me. It was dark. That
Hmm.
whole production was dark. That I mean, I hate to use the word production, but
It
her
was a
funeral,
It was
it
a
production.
didn't seem.
production. It was a
Yes,
production.
it was dark. And what I mean by dark is like at funerals, yeah, you wear black, but if you all pay attention, the ambiance, it was dark. Like the
It
Yeah,
was
the
lights were
whole
dark,
dim.
yeah.
thing
There
Oh
was
was
yeah,
no.
dark.
And it threw me off, but he made mention. He was like, he says it was something about how beautiful it is that she was surrounding a bed of roses. And then her friend at the South Carolina funeral, when she was talking, and I saw the video that Gigi played earlier, she was like, "Didn't y'all see how beautiful she was? Surrounding." And for me, although the roses were beautiful, it was creepy. It was just something weird
Yeah.
yeah.
about that. And I said that earlier, like I didn't know that they were recording it as a production. I did think it was odd
Hmm.
at the end that the pastor said Tyler Perry Productions, and he repeated something twice. And I was like, what? I didn't understand his purpose. But now that you said that, Kimmy, I'm like, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
had no idea.
Well,
I didn't know it either.
I know she was probably looking at it all like, look at this shit here. Y'all done just made a
Crazy.
mockery out of me. Because that Atlanta funeral was unnecessary.
I mean, well, Angie's. I mean,
I can't
Angie
say
Stone wanted a documentary. I don't think she wanted it like this,
Right.
Right.
but
Well,
she
she said
wanted
she
a
was working
documentary.
on one, wasn't
Right,
she?
right. That's what she said.
I don't
Yeah.
I can't say that it was unnecessary, but it definitely hindsight looking back shows something nefarious because
Yeah, that's what I mean
Mm,
by unnecessary.
yeah.
Celebrating her is not unnecessary if she's being celebrated in the right light.
yeah.
That's not unnecessary. But when you have underlying things and you're not being 100% honest about why you're doing the things that you're doing,
Mhm.
if it's not directly from your heart, right, it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
So that brings us back to the
Hmm.
point.
Well,
Tyler,
evil
Tyler,
could care. Evil
Tyler
could care
Perry,
less about what's necessary and what's unnecessary.
Absolutely.
yeah.
That's
It's
true.
about a point.
But
So
That's
it's funny.
true.
that brings me back to the point of Tyler Perry. Tyler, if you said you didn't know Angie, why would you need to do
Please,
such
come on.
spectacular show? Why is it that Jamal Bryant? Now, see, y'all, nobody's
He
talking about.
was there. He was. Oh my God.
But
He
He was
ran to
there.
he's
his
the
wife.
reason why
Yeah,
he's at New Birth now.
him, him,
Yeah.
him, him, and his wife was sitting a seat over from Tyler Perry.
They sure was.
I thought Jamal
Yeah.
Bryant wasn't there. I thought he was quiet.
No, he
And
was
he
He
there.
wasn't saying
was.
nothing.
He was
But
there.
I found out he was there. Then I later found that he posted, I forgot what it was, Instagram or somewhere. He posted and shared the story that he has his job at New Birth only because of Angie Stone. Angie Stone told one of the board members that y'all need to call Jamal Bryant. He'd make a good pastor for New Birth. And they called him and they hired him. That's
Well, I
how
tell you, he wasn't a great pastor. That ain't
so
what we talking about. Go ahead, baby.
But when you think about Tyler Perry, it's funny because you get up there and you preach all of these sermons. And I mean, I'm a Christian first, and my Bible says God can't be mocked. And that's all I'm going to say. Y'all sit there and you play with all of this crap and y'all do it in these churches. Somebody said in the comments, who gave him permission? Money talks. And
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, we like to think that all of these places are a holy tabernacle. But baby, if you write a check,
They're businesses. They're
you
okay.
can do
businesses.
anything
First
you
of
want to
all,
do in that
first of all,
church.
Wow.
They're
first of all,
businesses.
first of all, let's back up a second. Let's realize where we are. Okay. First of all, the pastor of that church is Boulay. His wife is Boulay. His wife belonged to the same sorority that was
Boulay.
doing the presentation.
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
Now let's go one further. Do you know who he is?
I have no
Isn't he
idea.
isn't he Del Bonner's son? Of Bonner Brothers?
Who was Del Bonner?
What?
The hair company.
Wait a minute. Back up.
You mean Broner Brothers?
Yes.
What?
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Isn't
Well,
that
let
the
me
same?
just say this.
Wait,
The
wait,
pastor, when he got up there, I didn't know.
I'm trying to make a point. Please.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was giving everybody the time to speak. If I'm not mistaken, and you go back and you go back and look, Del Bonner pastored that church. I believe that is his son or something, or whatever. Okay. If you know who Del Bonner is, then you would easily be able to put two and two together. Tyler Perry, Del Bonner, Eddie Long, all these mega church pastors are all bussies in the same package.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. That pastor that was up there, I was trying to figure out when they said he had a wife. I didn't get that from him when he first walked. So I just put that out. I don't know the pastor, but I just know he ain't on that team. He ain't on that team.
Well, Trump, Puzzle, most of them are not.
He ain't
I'm
on the
just
team.
saying.
Well,
Most of them are not.
But let's go to Tyler Perry where they tie him.
He ain't on that team either.
Do y'all know where Tyler
We
Perry
know
got
he
ordained?
ain't.
Do y'all know where Tyler Perry got ordained to preach at?
He
To
did
preach? What you talking about?
What, TDJ?
at Potter's
No,
house.
that was afterwards at the
TBN.
Potter's house.
No,
Right, at TBN.
At TBN. Okay.
The broadcast network.
Yes. Do you know who ordained Steve Harvey to preach?
What?
He don't need to be standing up to nobody.
I'm about to get off. What?
Wait, hold on. I'm dropping some real nuggets on y'all.
I want to hear what you got to say, Doc. I'm listening.
Y'all, please don't call me Doc.
I'm
No,
sorry.
she's talking to me.
No, I'm interested to hear what Quiet Storm had to say.
They use that term Doc in the church a lot. When they say
do.
that Doc, that ain't a good thing. That's that. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna let that go.
Storm, you've been calling Bennett there all night.
No, he's a doctor.
Right. I was saying, you said don't say Doc.
Yes, no.
I respect Dr. Bennett because he's a doctor. He got the degree. Now, I wasn't calling him Doc like Doc the way they call him.
See, and I didn't even know that they call people Doc. So when you said don't call me Doc, I'm like, oh my bad. I didn't mean to call. You know how you get names mixed up.
That's a nasty saying in the church, in the black church.
Chell, you done taught me something.
You don't want to be called Doc.
I'm gonna go to church on Sunday just to see who sings.
Girl, you ain't right, Harris. You ain't right.
Can you go back to what you were saying about Steve Harvey?
Please.
Yeah, okay. So Steve Harvey was ordained at TBN, Trinity Broadcast Network. Now, y'all saying how he know all of this? Because I was there. So Kanye got ordained.
No.
Yes. I'm telling you what's facts. He got ordained at Joel Osteen's church.
This is your Bible and everything in it is true. God bless you today, brother.
Shut up, Puzzle.
and then Joel let him get on stage on national TV. Rambling.
Yep.
Because you know it's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Matter of fact, I think it might still be on the internet. All you got to do is look it up. Okay. Now, so here you got the boule with inside the church. TD Jakes, all of them. Yes, I'm calling them all out. I'm calling them out.
Period. Call them out.
Call them out. Zeus Network came from all of that there. Yes. Let me plug. His father is Glenn.
Wait a minute, Zeus Network came from the TBN?
Zeus Network came from the Christian Television Network.
I'm going to get me some wine. I am sick tonight.
This is what I don't
even
understand.
drink
This is
up,
what
folk, but I
this is
might have to
how
go find one. Let me go get
now
one.
this is how I know they're not
this is the
true
message.
children of God. And let me just get this out right quick, Storm.
Okay.
This is how I know they're not true children of God.
No, it's not
They're
kingdom.
they're wolves in sheep clothing.
Oh,
This is how I know. Look at Tyler Perry, and
at
I guess it's just time to call him out. Look at Tyler Perry and look at the movies that he makes. That's all you have to do.
him.
Look at the
Mm-hmm.
movies that he makes. God tells us not to even entertain ourselves with darkness. And all
Mm-hmm.
his movie has in it is depicting darkness and sin and everything. So no, you're not a real child of God. I understand. And some movies you have to depict the realness of society in the world. But in all your movies is about murder, killing, fornication, adultery, everything that's against what God say. Come on now. Come on now.
He just had one to come
I
out
don't
today.
go with that. I
Duplicity.
don't go with that. And that's with Joel Osteen. That's with him. That's with the little witch that's in the Whitey house now.
Did you
Hey,
call
Doc.
him a witch?
Hey, Doc.
I'm
Doc.
dead.
Yeah.
But one thing,
And did.
we got to give Joe Osteen credit for something.
What you giving for that Jerry curl?
No. Joe Osteen said that he's not a preacher.
He a public speaker.
He said
Right, he did say that, but he's still a thief.
well,
All of them are motivational speakers.
you know that
All of them are motivational. Right? Hey, thank you. All of them are motivational. They're not called into the ministry.
No,
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, and then you can go ahead.
Y'all want me to preach a good sermon? I'll preach a good sermon. I'll preach a good
Yeah,
sermon right now.
yeah. Look, but listen to this though. Listen to this, quiet. So I had a nonprofit when I lived in North Carolina. I had a nonprofit, and it was for the youth called Sunshine Youth Development Organization Incorporated. So when I had to get the papers from the IRS to fill out the 501c3 form, it was like 159 questions that I had to answer, right?
Yeah.
When you want to open a church, it's one page and it's like 10 questions.
Yep, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
I could never wrap my mind around it. I said, well, damn, I must be in the wrong line of work because I know this ain't kingdom.
Well, it's better when you're doing a nonprofit to put it up under a ministry.
Yeah.
Put it up under a ministry. I know because I'm in, but it's best when you're doing nonprofit, put it up under a ministry name. You know, you can call it whatever ministry you want, but put it up under a ministry name because you put it up under another name and they find out that it's nonprofit, they're going to be on you so hard.
Yeah.
To where, I mean, they're going to be on you so hard. When I say so hard, but you have it under a ministry name, they leave you alone.
Because I have a 501c3, and it wasn't an easy task to get it at all. Not only that, they're constantly checking. With it, you just can't. Out of Hawaii, they don't allow you to ask for money online. You have to register that with the state of Hawaii, even though you have a 501c3, so that they can clock. What's wrong? Puzzle left.
Oh, I wasn't laughing at you. They be saying stupid stuff in the chat. I'm sorry. I be trying not to laugh out loud. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so they follow everything. But here's the thing. So the Kardashians have a 501c3. They got a church.
I'm sick of them too.
And so all they're doing among the boule is that they're putting all of this money together through those Kardashians and moving and paying people.
I just want to know who the Kardashians, what the name of the church is, and who going.
The Kardashians. Gigi.
Yes.
You let us do all this talking. What's your take on all of this, Gigi?
GG be
Right,
checking
she
out
been
on
real
this.
quiet too.
GG be checking out on this.
Gigi is learning. She learning some stuff. She's sitting there saying, "Wow, okay,
Baby,
yeah,
me and Gigi be
say
You
some
having a
been real
more."
moment up in here.
quiet. We need your perspective. This your channel.
Okay, goddamn.
So watch this here. Kimmy.
We talking about Gigi.
Right.
Don't say Kimmy.
Gigi cute.
I got nothing to do with me.
How y'all gonna throw me under the bus?
Schooling you. I'm schooling y'all. I'm listening.
Okay, so now let me tell y'all the thing. Y'all remember this here. Y'all better start keeping y'all money in y'all pocket and stop sending it to these mega churches.
Ain't.
If you really, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something real good. If you really want to help Black media get out there, look for networks that are owned like mine, where we ain't getting no money from nobody. Listen, if I could tell you the story, if I could tell you my story, you'd be surprised. You see, I talk about Bishop Jakes them because I've been in production with them. I talk about Eddie Long because I was in production with Eddie Long.
Oh, not Eddie.
I can talk. Oh yeah, yeah.
And them ashy kneecaps, God rest his soul.
Creflo Dollar, been there. I can tell you about
Creflo. Get off of here. Oh,
yeah, I can tell you. See. When I tell you,
like
I'm not gonna say a legend. I'm gonna tell you the facts. This is what happened. This what happened. Me, you know what? I'm going to Puzzle Piece House.
What? Did you guys know that tithing is not a scriptural? It's not what God wants His people to do.
Absolutely not.
Tithing is not. You should not be giving tithing. He said when you go into His house, and the preachers are not supposed to even be asking for money. They're not even supposed to be. They're supposed to give the word of God free. And when you give out of a free heart. You give freely. You give freely. Freely you give. Freely you get. But paying the tithing, they're using that as a guilt trip. Manipulation and guilt trip. Now back before the New Testament, the Old Testament, tithing was a part of the law. It was a part of the law. But when Jesus came onto the scene, he did away with the law. And people don't want to understand that. So they're still out there following tradition. They're tithing because of tradition, not because God told them to, but because of tradition.
Now I'm gonna say this: when you give, it's not about the amount; it's about the heart.
Yeah, exactly.
God said,
Bingo.
Don't give. God said, "Don't give out of grudgingly or necessity."
Out of a grudgingly heart, yes. Yes.
But this is
okay. Hey. This is a great conversation.
And you can give up
I
your
want to hear
stuff.
what Gigi got to say because she been quiet for the last shoot. I've been on here about.
She gonna cut y'all off in a minute
I
anyway.
want to
Bring
hear
it
what
back.
she has
I'm
to
trying
say.
to help you, Gigi. I got you, friend. But I'm over here laughing.
Come on,
This chat be
reel
funny.
us back in, please do.
Baby, this chat be funny. Y'all be like, what you laughing at? Because somebody said, are y'all missing Raising Canaan? So you can be here.
Somebody on here talking about if people don't tithe, how do you pay to keep the building open or whatsoever? Read your Bible. It tells preachers that they should be working. It tells these preachers that they should be working, and how you keep the lights on and everything is free will offering, not 20 offerings for 1 2-hour service.
Well, I tell
So
you
don't
what,
come with that. I'm sorry. Don't come with, well, how do you keep the lights on? How you gonna keep the roof on? No, you won't keep it on because that preacher need to be out there working. And if he's too old to be working, then he don't need to really be preaching no more.
Well, I tell you what, my pastor go to work every day. He go out there, he drive them trucks every day.
The
He in there
Bible
on
tells
Sunday.
preachers to work,
Yeah, man.
to work for themselves, If you want to be a preacher, you better work for yourself. They use that tithing to get over and to use people.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I ain't got it because I'm just trying to understand how I got me a little car. You know, it ain't one of them Bugattis, but
Girl, you can call it whatever you want to call it. If somebody asks what kind of car you have, tell them you got a Bugatti. Check me at it. What you talking
look.
about? What
You
kind
know,
of car you got,
Wait.
Tiffany?
Come on.
I got a Range Rover on Monday.
Diva, whoever your name is, you just wait. If people don't tithe, how does the roof get fixed? I'll wait. Well, I'm telling you, the roof get fixed because of free will offering from the members of that body of Christ and from that preacher working. But he is
But wait
not
a minute,
supposed to
Doc.
be asking for
Can I ask you
money.
a question?
I
Can I
do
ask
have
you a
something to
question,
say.
Bennett?
I have something to
Oh, I'm
say.
sorry.
I'm getting messages from, I don't know who they are. I don't know if it's um Angie's enemies that are sending me messages, and they're trying to get me to speak to you all, and they want me to push an agenda. Now, I don't know if it's real or not. If you guys want me to read some of it, I will.
Please.
Yeah,
Please.
please do.
And I want to know, Kimmy and you guys, so you guys get messages from certain people. They're like a secret person, and
I
they're
get
sending
anonymous
Mm-mm.
messages. I
you get
do.
those.
I get it all the time to my email. All the time.
Gigi, there's somebody that's saying he's an ex-cop that's here too. Mike.
Yeah, I told her that earlier. She said, "Don't worry about him."
When an
Well,
hour
Mike
ago.
says that the cops are coming for him.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Then Dr. Charles, didn't you say that Mike said the cops are coming for him?
Yeah, he said that earlier.
But what they
It's
coming
Mike.
for him for? What he done did?
Miss Harris, it's best that we don't know, right? Let's mind our business.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Mhm.
on Angie's business. So I that's not
Mike, sorry about that, Mike. You gonna have to figure that out, baby. We
yeah,
not
I
bad
told
boys.
he
that's not
said he said they're coming. Let me pull that back up. Oh, it's gone.
I don't
He
want it
said he
about Mike.
said he
I
said no. He said they're coming for no. He said they're coming for you, Gigi,
Ain't nobody
not
coming for
him.
Gigi.
Ain't nobody coming for Gigi.
Ain't nobody coming
I
for
know
Gigi.
that. He said no. He said he was coming. He was coming for you,
Well, he
Gigi.
can bring his ass
okay,
over
Michael,
here if
go
he
sit
wants to.
down,
Oh,
please.
I'm trying to
Please.
tell you.
you see
Michael
why
ain't
I
coming
don't
nowhere.
entertain things, right? Because it's a distraction. Now we're
Right.
talking about this magical ghost. When we're supposed to talk about Angie. So I don't give things energy so things can grow. It's best to ignore it. And I wouldn't known if Charles kept on pushing it in.
Well, I stopped, and that was Quiet Storm that brung him up again.
Oh no, because I did. That was me. But
I stopped.
I didn't realize it
Y'all
was the
wonder why
same
I
thing.
be sitting up here laughing because I think it's funny. Because all your little words don't mean nothing. Y'all be like, she laughing. I am. I'm cracking up laughing because you ain't doing nothing but talking a little shit. And
And
shit
that's all
stink.
it is.
So whatever, baby. You ain't scaring nobody but you nobody. How about that? You ain't scaring nobody.
All
Get a
right,
life.
so I'll read this. Okay. Uh, uh, Listen, sometimes I can be a struggle reader, so bear with me, okay? All right.
We're supporting
Okay.
you.
Okay. If I can't pronounce a word, I'm gonna skip it. Okay. And you just figure it out. You guys love to do puzzle pieces.
Detective work.
Yeah, y'all love that shit. All these YouTubers, they don't tell you no names. They just walk you through, figure it out. So if I mess up, figure that shit out. Okay. The family received a NDA that, and I got to make sure I ain't say DNA. The family received, I'm dyslexic like a motherfucker. Okay. The family received an NDA that the record label
Puzzle is done.
That the record label.
said the record label would pay them 2.5 billion divided up among 30 persons in different amounts. Now, do that sound real? That's a lot of money. I don't
That's
I
a
don't know
lot.
how real this is.
You
Billion,
think we gonna
billion,
get
or
our cut?
million?
No, they said
Billion.
billion. It
Billion.
said
With a B.
they were asked to remove all Angie Stone videos from the internet. So I don't
Oh,
know if you're talking about Courtney. Angie Stone helped asking the driver to slow down. The
I
driver
heard
was
that.
paid by CRST to be at a certain mile marker at a certain time. He was late getting there. Angie kept asking what that noise was. She heard it twice. Shooter on the opposite side of the highway was trying to hit the front right tire, which
I heard that.
caused the vehicle to flip over. No
I
one
heard
was
that.
hurt in the van because Volvo and Sprinter created the van like a roll cage to survive all kinds of accidents. A driver called CRST to give the mile marker of where the crash occurred on a burner phone. Angie was the second person to exit the van. Truck driver was given instructions to aim for the van. White lady was in the passenger seat of the truck and told the story that she was helping Angie out of the van and that she was rolled over by the truck too. That was a lie. She actually walked Angie into the path of the truck to be hit. I have talked to mediums to get their thoughts. Okay, they said trinkets or some shit. I don't know what that means. Thought. Okay. It's just, this must be a white person send me this. Because who said, okay, I've never heard a black person say that. This is just something to think about.
No, it's not.
Nothing has been confirmed yet. The Illuminati is real, and the boy that said he not going to miss her calling him is a part of it too. Okay, they're talking about Ashton. He is in the video called "Are You a Christian?" and he said he loves Satan. The other passengers couldn't get out of their seatbelts. We saw the same ambush type of scenario in the movie.
I can't stand Gigi. Gigi, I cannot do you.
Got to a bump. Okay, hold the fuck up.
Little bump in the road. Little bump in the road.
Take your time. Take your time. Pup. Pecan, breathe.
So they're gonna make this. They're gonna make this out of a movie now.
Yeah, pecan, breathe. Okay,
I can't, Gigi. I cannot.
Everyone in the van is being watched. Tyler Perry was just a voice to calm the chaos. Okay. He's not.
But he caused more chaos by saying what he said. So he didn't calm nothing really.
Rhetoric. He's not going to investigate the finance or get involved. Just noisy as usual. It's like cousin Tupac all over again. Just saying. Get in touch with Kim, RUSSO. She is a renowned psychic medium and can confirm these notes of concerned citizens. So I guess a medium or a psychic.
No, I'm done with that. I'm not. No. I'm done with that. That blew it right there for me.
Yeah,
they had already said it in the message, though. They had already said they had been to a medium.
Yeah, but I guess this medium is a Christian too. So I don't know
how. You ain't no medium and a Christian. No, you're not. No, don't lie on God like that.
Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
That's witchcraft. That's witchcraft. So nope. Nope. Nobody. No, they dealing with the dark side.
Gigi,
they
you
dealing
did
with
good.
the dark side.
Now.
Thank you.
I gotta give Gigi her props. She only skipped over 2 words. Y'all go to hell. She didn't know what it was.
Congratulations,
And
Bookie
she
Butt.
didn't say DNA. She said NDA. Gigi, you did good. They got it.
Okay, I'm gonna give me some pizza tonight. Okay.
Now let's go on the record of saying that shit sound real as hell. That shit sound like what really happened. Now
Somebody said medium of Satan.
I don't play around. I don't play with
Exactly.
mediums.
I don't
play with that kind of stuff.
Salome Bella, ain't she a Christian?
Who?
Who?
Salome Bella. What is she?
Who is that?
You talking about the lady who
ex stripper wanna be
yeah, a Christian. Maybe I don't know.
I heard of them.
She said she was born again.
She a Christian.
Yeah.
Man, that story that story sound real as hell. Whoever wrote
Who
that.
a Christian? Who a Christian? The medium?
Yeah, it's a lady. She's a big YouTuber. Her name is Salome Bella, and people praise her because she said Diddy was going to jail and he went to jail, something like
Well,
that.
we all knew that. I guess we
Well,
could
you
have
know
been
what?
mediums, huh?
Satan know that. Satan knew that Diddy was going to jail. So Satan. So I mean, come on now. You
I'm not
know, but oh
anybody else.
no.
So
Let me see if
I
I'm
don't
a
know. I'm just
medium.
asking. I don't
Let me
know.
see if I'm a medium. Diddy in jail in New York. I'm a medium too. You see that? I knew it.
Well,
You said I knowed it.
I'm gonna make.
I
I'm
know
gonna,
it.
look, I'm gonna make a grave prediction to y'all right now, and you can guarantee this is facts. When we get done, I'm gonna make me a ham sandwich.
Oh my God.
There go
stand you either.
another medium. There go another medium.
Gigi, what kind of pizza you gonna get?
The Works Supreme.
From where?
I,
From
I'm,
where?
I need to
She
be on a
said
diet.
Supreme. That's Pizza Hut.
No, Marcos.
Oh,
From
Marco.
where?
Marco got good.
Marcos. Okay.
Marco's got the best pizza.
Yeah.
They don't have one.
B, are you there?
B is muted.
Okay, I'll unmute you. Well, be muted themselves. B, okay. I'm gonna assume you're a troll, B, so I'm gonna let you go. Okay.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Bye bye.
Bad
You
gentleman,
gone.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Okay.
You trying to come
Okay,
in
deep
like?
boys, come on in.
Come up
Let
here
me
sounding like
voice
that.
being
Very
like
white.
Hold on.
that's a tired voice. Let me find a medium. Like since y'all talking about mediums, let me find somewhere in between. Okay, I'll be more cordial. What's
Boy,
up?
who you trying to woo up in here? This ain't no damn day
Yeah,
this time.
okay.
Come up here
I wish. Look, I'm
sounding.
out the woo game. I'm like it's the whoa. Like hold up, we
He
got to
came in
change the
here like he
letters.
was
We
trying to
saying
drop,
whoa.
trying to get somebody. Good morning.
I need to put him on.
Look, that's the college days. Ain't nobody to be trapped right now. All people doing is trapping trouble. I ain't trying to do that. People think they
What?
trapped in something and they trapping
Now
trouble.
you
So
better
be
preach.
careful. Hey,
So,
I'm
what are your
chilling right
thoughts about Angie Stone and what's going on with her?
now. I just hate that even when something should be like very serious because media is involved. There's always that ambiguous part of it where you think you know until you know, and then you realize you don't know, right? And so normally with regular life, when people are not stars, when it comes to these investigations, you get straight to it, right? You're going to have the medical examiner, the witnesses. It's a closed case. But when you have this many gray areas, you're like, what's really happening? And that's what I don't like. I would like some finality where people don't have to be guessing, like from the outside as spectators. And so when you don't have clarity, it leads to these whole conspiracy theories. And that's the part that I don't like. Because I don't have enough clarity, I could say what I want to say and be completely wrong, and so that's where I'm at with it. I would love to be more specific, but every time you think something else comes up and you be like, dang, that makes sense. That might be the case. So I don't know, to be honest. That's my answer. I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, because there's so many narratives. There's so many. They want to lead the wrong way, but have truth everything. And by doing that, that brings people to wonder, man, what is the truth? So by the time everything is said and done, there's about 10, 15, maybe even 20 different truths. And that's what the higher uppers, the elite, the satanic folk, that's what they would prefer, that there's 20 different truths to throw everybody off the truth. To throw everybody off the truth. So there's probably 20 truths out there, and nobody really know the truth until God is ready for the truth to be revealed. And it's going to be, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon that it's going to be revealed.
It comes down to the backstories, I guess. Like when it comes to Hollywood, you have the main stories that the media gives because they want to be the first ones to break the news, so everybody runs with that. Right. But then when you take that deep dive, the backstories start coming up, and it goes back all the way down to Left Eye, you know, to Aaliyah, and you start hearing, you know, the advice. So you try to put all this luggage on this small aircraft, and we said no. And you try to bring more people on here, but this was only designed to carry this amount of people. And then with Left Eye, like everybody else survives, you're the only one to pass. Like it, you just wonder as a fan, like what could have been done different. And when you talk about people who have name, image, all these things, catalogs, masters, you try not to go to that treacherous part. You know, you're like, dang, did the family make a deal? You know, or when people try to branch off and say, you know what, I want to be independent, I want to own this outright, and it's like, dang, why now? You know, would this treachery happen all these other times? So, you know, and then some people will call it coincidence. Like, could I naturally call it that as a human being? Of course. But then the other side was like, everything was all gravy until somebody stepped out and said, I wanted these things. And so that's what makes you start pondering and trying to understand like what's really happening, because it was all good. But when somebody so-called bucks up or bucks against the system and you see these crazy things happen, then you're like, okay, now I need to know a little bit more before I can really have a true, you know, a standpoint on all what just transpired.
And then you have to understand it from this perspective as well. Angie was a child of God. She was a child of God. That's the one thing in the industry a lot of them don't believe in. They don't believe in that right there. So speaking from a spiritual standpoint and everything, Satan was after her anyway. Yeah. Satan was after just because let's take the money out of it, just because she's a child of God and famous and drawing people to Christ, Satan was after her anyway. Yeah. Because she held a high standard. She had a high standard as an artist. She was holding a higher standard than just anybody that's walking around telling about the word of God. Her way of getting the word of God out there, her influence is a lot stronger than someone else that's not an artist or whatsoever. So, no, he had it out for her, and he operates through human beings. So if he had it out for her, then I earnestly believe, and I've seen it. The Lord has shown me that, yeah, the industry did come after her. They did come after her. You know, people can say, no. They came after her in one or more ways, one or more ways. And that's just that. No, if they didn't get it done this time around, they would have tried again.
But my thing would be, why would they take all of this effort to hide the whole situation? What is causing them to do that? And we know that cause would be money. But the thing about it is that why?
Because they don't want to be looked at as evil. They don't want to be looked at as murderers. They don't want to be looked. That's why. If they want to keep their hands just as clean as they possibly can. So that's why. That's why they're hiding it. So the blood won't be on their hands. That's why they try so hard to hide all of these murders that they have done. Well, so it won't make them look so bad. But people aren't dumb. You know, a lot of artists have spoken up. Unfortunately, a lot of them are not with us anymore, but a lot of them have spoken up to the industry and what the industry is truly about and everything, the film industry, music industry, you know, all of that, you know, they have spoken up about it and everything. But those that have spoken up, they're either not with us anymore or they're not making no more money. They have gone ghost somewhere.
But I think the question you say, okay, they took out the bodies. Why they're not coming forward? Just like any other thug. I mean, it's thugs in your neighborhood that got some bodies. You probably got some family members that got some bodies, but you'll never know. Nobody never want to be accountable when they take somebody's bodies. The rappers, they brag about how many bodies they got, but I don't know exactly who they done killed. So I don't think they're whatever. They want to get away with murder. Y'all saw that TV show, How to Get Away with Murder.
Right. They
So
want to get away with it.
what
The
people
cleaner they can keep their hands, the better they look to those that are blind.
Yeah. Well,
I think it has a lot of root to do with money as well. I think money, people will take you out over money.
Well, money is the key. That's the key to it all right there.
Take much money to get these young boys to take out young Dolph. How much money did they pay that boy to take out young Dolph? How much money?
I'm not sure.
I thought I heard like $250,000, but he didn't get it, did he?
No, but he did it intentionally, thinking that he was going to get that $250,000. How much? It just goes to my point is that people will take you out of here for some money. Y'all know that. I mean, in a certain area, and you got a certain car, you might get gapped, right? And then the community gonna blame your ass. Well, why was you in there at night? You know you shouldn't be walking around. I come from Detroit. Okay, people will take you out for Cartier glasses. If you got certain Jordans in the neighborhood, certain areas you just don't go in because you know it's trouble. So if you're dealing with those type of thugs and that mentality, and it's just not thugs, but thugs everywhere. You got thugs in government, you got thugs in the church. Pastors take people out too. Everybody
Absolutely.
These people, humans are dangerous.
Well, those are the days. Those are the days and times that we live in, that anybody can be bought. Your soul can be bought at any time. And that's actually the truth. We hate to admit it, but it is the truth. Your soul can be bought anytime. It don't take $50 nowadays. It depends on what crack house you at or what crack corner you live on. You can be gone. Just that simple. Just that simple.
Sheila, you say you're not coming to my city?
I see that. I'm laughing.
But there's certain areas you know not to go in. You know, Detroit used to be the #1 murder capital. But
it still is now, or Memphis?
No, it's not. Chicago represent. Chi-Town, where y'all at?
Chi-Town, baby, what's up?
Yeah, y'all took over. Okay, it's I don't know. I've never represented Chicago.
I think it's Chicago, and then Cleveland, Ohio, and Detroit is they're in the top 3. Those are the top 3 right there.
The top right now is Nebraska.
Nebraska. Out there in the
I know what state ain't in the running on that, and that's Hawaii. They don't play that in Hawaii. These Asians.
Baby, Hawaii. Yeah, they crazy in Hawaii.
I want to ask bad Gemini. Gemini, do you feel like she was targeted? Do you feel like this was just a freak accident? Or do you feel like, you know what, somebody actually took her out?
I would say speculation leads to a good story, because media still profits off of good stories, even if it was an accident. If you can speak on it and keep it going months later, somebody's profiting, news cycles and channels. So there's lots of ways to profit where even if it was an accident, we can still spin the narrative for profitability for everybody. So that's how I look at it. With her, when you're talking about hiding stories, I would say it's not the industry. They don't care, because if they've been known to do this for years, they're not hiding, because they're going to continue to get away with it, because they have lawyers, the media in their pockets. They can spin it. I think it's the family, right? They don't want, when the family members are involved or friends, they don't want to be implicated. That's when it gets sketchy. And so they have to spin that. That's what Jennifer Hudson, there was a lot of speculation with her, like, you know, with her aunt, yeah. And so if you take out the family, it's like, okay, yeah, the media did it. I mean, not the media, the industry did it. Okay. The industry has been alleged for eons, years, decades about this stuff. It's when the family's in there and then the industry help the family to be culpable. That's when they try to mask it, because they're like, you just a regular person. I can't trust you. We don't need this getting back to us. Like, we have our dots and our T's, everything crossed, but you are the X factor. And then that's when you see those wild stories where you're like, dang, a family member had a strange death as well. We thought it was just about Angie. And then now you see other people. So that's the things I look for. Like what happens to the family that's involved as
Okay.
well.
Now, Bad Gemini, I hear you, but I didn't walk away with an answer from you. I don't know if you believe she was targeted or you feel like this was just a freak accident. You went on to talk about the speculation in the news, but I never
Yeah.
got your personal thoughts, and that's what I was coming for.
Well, I would say this. My answer was this. What I would like to believe, there's so much of a gray area that I can't have a definite thought. So I would say it's an accident.
Okay, an accident. Okay. All right. So I can walk away and say, Bad Gemini, I feel like this is an accident. You're not alone. There's a lot of people that feel that way. And Kimmy, I know you came up here and you were talking about, anti-conspiracy. Now, what do you feel? Because I saw some of your facial reactions and it seemed like you got shocked. Like
I did.
stuff like you didn't know. And you're like, well, hold on. It gave you a second thought. So I want to know your thoughts now.
So now, with talking to all of you all and y'all giving me different perspectives, I had some doubts before I even came on the show. I had a little doubt because I knew the driver of the Sprinter van, I knew that was not the truth, what he said. I knew that was a lie. And I didn't understand how the officer could have said that he didn't know if he was drunk or high or whatever. He didn't know if he had drugs in his system, but he knew the 18-wheeler driver, he already knew he didn't. So I knew it was something. I just didn't know what. But now I'm thinking like, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. When you look at everything, the way it was put tonight, something is off. I don't know what it is. I do know, the family members had to sign NDAs. The people that was in the van had to sign NDAs. I questioned that. They didn't want her to get an autopsy. At first, I questioned that. But then when I looked at the accident report, I was like, okay, well, there was no need. But now, I don't know. I don't know.
Kimmy, they did get an autopsy report. Kimmy.
Oh, they did?
They did.
Yeah.
That's where the coroner's investigation came from.
Oh, I'm late then. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they got.
That's what I said initially. I was like, what would be the point of the autopsy? But then they said in certain states they do it automatically. That was my question too. Like, what was the purpose of the autopsy? What are you trying to determine?
Yeah.
So I'm on a fence. I don't know. I really don't know. I have a lot of doubt right now. It makes me want to.
They lied to you. Kimmy, you know that. You know they lied.
Reading this right here, I was like, it didn't make sense.
Kimmy, you said that Courtney once a liar.
She did lie.
You threw her away because she was a liar. Why don't you have that same energy when it comes to these reports and lethal?
So I'm gonna tell you why. So I'm a United States Army veteran, and I believe in documentation. And so when I look at this, I look at it black and white. Like, okay, it's got to be true. But it just even. I'm not gonna say the guy's name. Even the Sprinter driver, where you gonna tell an officer you lost 2 hours? What the heck? And they didn't arrest him? You lost it. So what happened to the 2 hours?
You was asleep.
He's still asleep. He's still asleep till today. He's still asleep.
That don't make sense.
That don't make sense at all. So
well, you have to think also from a legal standpoint, there is no necessary need for an NDA either. If you're in a car accident, why would you be silenced? You were in a car accident, you're a witness. Why would they make you sign an NDA? And so many people are like, oh, they're trying to collect money. Who are you collecting money for? Because in Alabama, you have to file it for what caused the accident, which would be lethal, which is the driver. And so it's yours, but what's the NDA for? That's what I keep saying. Like, that doesn't make sense. You are a witness to an accident that you were in. So why are you being silenced? What's the point of that? If
if this is just an accident, a
They
freak
can't
accident.
have the truth coming out, Puzzle. You know that. You know
No,
they
no,
doing
no. I'm
stuff
just saying,
wrong. I
I'm
know.
saying it to Kimmy. I was saying it to Kimmy because she was saying black and white. You got to ask yourself that question. Like, the only
What
purpose
are you
for NDA
hiding?
is right. And for it to be so immediate. And then what do you need an attorney for? Attorneys are needed when there's negligence or if there was a accidental homicide, whatever it could have
Yeah.
been. What is the purpose of any of that if all that happened was the car felt, he crashed the car because maybe he fell asleep or whatever. If this is just a freak accident, where is any of these legal things coming in from? What's the legality purpose? What do you need that for?
I
That
Okay.
for
would.
me stopped everything.
So
Yeah, I
I
would.
go back to what the preacher said at that funeral. He said, "We are controlling the narrative."
The
And
narrative.
that's stuck in my head. Like, oh, they really are controlling the narrative. They're not
Mhm.
letting things out. People are being the people
Misled.
right, and they have to sign an NDA because one of the twins that was, there was two sisters in there, they're twins. One of them was posting on Facebook, and then it got, I'm not gonna say her Facebook got shut down, but she became silent because I was watching her page. And she was responding at first, and then after some stuff came out
No, no.
about the non-disclosure acts, she was quiet.
Who was the twin? I'm sorry.
One of the victims. Do you
Oh,
not know the
okay.
victims' names? You want me to send it to you?
No, no, no. I know the names, but you said I didn't know it was I didn't know they were
Yes.
twins.
Stop, Chauncey.
The two light-skinned girls, both of them had the
Okay.
same last name. If you go
Okay.
Yeah,
look,
TP.
they're
Mm-hmm.
twins.
Okay. Well,
I
I
didn't
have
know.
I have got to run because I got to get ready for my quota season here.
Yeah, I
So
gotta go too.
All right. Well, thank you, Storm. Thank you, Kimmy.
Gigi,
Appreciate
thank you so much for allowing me to come on your platform. I've never been over here.
See you guys.
I
Gigi,
appreciate it. I had
thank
fun
you.
tonight. I really
Thank
did.
you.
Kimmy,
Bye, Kimmy.
we gonna have to team up, Kimmy.
Oh, we're
Oh,
gonna
Kimmy. Kimmy, send me the names of those that was send me their names.
y'all ain't got the names. Y'all
I
supposed to
have the
be
names.
owning that.
I know I
Yes,
read the names the other night. Remember?
Yeah,
you
we
did. I
got the
wasn't
names.
on. I probably wasn't on here.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, we got the names.
I
All
have the
right. So you
names.
guys can chat in private. All right. All right. So, Miss Harris.
I just feel like it's just a bunch of lies and deceit. And that's the plainest that I can put it. Like none of it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It just seems like to me it's just a bunch of fabricated truths.
Well, of course, that's what they want. They want you to be confused, and they're not really expecting you all to just talk about it. I mean, nobody's talking about this anymore. They want
No.
you guys to just let it go, you know? So if
Mm-mm.
this is a freak accident, let it go. I mean, they don't even think that you guys even care or love Angie Stone like that anyway, because to them, they see her as trash.
And that's the problem. She done did too much for you to revere her as just trash. She's given too much to the industry for you to just look at her like trash. Like
But
it's just
that's their mentality from history.
absolutely.
Look at so many
Absolutely.
people that have done so much for this country, and they still gonna treat you like trash. And
Uh-huh.
it's almost they're entitled for your hard work. And even when
Mhm.
she was in that industry, she still said that they talk about her complexion. You know, they didn't treat her right all these years, and the
But
public
you want
knows.
something
And
from me though.
did the public treat her right? Huh?
You
When
know,
it was D'Angelo and her, how they shamed her for being with D'Angelo.
well,
The fact
he was never that cute. I don't know what she was shamed for. Anyway, only thing he had was a little six pack and some nappy braids. He
well,
wasn't that cute.
Bad Gemini, what are your thoughts? Bad Gemini, what were your thoughts about when Angie Stone got shamed for being with D'Angelo? They was, calling her not attractive, and she was too old to be with D'Angelo.
Uh, And let me get that laugh out the way. Look, it's more of an indictment on a guy. It's not even about her in that instance. It's about D'Angelo, because what y'all doing is really, you're saying you're shaming her, but you're shaming a black guy who is fit, who was popular at that time, right? It doesn't matter how long his career was, and he made a decision to get the non-typical slim, this, that, video vixen, and y'all questioning his skills or his judgment for choosing a sister that he was rocking with, that he found attractive, that he enjoyed her mind frame. So they tried to flip it and make it about her, but really they were just sizing him, is how I look at it. And it's like, look, that's who he rocking with. That's what he want to do. Like, why y'all trying to shame him? Really? Because if he didn't choose her and he chose, somebody who was white and met all these other stereotypes, y'all be coming at him crazy. So it's just the irony of, now he chooses a sister. He chooses a sister, and that's supposed, like, what? Who else is he going to choose? Right? He chose somebody in the community who also was successful, talented, and that's how I look at it. So now, like, y'all are just trying to cause division. Like, successful, talent, beautiful in our own right. And that's the stuff I don't like, because had he chose somebody else, y'all be shaming them, dragging them in the mud. So they flipped it on her, talking about her age, because they wanted to age shame her. But he's the one. It's a decision they both have to make. They have to co-sign and both agree to that relationship. So, hey, I was fine with it. I just think it was just them reaching and looking for sensationalism. And as we can see, sensationalism will never die in media. It's always going to be at the forefront. So that's my take on that.
I agree.
What are your thoughts?
I agree with Bad Gemini. I thought the same thing. Like, Angie Stone said that they were best friends, and then it went from there, and they kind of pretty much fell in love. And I think that they had something that would have last. But if anybody knows about the entertainment industry, and I've been in it, but on the gospel side, it's like they're always going to find a reason, to Bad Gemini's point, to paint it. They're going to paint a narrative. They're going to place the blame on Angie Stone because she's older, because D'Angelo's being sexualized. Then there's an image or a picture that they have of who he should be with. And this is not the person. Whereas he had already got to know her on a different level because they were really good friends. But then once you allow them to get in your ear, he actually lost sight of what he and Angie had built, in my opinion.
Period.
And I think then he's trying to build his career, because you have to really think about it. Do I want a chance building my career or having this relationship? And I think once the decision was made, or, he kind of decided, then it broke them up. But I think it affected that relationship that they had. And it's so sad, because when she was talking about him, you could tell how sincere she was. I remember years ago there was an interview that D'Angelo did, because everybody used to talk about the video when they thought he was naked. People would be like, oh, we tried to turn the TV upside down. And he talked about, I want to believe she was on set or something like that, but I just remember when he talked about her, he was so happy about, like, when she made him smile. And it bothered me, because I think you say she's older. What does her age matter? If they
It
had
doesn't.
something that was beautiful, and it was women that were just jealous, because she made mention she was bigger. They didn't see him being with someone that looked like that. I mean, he saw beauty in his eyes. So I don't know. It's unfortunate. And then even for her services, I think I heard someone saying, I saw a video that he did show up, but he was late.
Late.
And it's almost like he doesn't want to put himself in the same situation, or I don't know. I guess he doesn't want to be caught up in it. It's just something weird now, but I just think they had something that was beautiful. And unfortunately, you got to make some choices. So hearing her talk about him, and then hearing him talk about her in the past, I don't know. It's just a sad day when you can pick that money over that love or that friendship. So,
I
that's
think
Hold
from
on, Miss
go
Harris.
ahead.
I think that people were jealous of
Mhm.
Angie Stone. They look like how she get him, because society, especially back then, they saw
Mhm.
her as dark skinned and they see that as a negative.
Absolutely.
Plus size, you a negative, and it
Mhm.
just pisses them off. Society tells them that if you got a man and he got money, he's gonna pick the pretty light-skinned petite girl.
Yep.
And now he's picking her. Oh my
Mhm.
God, what the fuck is going on?
Mhm.
That's supposed to be mine. And you gonna get her. Ugh, you got nasty ass taste, nigga. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can accept it. If he would have picked a pretty girl, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, okay, but Angie, out of
Yeah.
all people, so therefore, I'm gonna tear your ass down, Angie. How dare you
Mhm.
think you okay to get with him? Now you're gonna have other these good, ranking individuals picking people like your ass. We gotta
Mhm.
stop this shit, okay? Bring it back, okay?
Mhm.
I think
Mhm.
that it's a lot of jealousy. I don't know why they broke up. I guess you said that it got in D'Angelo's ear. And do you think maybe because he was 19 years old? I know you said her age don't have anything to do with it, but do you think that
I
him
think he
still
was pressured.
growing and then having all this success at a young age,
Mhm. Mhm.
that and you're still trying to figure out who you are as a person, you know? So I'm sure that's a lot. Then they said drugs was involved. I believe
Mhm.
somebody said he was on drugs and
Mm-hmm.
they
Mm-hmm.
were blaming her for him being on the drugs.
But I
Now
think a
for
lot of
me,
people were jealous for Angie anyway because she was helping him write his music, and you could tell that Angie was just a successful artist. And I think because she didn't fit the dynamic of what they felt like she should have looked like they didn't sexualize her in her videos. It was all about, when you think about neo soul, it's about the artistry behind it. So we're not technically looking at your body, we're listening to the sound, and we have this creative video. But it's like because she was a triple threat, she could do everything. And then she ends up with this guy. Oh yeah. You're like, how? What is it about you? Like, I have something better going on and I should have been able to. Yeah. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Keontae. I
no, no,
apologize.
I know you had to get it out. And I think that's like when it comes to things like that, and that's why I made the comment that I made, like, well, everything is pointed to her. Well, she's not that attractive. She's dark skinned and she's a thick woman and she's this, that, and the third. But you know, okay, well, what about the flip side? He's just a guy and he's just this, and he had little braids, and he wasn't that cute to me. But it's the same thing. You can't people look at things through perception. It's what
Mhm.
their eyes perceive something to be, how they feel about something. You don't know what their love was. That's why I came off the way that I came off.
Something too, Miss Harris, because you said, you don't see, I guess, him, he's just a guy. But from my eyes, when I look at like male figures like him, Usher, these girls, they go bananas over these
Oh
men.
yeah, they lose their mind. They lose their mind.
Did you see that? Girl, that's my husband. They have all these fantasies and shit, but I don't see the men be going crazy over Angie or go crazy over R&B female artists. I don't see them. Oh my God, oh my God. I don't see the same passion.
Well, I think because men have always had this, people have always put the stigma on men that they have so many options that they don't have to be crazy because women are throwing themselves at them, or at any turn they can have any woman that they want. So they don't have to be crazy, over a woman, right? Women, as they say, we don't have as many picks and choices as men have. Or it may just be, a thing of, men and women, because we're women, we are more emotional, and we have those type of, things going on with us where we see something and it's just like, oh my God, I just love him so much. And we screaming and we hollering and crying, because if you think about it, even back in the day when they would have like, let's just say, Jackie Wilson came on stage, them women were losing their whole and complete minds, going off, crying, screaming, snotting, passing out, throwing panties.
Most men don't react like that to women.
I think it's more society push, but
Yeah.
it's to the point where, him being a male and her being a female in that industry that is so, I don't know the word, it makes a big deal versus him being a male and he's 19, he's young, and you have this young girl audience.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
and they're looking at this older woman and like, what are you doing, mama?
Yeah.
That's our man, not yours.
Yeah. And that's why a lot of times they tell the guys, like, don't let people know that you're in a relationship because it's going to taint your brand.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate because it probably, and she was happy every time she spoke about him, and she lit up like a Christmas tree because she really loved him. And again, like Puzzle said, if it wasn't for, the naysayers or the outside noise, they probably could have made it, because it doesn't matter whether he was 19 or not. We don't know what type of 19-year-old he was.
Hey, Gemini, you got some fans in the chat pod. Two things. Number one, they said take them sunglasses off so they can see your eyes. And they said,
First off, I
There
did
you
have them all for a good 10 minutes. I'm sorry. This is where you give a shout out to the host, right? They can go back 30 minutes ago and catch all of that, because I did have them off.
She
That's one
said she was
thing.
walking her fish.
and they
So
said pour
that's
them a
one thing.
drink.
I mean, hey, look, the best thing is if you get drunk in your house, your bed ain't too far. So that's a good thing. I don't have to worry about getting cased up, jammed up, driving. I can just either sleep on the couch or make it to my bed, hopefully. So yeah, but shout out to all the fans and stuff. I'm just here chopping it up with y'all. I can get caught up in that, but I know that's a whole rabbit hole within itself.
Gemini, stay out the way. Gemini said,
no, I'm respectful though. Like, that's when I'm here, I'm talking to the folks because I know what it is. I'm here, and because I can't even chop it up with them if I'm not even pulled up. So I'm here. I'm gonna answer questions. I'm gonna be engaged. I'm gonna be in tune and try to have insight. And if I don't have anything to give, I'm gonna shut my fat mouth and sit back and listen. I know how to do that as well. So it's all good. I'm vibing.
Well, we appreciate you. Talk with Prince. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Gigi, how you doing today, Queen?
I'm doing good. Talk.
That's good. That's good. I've been at work listening to y'all all night. I couldn't get on at work, and they be bad about their security. What you doing on the phone? Who you showing? But I've been listening to you guys all night, and I honestly still believe Angie Stone was not in that vehicle. I believe something happened at that club that's being covered up. Because listening to you and listening to Quiet Storm and listening to Puzzle, she was surrounded by so many people who she didn't know who to trust. So who are we to say that the people in that van didn't do something to her prior to them getting on their road? Because one thing I did research about this, and I went into different law books all week at work. By law, her name would have had to been on that report if she was on scene. By law. If it wasn't, and she wasn't there. And then I got to listen to Quiet Storm, and he said something. He said, well, we lost focus on the white woman. We thinking she was just an innocent bystander, but if you think about what he's saying, maybe she was in that prior car beside the truck. Maybe she was the reason of the accident. Because still to this day, that lady has deleted her Facebook page. When I asked her for the receipts, the next day I went there to confirm if she had them. Her Facebook page is gone. Just poof, disappeared. It's sad. This is a rabbit hole for sure. But for you, Gigi, and all the whole panel that's continuing to fight for Angie Stone, I salute each and every one of y'all.
Thank you.
Y'all not going off. Y'all going off facts. Everything I have seen on your platform, Gigi, has been facts.
Thank
You
you.
know,
And I think whoever did this is an amateur. I think this was practice because they messed up. Like you guys didn't make it seamless. Like if you're going to do something, make it where it's just like we're not even questioning it. But whoever did this, they're amateurs.
hmm it won't no elites, that's for sure. Cause they elites, they was sloppy with it.
Yeah, it wasn't an elite status. It didn't
Mm-mm.
give elite status. It gave whoever stole that $50 million of
That
hers.
part.
And the people that stole 50 million, do you guys think they were black or white?
Oh, they were black. They were definitely black and white, but black and white.
It gives cheap amateur setup.
See,
Yeah.
I believe the black folks put it in motion, but yeah, it was. It's just it don't none of it makes sense, and it seemed like it was sloppy. But I do think she was targeted. Came on to answer that question. I do think she was targeted. I don't think this was an accident. This was a freak accident. None of that. And she knew that this
Tell
was.
me this, talk with me, Prince. Tyler Perry, what is his role in it? Do you think that he's really on her side, or do you think that he's like the cover up guy?
Tyler Perry, I believe, is out for Tyler Perry. He got up there and said that because he wanted his narrative to change because people aren't as popular on Tyler Perry as they used to be.
That's true.
So I think he had an ultimate motive behind that of what he
I
said.
see that.
He
And
don't give a
guess
damn
what?
about that.
And he did that. Once he did that, and he was seen as her hero, or Black community hero, because not many Black men or Black women were speaking up for Angie. But Tyler Perry came like a thief in the night, paid for the funeral, okay, and then spoke. And people was like, "Oh my God, did you see what he said to Clyde Davis? Oh, he meant that thing." But then it came, the question is, why is he talking now after she's dead? Why didn't he stand up for her when she was alive, when she was begging for anybody to help her fight against these companies?
Because in that same breath, you can ask Tyler Perry, well, Tyler Perry, where's Monique's money at that she saying you owe her? You know, that's the pot calling the kettle black. You need to go sit down, sir.
Got it. And let's point, I don't know, Miss Harris and Bad Gemini or Puzzle. I don't know if I asked you this, I asked you all. Let's start with Miss Harris. Miss Harris, was Monique wrong for coming to Tyler Perry during the Angie Stone funeral? She exposed them, or
like, was it too soon for her to say something about it?
Yeah.
Well, she had been, excuse me, she'd been saying something about that like for a while. Like, what was it, last year? She went on Shannon Sharp. She said something about it, Club Shay Shay. So she's been talking about it. I feel like maybe it should have died down. Give Angie her just due. Let her light shine in that way of her homegoing, and then come back and say whatever it is that you need to recant and you need to say. But it's been said so much. I don't even really feel like it was something that needed to be said again, period, because everybody already know where she stands with Tyler.
Right. So
like,
if you was her girlfriend, you would say, Monique, don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, this ain't that. This ain't that.
Bad Gemini, same question. Was Monique out of line coming for Tyler Perry doing this Angie Stone funeral thing?
Oh goodness. Human emotions. She was in line for what she thinks she needs resolution for. But overall, timing wise, nah, it was not on time. And she did have moments to address it. KH said right before that. So when I think about that whole Tyler Perry and Monique thing, and I saw the Shay Shay interview too. I would say, as much as she is mad and upset for being blackballed, I would say 50 Cent did give her an opportunity. He did put her on BMF. Like just trying to, you see certain people in the industry trying to give her an opportunity to kind of move past that, to kind of go forward and still grow your career. She still is an Oscar award winner. So there are positives, and I get it. This guy has influence, same way Taraji's mad at Oprah. We can harp on these things, but Taraji is still getting money. Other people have given her chances. So I'm one of those people, like, you can beef with these people that pissed you off, but if other people are giving you chances, those chances are opportunities to move forward. And if you don't want to move forward, then you're going to sound bitter. Even if you in your right to speak on it, you got to choose the timing wisely. And if you're not doing that, then you become the bitter person, and then your voice becomes muted and people don't want to hear you. And so that's my concern. Like, when you're doing it at the wrong time, I don't want Monique's voice to become muted, Taraji, so on and so forth. Pick and choose your spots. Because this is a part when everybody was vulnerable when it comes to Angie Stone. People are still looking for answers and questions, but people like to make this thing what you call it, a publicity opportunity or a stunt, et cetera, et cetera. So to answer your question specifically, it was not the right time. And then this was already addressed previously. So why do it again at this particular time?
All right. Puzzle.
I'm gonna take a different approach. I don't think there'll ever be a right time, but I think that she found some relevance in her argument. And sometimes you have to kind of shine a light on a person who is going to say they're going to do something and they don't. And I think that could she have waited a little bit longer after Angie Stone's funeral? Yeah, but then would it have mattered? She's going to get the same response. But he stood up there, and for the very specific reasons that she's come to him in the past and told him how it made her feel, he stood up for Angie Stone. And as Black women, we sometimes, and that's Taraji P's hiccup, you know, we go out here, we work hard, and we're not getting what's due. But then when a Black man can stand at a Black woman's funeral and say, we're going to get her money, and yet he's wronged another Black woman, I get where she's coming from, because the reality is, we're always going to be faulted when we speak truth to power. I don't care if 1 year, 2 years, 5 years went past. If she has not got the justice that she deserves from that individual, and he can stand up and try to fight somebody else's battles. Tyler Perry said in 2016, when he did his press release, that he would go out, he would apologize, he would address it. He never did. And I get it. A lot of people are like, Monique, she's this, she's that. She may be a lot of things, but she's not afraid to advocate for herself. And in my opinion, after he spoke and said a lot of the things that he said regarding Angie Stone, and he made it a point to say, we're going to get justice, she still deserves justice too. I don't think people understand how long it takes and how hard it can be to film a movie. And he did blackball her, and he does have a lot of money, and he is giving to a lot of people. And because he can do that, he should go in and make it right. So for me, I don't know if I thought this could be a right time or wrong time, but she did the right thing for advocating for herself and utilizing Angie Stone. It gave her specific detail, relevance, and clarity to justify a lot of the things that he had done that she's been bringing to light, and people have been brushing it. And even if people are like, we're going to give you an opportunity, she really did get blackballed, because just like, I want you to hear Angie Stone for a moment, and this is where the relevance comes in. She said people put it out there that she was hard to work with. As a result, people didn't want to book her. So Monique said, Tyler Perry said I was hard to work with. People didn't want to book me. She started losing money. The same millions that Angie Stone died fighting for, Monique is fighting every single day for hundreds of thousands, where she's missing out on millions. So no, I don't fault her. We have to advocate for ourselves. I don't care if it takes a lifetime. I think what she did is courageous, because now she gave specific detail for everything she said, everything she witnessed. And that's okay for me, because she got to fight for herself. So that would be me. That's me.
And I just want to say thank you all for donating. Everybody, I really appreciate that. Kimmy World donated $10. I appreciate that. But I want to say, please donate more of your time. Okay, girl, you got it going on. Okay. I enjoyed your commentary. It was a delight. It really was a pleasure. Let me see, going up here. Patterson. donated $2. Thank you so much. All right. All right, Takesha. I see you. You see, okay. And I don't want you to go over there talking about me. Okay.
Now to Gigi's to have Gigi's back. She may not have said anything, but as you all were giving, she was broadcasting it on the live too. So she was like pinning it. So I saw it every time that you gave. She
Yeah,
did pin you.
Takesha see that shit. Takesha see everything. You know, Takesha just being messy like a motherfucker. Okay. But yeah.
Takesha and Sheila E be making me laugh. They the ones be staying on me all night.
Okay.
But yeah, I just wanted to
Babe,
get on and say that, Gigi. I have been at work, so I'm super tired.
thank
But
you.
you
Talk
keep
with me.
on doing you keep on
Yes.
doing you, and don't give up on Angie Stone. Keep fighting and get to the bottom of it. No matter what people say, you know what I'm saying? People call us, text us, whatever. They need to make it make sense, and then we won't have to try to make it make sense.
I know that's right. All right. Thank you, Talk. All right. So people want to know, Bad Gemini, can they follow you on YouTube? I see a lot of people, you have a lot of fans here.
It's funny, like me being a grown man, I wish I could process, the whole fan talk, but I get it. People who rocking with me, yes, they can go to Man-Made Media TV, just like you hear, Man-Made Media TV, and it's me and my guy, Mr. Life. As you can see, I like to have my sippy cup, so he does a cologne review, I do a drink review, and like we say, we the fastest 2 hours in YouTube. Join your panels. We the person you cheat with. You come rock with us for a couple hours and go back to your main show, right? We're not trying to steal anybody, do anything like that. We just have a good time. Trending topics. He finds wild articles. We speak on them, and we just have a time. And then, business as usual for everybody else. So the YouTube streets, I'm navigating in that because real life, I learned a lot about being in these YouTube streets. It's a whole different energy. So I'm getting used to it, but I love it. And so, hey, that's why you see me with stuff I would have never had. They're like, yeah, get some lighting, get a microphone, do all this stuff and stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. So here I am talking to you. So yeah, Man-Made Media TV. Appreciate that for the folks who dropped in the chat. Now I do want to say this though, real quickly, since we're still on Angie. Like when I think about Hollywood in the industry, everybody's catalog is not the same. I understand why let me come after R. Kelly's catalog, or because it's the music and the writing, right? And the producing, all of that. I understand why it's come after Michael Jackson's, all that. So you have the catalog and you have the information. Some people's catalogs might not be as great, right, as these heavyweights we know in the industry, but some people's information is like, we need to shut them up. So I can understand that aspect from Angie Stone, because if you think about a Michael Jackson or Bill Cosby, all these other people where you're talking about billions of dollars and they're ready to buy companies and corporations, that's a whole different level. Like that's an extreme catalog. But when you talk about the people that have information that'll cost people billions, it's the same impact. It's you can earn me billions or you can cost me billions. And based on the information that Angie Stone had for being in the industry that long, the networks and the connections, sometimes people want to shut you up, not because they want you gone and to profit off your catalog, but they know if you really speak the truth and people start digging, you can cost us all this money. So I look at it on both sides. And I think as she was speaking, put things out there, she was a threat to other people's wealth and financial well-being. And so it's like, that's the only thing that gives me a pause and concern, where I'm like, it might not be an accident in that regard, because it's like some folks, we just want to shut them up, and it's that simple. So that was the final thought regarding that in terms of Angie Stone.
All right, appreciate you. Pause. Miss Harris, what are your last final thoughts?
My last final thought is, again, like the young lady who just got offline said, I appreciate this platform because, if we don't keep it going, then, what's going to happen is it's just going to be swept under the rug, and, you'll never hear about it again until, like Doc said, 5 or 6 years later.
And it's a passionate subject anytime people are up 5 and 6 hours talking about it and trying to get to the bottom of the situation. So she is definitely well loved. Um, and I just want her to continue to fly high, just keep her legacy alive and keep it moving. But we definitely have to stay on top of it to figure it out because it's mind boggling. It's mind boggling and it's a hurtful thing, to just be here today and thrown away tomorrow like it never happened. That's just like when my mom passed away, I honestly felt like people threw her in the trash. Like, am I the only one that's feeling this way about my mother? Like, everybody else, you love her and you this and you that, but now she's gone. It's just like nobody said anything, like she's thrown away. So I just don't want, I don't want her legacy to be thrown away. She's done too much. She's done too much, and she's loved on too many people for it just to be that way. So I appreciate you, for even taking the time out to make it a thing to talk about her and dig as deep as, you know,
Well, we are a
everybody
community.
has done.
I can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. I need you all. I couldn't do it without you all. So I appreciate you all. We are a community. But I will say this. They said that Tyler Perry is going to make a movie about her, a
Of
documentary.
course.
That was my first time hearing about it
Me
today.
too.
So I,
But
I I think it might be interesting to see how it is, but I definitely feel like he has won Angie Stone's family over. I feel like he's won Angie Stone fans, and I think that he is winning people over. I think this publicity stunt with the funeral, as some call it, I think it's working. I think it worked. And Monique, when she came out to call him out, it just made more people like Tyler Perry more. They gave him a sympathy vote, even though I know a lot of people here and certain platforms, they don't like Tyler Perry. They never liked Tyler Perry, but the common people, they are going to side more with Tyler, and they're going to look at Monique more like a villain. You know, so what Tyler Perry is doing is working for his favor. I feel as well.
yeah, it's working. It's working for his favor, but it's not working for the greater good, right? Because just because you're doing
Really
it,
working for the greater good. I mean, a lot of stuff in this world is really people are doing it for their own benefit. People
yeah,
are
it's for your own selfish
you
gain.
got billionaires that can end homelessness and they're not going to do it. Okay. So
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just a lot of people. But Miss Puzzle, what are your thoughts? What's your ending?
I guess my final thoughts would be I think that when we look at Angie Stone, this should be a lesson to everybody that we can't. First of all, the greatest lesson is be careful who you keep company with. That's number one,
Mhm.
because not everybody is your friend. Nobody, a lot of people are not your ally. And I think Angie Stone is a lesson to everyone that she worked really, really hard and she put her trust in a lot of people that she shouldn't have. And unfortunately, at the time of her demise, these very people that she trusted, that she thought was trying to help her, I feel like these are the people that are behind her death. And it's so sad. You
Mhm.
know, I oftentimes say it, since I've been on here, may she rest in just great peace and in power. But I think for us to get up here day after day and not to let it rest, I think it irritates and it agitates a lot of people because mainstream media, they're going to post the narrative they want you to hear. And it's all well and fine because some people, that's all they need to do to close the door. But we have to stop doing that because unfortunately, when we don't get to the bottom of things, then it's like you know how you get that weird feeling of, I need to tell somebody, I know something's wrong, but I don't. It's almost like you just maintain that fear. And I think even if we don't get down and we can't identify specifically what it was, at least we did our best. And my prayer is that, yeah, they do get the money, maybe it'll go to her family. But I just really pray that at this point, people stop being so afraid and stop giving in. Because with the entertainment industry, you got a lot of sellouts. Just call it what it is. A lot of them, they're willing to sell their soul to the devil. They'll never say anything because money is money, right? And that's what they're chasing.
But then you have others like Angie Stone that she knew either I'm going to get my money and I'm going to be able to enjoy the rest of my life, or I might die trying. And I think as a community, and that's why I'm so grateful for you, Gigi, we're not afraid to kind of speak on her behalf. I just wish when she was alive, she had more people in her corner than, like right now. But hopefully, be it we figure it out. I pray her daughter get it together, because as you stated, it's so much she can be doing in her mom's name right now. But I don't know. I just want justice for her. I want everybody that's doing something they don't have no business to be called out. I've never just been a major fan of Tyler Perry, but it really bothers me to know that he's turning this into a money maker for him, turn it into a
Mhm.
production. That really bothers me, and I'm not a person that's gonna sit here and tell you like, oh yeah, I know this. No, but I know that when that funeral took place in Atlanta, it just gave me a weird feeling. Like it was, other than like there was a song, I forget the lady's name, she sung it. I was in a vulnerable place and I think I cried, but it was because of the song itself. But it was like that funeral was just a little dark for me, and I never knew it was a production. Knowing that now, that really bothers me. It really does. So I guess my thought is, huh?
No, I was gonna say, well, to me, it felt like a concert. But this is what I gotta say for my final thought. This situation and Cabo Six, Shanquella Robinson,
Oh my God.
y'all have made me so paranoid when it comes to groups of friends.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep my head on a swivel, because I'm like, God damn, 8 of my friends, they probably talking shit about me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it gets to a point when you have groups of people that they all
Mm-hmm.
know, they start talking about you behind your back. Oh, I can't
Mm-hmm.
stand her ass. She thinks she all that. And then y'all gonna come up with a plot to take my ass out of here. That's gonna
Mm-hmm.
be paranoid as hell.
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like a lot of people that she had in her camp was talking about her behind her back, and they
Yep.
was just getting tired of her. It's been years. And when she discovered that so many people in her camp was stealing money from her,
Mm-hmm.
putting her name off of certain things purposely and collecting checks that was supposed to go to her. Over 50 million and more. 40, 50 songs are stolen, and she just found that out. And then on top of that, she got stuck with a poison needle. Come
Wow.
on now, that ain't no accident either. And it just seems like it's so many freak accidents with her, and it come out of her own mouth. She's
Mm-hmm.
spiritual. So therefore, she believes in supernatural things, and everybody got their beliefs. Some people are mediums, whatever. It's still supernatural. All of it is fucking supernatural. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
it's what you do. So, she said the dark enemy is coming for her ass and almost took her ass out.
Yeah.
So, people tie that in sometimes to conspiracy because, it's super natural and it's all about not facts but unsure. Mediums and religion, it's not a lot of facts, but it's your faith is what you believe in. That's why you have to have
Mhm.
faith for it. So she said they coming for her ass. She gave a warning,
She did. She
Yeah.
did.
for this to happen, and all the signs of she's saying, hey, they stole my money. Damn. Okay, they try to take me out. Damn. Okay. This is my last message, y'all. I don't know what they're gonna do to me. And she said it was so grace.
She
Shit, I'm
did.
like,
Mhm.
they trying to kill me out. I'll be so goddamn dramatic. But then I don't know, what would I do in that situation? What would y'all do in a situation if you felt that people were going to take you out of here for exposing them? And motherfuckers don't like to get exposed. Shit. If you
I wouldn't have been so public about it.
they will take you out of here. Would I be public about it?
I
But what
don't
if
think so.
you feel like they already tried to take you out of here? She already felt they already tried to jab her with the needle. She already felt they tried to attempt to take her out multiple times. So if they already going to take you out, no matter what, you may as well spill the beans.
I
Shit,
think that's why she did.
I'm about to die in
Mhm.
the next 5 minutes. I know I'm about to die, bitch.
Yeah, let the chips fall where they may. If you coming anyway, let them fall where they may.
Harris, you ready for a tell-all? Let me tell y'all my life story, man, motherfucker. Okay. got nothing to lose, about to go anyway.
Period.
You know, and I'd rather tell you from my ears, because I know when I leave, all these motherfuckers are gonna make up all these goddamn lies and they're gonna push their agenda. But at least
And that's
you
probably why she did it.
what
That,
was going on. Okay.
and that's probably why she did it so publicly too.
We all know we all have an expiration date. Hell, we all gonna have to leave here one day or another. We just don't know. I guess the psychics, y'all know. I guess I don't know what y'all know. But yeah. So hell, and I want to know for all of you guys out there, if you knew in 5 minutes you was gonna go, would you tell some tea, or would you just like, nah, I'm gonna die with this tea, you know?
Now, if I know I'm gonna die, I'm probably gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it. If I know I'm already
figure
gonna
it
die.
out. Okay, I ain't saying shit. Let y'all figure that shit out. Especially if you are a public figure, I would say you need to tell, because you already got enemies, and you know they're gonna talk bad about you. You know, no matter how nice you are. She even said it. She says, you know, I'm a Christian, and you know I'm nice, and how nice I am, they still gonna dog me out. How nice you are, they still will misuse you. So it doesn't matter. You know, a lot of you all like puzzle, you know, but you said if you have 5 minutes, you'll tell it. But I felt like she just felt like they were going to take her out anyway. And she just wanted to tell her story on that, you know. But it's crazy out here in these streets, you guys. And you guys have been warned many, many times. And I'm saddened that she is gone. I feel like it could have been, it didn't have to be that way, you know. I don't feel like it should have been that way. But go ahead. I'm
Gigi, look, I thank you for having me up. I had a good time. Puzzle, very insightful.
Thank you. Same with you.
You know why I'm saying Cage? Because I know I'm finna mess up. Because you know how you think it's like,
Keontae.
yeah, Keontae. Okay, because you know, I don't know nowadays. I'm like, from back in my generation, it's Keontae, but you know, it gets remixed, and I'm gonna say it wrong. But if it's Keontae, okay, we good. That's what I know. Okay, then we good. I'm on brand. But no, I had a good time with you all, and I love it. I like the energy. Because I'm gonna be honest, sometimes with these YouTube streets, the energy is male versus female, and I'm like, how about just understanding? Like, can we all just come to understand that I can't pick a side unless we understand what we're trying to do, and then the side is not based on gender; it's about agenda. That's the real side. So I'm glad that I can learn from y'all, get information from y'all. I enjoyed pulling up. It's not, I'm not gonna say it's past my bedtime, but I just say when I start drinking and I'm hitting these streets, I'm in it. So now I'm pacing myself. So now I have to just kind of regroup, do what I need to do. But I did subscribe. I am rocking with you. Shout out to everybody, and also shout out to all the people in the chats that y'all mentioned from me. I ain't have a chance to see all that because I'm sitting here talking to y'all, being nosy. So till the next time, if I pull up again, if you have me, you know how some guests you be like, oh, they disrespectful, like you banned, you are banned from this channel, you reckless, you did all the wrong things. I try to be very respectful. I had a good time. So y'all have a great evening.
all right. Appreciate you. We really appreciate you. All right. It's true. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. My mom passed away 2 months ago. Damn, I'm so sorry.
Sorry to hear that.
You know, for those of us that haven't crossed that road yet, we gonna cross that road. And if we don't cross that road, you already know that means that y'all died before y'all mama. So it's gonna happen one way or another. I thought I was gonna see her the next day at the hospice, but she gone the next morning. You're gonna make me cry, Joe. That's so heartbreaking. But it's such a reality that so many of us are not prepared for, you know. And how do you prepare for that? Many people know that
You do not.
loved ones are not going to be here, you know, one day. One day you won't even exist, you know, on this earthly realm. And that depends on if you believe it. Some people say, I'm going to come back as a butterfly. So I'm gonna come back as a dog. Roof, roof. I don't know. That's up to you. Okay. I don't try to shame anybody, and I don't push my beliefs on anyone else. You know, y'all grown. We don't got no kids up in here. Okay.
If we do, y'all better go to bed. And how you get in here?
Ain't no kids up in here. Shit.
I know I'm being funny.
I know. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's
Yeah, but you're absolutely right when it comes to, not knowing when it's going to happen, and him saying that, he thought he was going to come back and see his mom in hospice, and then it didn't happen. Um, it's a daunting reality, because I know my mom had early onset dementia, um, and she died from a massive heart attack. I found her at the bottom of the steps, face down.
Wow.
So you just never know, but we do know that it's gonna come. We don't know how it's going to happen, but we just got to get right.
Yeah.
We got to get ourselves right, and whatever life that you have, you got to ride it until the wheels fall off, because you don't get a do-over.
Yeah, I think that you have to prepare or try to figure it out,
Hmm.
because I know some people say you don't. That's what find out life insurance. When your loved one
Oh
dies,
yeah.
are you gonna have enough money to bury your mom, your cousin, your daughter, whoever? Get those things together. You know, do you I know y'all don't think about it. I don't know. Do y'all? I think about it sometimes. Hell yeah. Maybe I shouldn't think about it. I think about death. I think
Yeah, I
about
do too.
somebody else die. How would I take it if such and such die? Can I cope with that shit? Sometimes I cry
Hmm.
thinking about it.
Hmm.
And then sometimes I'll be like, well, shit, I want to spend more time with that person then. If
Hmm.
want to go, but then I never spend that much time with the motherfucker. What the fuck? Okay.
I feel like once my mom died, she has one sibling left. It was 11 of them, and 7 of them died from cancer.
Wow.
My mom died from dementia. My aunt had cancer, but she had a hysterectomy, but she's still alive, so she's the last surviving sibling, and she's the only one that lived past the age of 70, 70, 71. And she was like my first best friend. So when my mom passed away, I grieved, and she was still alive. Like, I really went through a grieving process of, even like, I could talk to her and I would just bust out crying, like, I just love you so much, because it was just you're the only one left, and then once you leave, then what else happens, and who do I have left? And you know I sent myself through more changes with her being alive versus if she passes away. And maybe it was just a mechanism of grieving from my mom, because with my mom, she was, so jovial and happy, and everything was always funny, when she passed away, because I know I did everything that I was supposed to do for her. I didn't have that guilt. I didn't have that. My brother, he went through enormous changes, right? He went through enormous
Transition.
changes. Huh?
I said it's a transition.
Yeah, he went through enormous changes, because he didn't do any of the things that he was supposed to do. She passed away. He had been gone for like a month. He had stole a car and he was gone. He didn't even know she died until the next day. Right? So, people deal with things differently, but his was guilt grief. His was guilt grief. Right? So I didn't have those issues with my mom. And I think I only broke down twice. And that was around Christmas time, because her birthday is December 21st. I heard like one of her favorite Christmas songs, and I broke down. And then I broke down, I think it was like last year, her birthday, but I didn't understand why I was going through the changes I was going through that day. But yeah, I didn't have those issues. But yeah, that grieving while somebody's still alive, like, I sent myself through a lot of changes. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy. And I think it was just the fear of knowing that one day she's not going to be here anymore.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
I
My
think
sincerest
it's normal.
condolences.
What you say?
Yeah. I send my sincerest condolences to you, to
Oh,
everybody
thank
in the
you so
chat. I
much.
mean, I lost my mom too. She was 49.
Oh
from cancer.
wow. And she was young.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm sorry to hear
it
that.
was devastating. And I just tell people oftentimes, we don't know the time and the place. And I just think that for what it's worth, we do have to enjoy what's in front of us, but we also
Hmm.
have to cherish those people around us as well. So
Absolutely.
I think as we're talking about Angie Stone, that's where my heart breaks so much because I really feel like she didn't get her flowers while she was here.
Mm-mm.
I
Mm-mm.
wish that she could have gotten more flowers. And now in her passing, I hope that she can continue to get the recognition, but I hope that her legacy is so extremely powerful because she was an amazing person. And if she never gets the money that she deserves, at least she did have an opportunity to speak her truth, to advocate for her. And I think that that's where we can't be coward. We can't be cowards in being okay with speaking into what we feel may have happened, and just keep talking into her, speaking into her. And I think that's how a person leaves a good legacy. Many people can
Hmm.
say they didn't know who she was, but you'll know who she is now. So I just
You would
that
know
would be
who she is. Sorry to cut you off. Through
no,
her
you did.
music. Okay,
Mhm.
because her music was her heart. It was
Yeah.
honest. She wasn't out here doing songs that somebody else wrote and pushed her to do. She was in her music. So she will
Mhm.
still live on. She is still a part of each and every
Correct.
one of us. We can
Correct.
all hear her voice, her spirit, her soul
Mhm.
in her music, in our bedrooms, in our kitchens, in our
Hmm.
garage, at our parties. She
Mhm.
will live on. Okay. So yeah, she will always live on. You better
Plus,
believe
one of
that.
my favorite sitcoms is Girlfriends, and I didn't know that was her that sings that song.
That's her.
Yes.
Yeah.
See what I mean? It's so many things that you don't know. It's so many things that you don't know, and so many things that you'll find out. Just like we're gonna find out and get to the bottom of what really happened with her.
Yeah, she's the
I
one that
honestly
sings
believe
that song.
it's gonna come out in the milk. The milk ain't gonna be clean for too long because it was too messy. It's too messy. It's just a messy situation. So what's done in the dark will come to the light. Only
It's you
thing
know
I can
what
do.
you know what's crazy though? It's so sad that and this I don't know, it bothers me. It just hit me. I'm like, it's just too quiet for how they're saying it happened too. And I think that's what doesn't rest well with me.
Hmm.
It was
Hmm.
just such I mean, if you really think about it, like logistically, how many people, and I'm talking about everybody, even you, Gigi, when we heard about the accident, you're like, oh, she died in a car accident. But when you heard it was 8 additional people, it was like, well, who else died? And when you heard everybody walked away, it was like, wait, did y'all just say an 18 wheeler hit the Sprinter van? And so logically in my mind, I'm like, how the hell did all them people live? And she don't like immediately. I was like, I remember I called my partner. I'm like, let me ask you a question. Cause it was weird. Even
It's
before
some
any
nigga shit. It's some nigga shit, right?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was like, and
It's
I was like,
bootleg. It's
yes,
bootleg.
yes. And I put the scenario out there. I said, hey, let's all go get in the Sprinter van. And I'm being funny. I was being sarcastic, but I'm like, if we all got in a Sprinter van and got hit by an 18 wheeler, you think we gonna make it? And they're
Hell
like, no.
no.
Right. So for me, when I heard that, I kept saying, well, let me look this up. Was it just her? Wait, 8 other people? And I kept saying, well, are they dead? Are they in critical? No, they all walked away. And I was like, that just doesn't, and that's what's been bugging me. It's like that right there does not make sense. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, it's
It doesn't.
definitely nigga rigged. It's definitely nigga rigged now.
I
That
mean,
ain't no lie.
every black person, you can say what you want, but you know how black folk like now. That don't feel right. We might not know a lot of
Yeah,
things, but we know when that don't look right.
yeah,
Like you just know. Come on now,
And she gave us warning on top of it.
Yes.
yeah. Well, even with the body though, Gigi, even with the body, like, so when did the body get off the scene? Like, if she was actually really there, when did the body leave the scene? Like, where's the coroner?
don't know none of that. It's all covered up. They don't want to tell that because
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't.
expose the truth. You're not gonna find out, Harris, because they don't want you to know. What don't you get, girl?
There's too many holes in the story, and Lethal still sleep.
Ain't nobody talking about it but you. Ain't nobody talking about it but y'all. Who is y'all?
Yeah,
It don't matter. It don't matter. Move on.
yeah,
About to get
yeah.
this money,
And
okay?
that's what it is. It's a move on situation. Just move on. Let it go. Just move on. It's not that deep.
Yeah.
But you know
And
what?
we
If
got to
we
make more money after this too. Come on now.
Yeah.
About to
But you
go.
know what?
Let's go.
As a black population, if we keep moving on, then we'll never be able
Never.
to progress.
Come
And
on.
people may say we're not directly involved. Yeah, you're directly involved. You know why? You know why you're directly involved? Because that could have been you. It could have been anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And things get
Mm-hmm.
too quiet. And the problem is we get afraid. She wasn't afraid. She made her peace. But come on now. You know when something doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. This just does not feel right. And the reality is we live in a society where they're going to put whatever they want in our mind and we're going to be pre-programmed with what they want us to believe, but we don't have to. You know without a shadow of a doubt, everybody in here, you've experienced driving down a highway and there's a fatal accident and you were pissed because you were late for work or it caused you to go in a completely different direction. You've been on a highway when there's been an accident and you were too nosy looking at the cars, almost hit the car in front of you because you're trying to see you know what it feels like. This does not feel right. Everybody in here, you heard that conversation and you heard it was 9 people in the van and everybody right now still trying to figure out now who else died. Did they break their neck? No,
Mm-mm.
like it doesn't make sense.
Well,
And the
I'm gonna tell you
reality,
something else, puzzle too. You
hmm,
more of these taking outs is gonna happen. And
yeah,
it's
of course.
gonna
Mm-hmm.
be a puzzle and you ain't gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
This, the exercising it. But I know we've been on long for a long time. Puzzle, I love you.
I
This
love you.
much love to you.
Yes,
Wait,
much love
Gigi,
to
what's
you
your hair
guys
color for
too.
tomorrow?
I don't know because the last time you said I wore pink, you didn't even show up because you had
Wait a
school.
minute. First of
You
all,
so smart, you
no,
so
no, no.
intelligent, and I love that for you. I love that for you. But
Thank
you
you.
ain't show up when I was rocking the pink do.
Wait, two
So
things. I got to tell you two things before you fuss. Number one. I actually watched your video. I saw your pink hair and I commented. You commented it back to me. But I had a personal situation
I
yesterday and I was messed up and I couldn't come on screen like that. But number two, thank you for the compliment. I did finish my MBA program. It took me almost 2.5 years
Congratulations.
and I got a 4.0. So, you know, I'm super
Congratulations.
excited about that. So thank you. So
When
that's
is your
my news to you,
graduation?
Gigi. It's actually going to be June 28th in Baltimore, Maryland. Keontae.
It's coming soon.
Yeah, it's coming.
Okay, well, I do a lot of crafting and stuff. So if I can get around to it and get some stuff out of storage, because some people have been trying to make some orders for some graduation stoles and caps and
Okay.
stuff.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do for you because that's a major accomplishment. Congratulations.
I'm gonna put my email in our private chat if you want to
Okay.
hit me on email. But yeah, so Gigi, I did finish my school. I did finish it.
that's good. I'm proud of you.
I knew you would be proud of me. I was like.
Yeah, you're a good one, girl, because I can't do it. I ain't able. But I'm proud of you. That's a real gift that you have.
Thank you.
You
Thank
know,
Yeah.
you.
skills, you have determination and you have that desire to want to learn and to
That's
read.
my second master's actually.
Yeah,
Really?
amazing.
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
want to write papers. Like, I just don't want to do it. I don't. I really would love to go back to
Thank you.
school for a personal accomplishment because I did like trade and stuff like that. So, like, I've been doing nails for almost 30 years. I would love to go back to school. I just do not want to write papers. I don't. My brain capacity don't even stretch that far.
If you need help, just let me know. I love to learn. So,
What should we talk about tomorrow?
I don't know.
oh, you know what?
People in
Tiana
the chat.
Taylor. Wait. I know we've been talking about Angie Stone, but Tiana Taylor put out a video
Oh,
because they were
baby.
saying that they've been talking. She's oh my god, you gotta watch the
Tell her
video,
what she
Gigi. We
said. Tell her
we
what
gotta
she
talk
said.
about that
Tell her what she
because
said.
She and Imani have been divorced for a year, but it's like every time she says she goes to accomplish something, she's starting to see where people are trying to say that she took him for everything and she took all his money, and she just wanted to set the record straight. And I appreciate that from her, because she was like, she tried to protect it. So I think that would be a good conversation. We can still talk about Angie Stone, but it'll give us a break a little bit as we get more breaking news. But that one, you don't normally hear from Tiana Taylor, and for her to spend 40 something minutes on live, she was a little upset. She was
And
a
she
little upset.
said she wants y'all to let Mufasa
Blow
bang
her
her
back
back
out.
out in peace. Leave her alone. Just let her
Thank you for
do
the
her thing in peace.
congratulations.
Really with that man?
Yeah. And Megan Good and the guy from Creed, they got married
Jonathan
too.
Majors, because Gigi, I
Mm-hmm.
saw you posted. We need to talk about that. I got a few feelings about that, but I'm happy for them. But I got a few feelings about that one.
Tomorrow I will do a hot topic lives. I won't do Angie
Ooh.
tomorrow. I just do a set of different hot topics. How about
Oh,
that?
I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. It's crazy because I be looking. I'm like, what time is it? Let me go and see what's going on over here. Yeah.
You, Harris, I love your commentary. You are
Yes.
you are a talent. You're
Oh,
fun.
well, thank you so much. I always wanted
High
to do.
energy. You're funny. You have high energy. You're so relatable. You know, so
Well, thank you so much. I wanted to do a YouTube long time ago, but I'm just like, well, what am I going to talk about? And everybody's always like, you're so funny, and I'm like, I be dead ass serious. Y'all think it be a game. They be like, I know you be serious. And that's why it's so fun. That's why it's so funny. So maybe one day I'll get around to, doing
yeah,
a podcast or something.
keep on being at the messy sweet spot. You know, I always try to go live around evenings, 6, 7-ish, between the
Mm-hmm.
6-ish. You know, I try to go live every day.
Well,
But
I'm
yeah,
gonna be down for it. I'll be there tomorrow.
all
Gigi,
right.
when I start my podcast, you're gonna be my co-host.
Okay, come on now. Let's
Yes,
do
co-host.
it.
Just let me slide through and say a little something.
We'll let you slide through, but I gotta have Gigi as a co-host because she gonna bring the people. Gigi funny. Me and Gigi be cracking
Gigi
up
is
at the same time.
hilarious.
Oh, thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Gigi is
Y'all don't
hilarious.
catch it, but Gigi be turning red and I be cracking up, and we be tickled because y'all don't be seeing what we see, but we see it at the same time. We be dead over here, y'all.
Oh my God. Well, I'm glad y'all enjoy each other. It's a great thing when you can bring people in and people are thriving and they want to give you a
Thank you,
reaction
Sonya.
about what you're talking about, and they're looking forward to, you going live, and they want to hear what you got to say. Like that's
A little bit, because
talent.
like after all, when I do my lives, I like to just try to have my people time. I want to vent a little bit. You know what pisses me off right now, y'all? Press one if you want to hear what really pissing me off right about right now. Okay.
Right.
Okay, what's
Right.
pissing you
Kind of
off?
irritated, but I'm trying to make it work. But I'm irritated, and I just feel that I've been lied to. And honestly, my whole life, I really feel like everything society and whatever thing, like, parents tell me, oh, this is what you need to do, and you're going to be so much better. Life is going
Oh
to be so
yeah.
better for you. It's a motherfucking law. Okay.
Hmm.
All right, first, let's talk about these fucking tax properties. Have y'all
Oh my
lost
God.
your goddamn mind?
Girl,
Come on now.
girl,
I should
girl,
stayed in a rental property. Okay.
girl,
I'm so pissed right now. And you
baby.
just go up and up. Then I gotta go to the courts. I gotta fight this. It's highway robbery. And okay, let's talk about the HOA. Y'all are crazy.
I'm glad I'm
You
not in
want to
that
ticket
story.
me for parking on the street?
Mhm.
Bitch. Like I said. I'm so pissed right now.
Gigi,
They
you
will
now
ticket
we need to
you
talk about that
for
for real, because
parking
that right
on
there,
a street. They will
baby.
ticket you. Oh, you left your garbage out
Mhm.
25 hours, and you only have 24. Motherfucker, listen, your property is not your property. Pretty
No, it's
much,
not.
you
It's
you
not.
gotta pay on these high ass taxes. They keep on increasing. Then this HOA. Then the goddamn the dues just keep going getting up.
But
I'm
that's
just
what I want to know, Gigi.
What?
Okay, in the states that you guys are in, I know you said you're in Texas, Puzzle. I don't know what state you're in, Gigi, but do they actually attach your water bill to your house? Like, if you get behind on your water bill, do they actually put your name in the paper and put your house up for auction?
I don't know, but you can't foreclosure by HOA. If you owe HOA, they will take your house. And
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Now in Baltimore,
can
they
take your house. Did y'all know that? Press 5 if you guys know that. Press 7 if you did not know that. If you
yeah,
don't
they can take it.
HOA dues,
Mm-hmm.
they can foreclose
Mm-hmm.
your house. They can take your house. Even if
Mm-hmm.
you pay on time your mortgage, even
Yep.
if that shit paid, they can still take your
Yeah, it's the
house.
clause in the contract. It's the
That is
clause in the
so
contract.
un-American. What? Come on now.
I'm still trying to understand how somebody can attach a water bill to your property. What
Do you
the?
want me to tell you
That
about the
may
water
be a
issue
state
I had?
regulation.
Yeah, that's some Baltimore stuff. Cause I ain't never. I said, how in the hell? And I learned this like early on, probably in my teens, from just talking to my aunt and listening to people talk. And I'm like, it's water. What does
They don't
my
care.
water bill have to do with my house? And
I
they
don't
can take
know.
your house for it. It's crazy.
Let me tell you about this highest water bill I got 2 months. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. See, why nobody told me about this shit? Like I said, I could have saved my ass in a rental. Okay. About this shit. Okay, I'm chilling. I hear some every once in a while I hear like water running.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know what the hell it was. I ain't think nothing of it. I'm like, I don't know, the toilet. It just makes some noise sometimes. I just hear water every once in a while, goddamn it. But I ain't make no fuss at it because ain't nothing like I don't see nothing leaking or anything. So I'm thinking
Right.
everything's fine. Child, I'm getting a goddamn high water bill. What the fuck is going on, mama?
Yeah, the
You know what I
leak.
mean? Yeah, but I didn't realize the leaks was coming from the plug. Don't you know when you have the toilet, you lift that top up and that
Mm-hmm.
plug thing, it's
Mm-hmm.
there, but it have a little crack and it makes a noise after you flush and it's just water running. But
With
then
that.
it's but that water
That.
it adds up. And then
Mm-hmm.
you don't even hear it. Like I tell you, it's water running. You don't even hear it. Sometimes you can't even hear it, but it's still. And I guess over time you got just have to do a new plumber in that thing. I didn't know all
Mm-hmm.
this shit, honey. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
How much
Yeah,
was the
have it.
bill?
I'm not. It's a lot because I don't even want to go.
I
Look,
think
she's
my water
stressed out. They
bill,
done pissed her
my
off.
water bill is water, waste, and something else, and it's like $55 a month.
Do they charge you every time you flush your toilet?
Yeah, because it's water.
No, I mean they
No,
do, but
on my water bill when I lived in North Carolina, it actually broke down. They charge you for every time you flush your toilet.
girl, our bill be high all the time.
Yeah, every time you
All
go in
I
there, you flush.
hear a lot of this stuff out here, I'm just irritated with. I really don't talk about my problems on the internet. I learned, you shouldn't do that. But I just felt like this is a nice, safe space, so I did it. Okay.
I think this is
Because
a lot of
everybody can
people's
relate to
issue.
you right now. This damn
Yeah, it's
property
not.
tax ain't nobody joke.
Mhm.
You know what else I don't understand about having a house? If it's my house, why do I have to come to you to make any additions or changes? It's mine.
You have
Get
to
approval. Yeah.
Yeah,
because
you have to get it, but for why?
look the same. They want everything to
I
look.
understand that, but I'm paying for it. It's mine. Didn't you say it was mine? Although we know it's really not mine, but didn't you say it was mine?
Baby,
Now
property tax, insurance, everything going
HOA.
on.
Crazy.
HOA. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna get on out of here. I love you guys. Thank you.
Love you too, Gigi.
Thank you.
See
Hey,
you tomorrow.
see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, puzzle. I just want to say thank you all. I love you. 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 I can't say it enough. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for donating. Okay. I really appreciate it. Everybody that came up on this panel, just add commentary. I really appreciate that. Everybody in the chat, I appreciate it. Keep the chat going. Keep the comments going. Keep the likes liking. Everybody that comment on my hair, I appreciate it. I did it for you. I did it for you, honey. Hey. Okay. Check me out. Check me out. Check. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Hey, mother effing common sense. You know you my boo. Okay. All right. So did you guys enjoy tonight panel? Did y'all enjoy tonight? Press 3 if you guys enjoyed tonight. Okay. So tomorrow I want to do things a little bit different. I'm going to do like hot topics. I don't know what the hot topic's going to be tomorrow, but whatever is really hot and new coming out, I want us to talk about it and have some commentary on that. Okay. So tomorrow with the topics on the live, it might be a change, but I hope that you guys still show up and show out like you have been. Okay. Love y'all. And I'll see you guys tomorrow or later on today. Okay. Bye.